old YouTube, check ye old sound, and make sure that ye old podcasters can be heard by ye old people who might or might not be listening to ye old podcasts.
Checking that. Checking. I'm checking in. He's checking in.
Sound, and make sure that ye old podcasters can be heard by ye old people who might or might not be listening to ye old podcasts.
Hey, it says that our chatters can get experience.
Huh.
How we can have top fans now? How does that work? Yeah, I was before we start the show. So, do I give you points?
I mean, currently I got 25 experience, and it says that I'm currently the #1 fan.
How do I? See, well, it's weird because like, what happens if I go to me? If I go to us? See, we're gonna spend a prolonged time before we start the show figuring this out. So, what happens if I go to my own page now?
Oh, cool! Now there's a little #1 beside me when I talk.
How do I?
They took that concept probably from one of the other streaming sites.
I don't know. It's very strange because now it says there's 2 watching. Because yeah, when I was doing it, when I was watching Jake and Virus on Toon Talk, my points when I would chat would sometimes go up, and then other times it wouldn't. I kept chatting and it wouldn't go up, and then you're on an Android, right?
That's from my tablet.
That's from your tablet.
I think my tablet. Yeah, I think it's an Android.
See, oh no, I just got experience, but I'm not #1.
You're number 2.
I'm number 2.
You're number 2. You would become #1 if you talked 2 more times, probably, because that would then dethrow my 2 chats. But anyways, let's
just test it just to see what happens.
Now you're #1.
Now I'm #1. Weird. Yeah, it was weird because when I was doing it with Jake, there were times where my experience points wouldn't go up. Very odd. I don't understand. So I guess that means we can receive gifts now. We can get super chats. I was wondering how you got super chats. It
might be like Twitch where you need to have It might be like Twitch where you need to where you can have general chatters and general stuff, but in order to get like gifts and paid for stuff, you probably need to pass a certain threshold.
That's what I thought. I mean, in order to get monetized, we need 1,000 subscribers. We need 1,000 subscribers to get monetized. Anyway,
hey, we're clawing our way up there.
We're working our way. We're making our way downtown, hard and fast.
You know,
me, I'm a seagull. Wah!
We're at 20 something now.
We're at
207.
We're at 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see plenty of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. I did it. I nailed it. Perfect. First time. First shot. Did it on the first go. Perfect. Welcome to the Spurr of the Moment podcast, everybody.
I am Batman.
Welcome to the Spurr of the Moment podcast, everybody. I am your host. As always, I am Justin Spurr. And I am joined by the ephemeral being, the one. It is him. He is high. It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody.
Well, currently it's the perplexed Jordan.
Right. It's ephemeral.
Ephemeral. Lasting for a very short time.
That's right. He's only here for this brief period of time in between the shows.
Are you trying to tell me something? Am I going somewhere? Is this your way of firing me? Am I being fired right now?
No, Jordan. It's that you only exist for the brief period of time we do the podcast.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Sure.
Right.
Maybe.
He's imaginary the rest of the time.
Ooh.
On today's show, we're going to talk about the Cat in the Hat trailer. Jennette McCurdy is glad her mom died because she's making a boatload of money on a show, probably, I assume. What else? What was there? There's other stories. You have to tune in to find out what they are. I'm not bringing them up right now. And then later in the show, you saw the title. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a Superman special. I almost forgot to start the timer. The timer's now a few minutes slow.
that would have been your 17th mistake.
It would have. It is a few minutes slow, but it is now going. And then it's a Superman special.
I'm also slow sometimes
because I thought Superman came out this weekend, so we did the Superman special this weekend instead of the weekend Superman was coming out. But I think that's going to turn out to be okay because it means a week's worth of Superman videos are coming out to the YouTube channel.
Farsander says that Superman is their favorite fiction hero of all time. So this is the correct episode to check out.
Yeah, hang out. We're going to talk about all kinds of Superman stuff. From Man of Steel to... Got to get those Snyder guys in there earlier. Nice and early. To Christopher Reeve's Superman. Some of the animated stuff.
To some Elseworld stories like Red Sun.
We went back to the 1940s to talk about the Fleischer cartoons, which is its whole thing. Stick around. But first, the news. Jordan. You thought you could get away with not doing it? You thought you could skate on by? One of the few jobs you have around here is to do an incoherent babble that kind of sounds like a reel. I don't know what any of that was. So Jordan, I don't know if you remember that show iCarly. And I don't know.
I do recall.
I don't know if you remember one of the girls on iCarly, the blonde one.
I assume you're talking about Jennette McCurdy and how she's going to be selling out to Hollywood and doing a show based on her book. You
gotta let me build into this. Assume you remember the blonde one. I was setting you up, Jordan. I was setting you up.
I do recall the blonde.
I don't know if you remember her doing that book.
I think she's blonde. Maybe she was dirty brown hair. Anyway, Jennette McCurdy.
Remember when she did that book called "I'm Glad My Mom Died," and then she did that promotional campaign where she complained about how Hollywood screwed her and how she didn't want to be involved in Hollywood anymore.
I have vague recollections. Yes,
I'm sure the fans of hers are going to yell at me in the comments, but yeah,
almost undoubtedly, yes.
She's making a show based on that book for Apple TV, starring Jennifer Aniston. It's called "I'm Glad My Mom Died." And
so I guess what I'm wondering is, maybe you already know the answer to this. Is she starring in her own show as adult her?
No, I don't know.
No,
I don't think so. No, sounds like it's basically what it sounds like. It's about a mom who's domineering and awful, but she's not going to be too domineering. She's probably going to be misunderstood because she's played by Jennifer Aniston and her teenage daughter and what have you. And my thing is, I can't stand... We've talked about this before with Jim Carrey. I can't stand hypocrisy. I can't stand people who have the nerve to complain about the system they're going to participate in. Like, I'm sorry. You're gonna spend an entire run to complain about how Hollywood abused and misused you, but you're gonna stand there and make what is probably $1 bajillion, like on a television show for Apple TV. Bajillion, $1 million, close to $1 million. For a show on Apple TV, and you're going to participate in the system that you claim so abused you, like a hypocrite.
Apparently.
It just grinds my gears. It grinds my gears. It grinded my gears when Jim Carrey did it. Grinds my gears here. Like, I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, get your bag," but like, it's just annoying. It's
get your bag.
Get paid. Get your money.
Huh? I mean, yeah, that's what any of us are always doing. I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't sell out to Hollywood,
but it's still selling out.
Oh, definitely. I guess the difference is that I wouldn't talk about how selling out is bad. I mean, I don't think that needs to be said. We all collectively know selling out is not good, but we live in a world where it's necessary.
Like,
Justin, she hasn't been on TV in years, and her books are probably tapering down in selling. She's got to make that bank somehow.
Got to make that bread. It was just like
gotta stay relevant in the public zeitgeist in some way.
I just can't stand people who pretend to be better than the
I'm gonna get yelled at for that.
I'm sure we're gonna get yelled at for this, but it's just I can't stand people who are participating in the thing they're complaining about. It's like she made a video, or I saw her on a podcast or something, a clip of her, where she was complaining about how she didn't want to be a homeowner and how it was such a burden to be a homeowner, or how it's such a pain in the ass to be a homeowner. As
if just anybody could go out and be a homeowner at her age.
Right, exactly. She's like, oh yeah, I sold my what was probably $1 million home, and I hated owning a home. I was like, great, at least you have the option to own a home. Like, you're so unrelatable. I can't stand when people who are unrelatable pretend to be relatable. It's so hypocritical.
Ungrateful too. That's the thing.
Exactly. I would love to just be able to afford a house, but I
can't. Yes, I obviously
Sorry.
I sympathize with anybody who has been through tough times in any situation. That's awful. I feel bad for you, but at a certain point, that can't be your entire personality.
Right? It's kind of what it comes across. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like it just. And this is me, glass house, throwing stones, all that. Every person on this planet has deep psychological issues that haunt them from their past. Most of us don't have $1 million to help us compensate and live with it.
I was just gonna say, a lot of us have trauma. Not all of us get to monetize it.
But
hey, yell at me in the comments about being bitter. You're just bitter.
Maybe that's just my perspective. But yeah, I mean, you deal with trauma. I deal with trauma. We all have trauma, but again, the rest of us have to live life in a very different means than she does.
Right? Like it's just I don't know. Just to wrap this up. This is starting to sound angry, but I'm just saying, like, oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna write a book and do an entire PR selling the book about how your mom pushed you into show business and how ultimately you didn't want to be pushed into show business. And then you're going to do a thing that she probably would have been happy you did because it's you jumping feet first and because she's show running and writing it. Like, it's not just that she's like executive producing it and she's participating in making it. Which, like, hey, I get it. Like, you want to be in control of your own narrative, but still,
I was just going to say, I guess the difference, like her argument would probably be the difference is that in this instance, she's not being pushed into it. She's doing it, and it's her in control, and it's her story, and she has the final say, and it makes it different, which it does make it different. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much more to say about it.
Icky. It feels. It is icky.
What it is.
It feels icky to me, but.
Yeah, but 70 to 80 to 90% of Hollywood is icky.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just. I guess it's because then we'll wrap up. It's just because she pretended to be above being icky. That's why.
It's definitely. I mean, and one could argue, hey, maybe in the years since the book came out, her perspective has changed. Maybe she's grown as a person. I can't say. I haven't followed her.
I think it also ultimately bothers me way more because I don't see enough people calling her out and on the hypocrisy. If I saw more people, I'd be like, I'd be willing to let this go. But I'm like, oh, you can't stand hypocrites. Jordan!
I mean, that's fair. Sometimes you just gotta be that old man yells at cloud because nobody else is gonna be that old man yells at cloud.
Yeah, you gotta be. Sometimes you gotta be because there aren't enough.
You gotta be the old man that. Sometimes you gotta be the old man that you feel on the inside, but on the outside because no one else will be.
It's true.
Hashtag thoughts of the day.
All right. So, Jordan, remember that movie? Interesting.
Yes.
You remember that movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson?
Here's Johnny?
No, it's the one where he's in the insane asylum.
I'm aware of it, but I've never watched it.
You have seen it. We have this conversation every single time. You have absolutely seen that movie. But anyway. No,
I haven't.
Yes, you have.
No.
One of those, we watched it. You watched it when we were like 14, 15. I don't blame you for not remembering it, but you've definitely seen it. Apparently they're making a spin-off series based, and it's funny because there's already a spin-off series called Nurse Ratched, which is about Nurse Ratched. But apparently this one is going to be told through the view of Chief, which He's the one who there's a Simpsons joke where he in the episode where they meet the guy who thinks he's Michael Jackson, and there's the Indian guy who rips the thing out and breaks the window and runs away.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Chief. That's a reference to Chief.
Got it.
Yeah,
So, I guess my question. So this is going to be a show, like a Netflix show or a streaming show,
or of it, yeah.
So, why is this movie like still to this day really popular? Do the young 20-year-olds enjoy this so much that it's valid to make a show out of a side character from it?
I think so. I think so. I like that. I like that. That was pretty good.
Fair enough. I don't remember it well enough to have an opinion in this instance.
The original book it's based on a book, and the original book is told from the perspective of the Chief character, not the Jack Nicholson character. So I guess it has the potential to be a more accurate representation of that story. If you're a fan of that novel, I really like the movie, so I rewatched that for this. And I don't
remember it well enough to have an opinion. If I have seen it, which I still press X to doubt.
No, you definitely have. I can.
Okay, if you say so.
I would know. I was there. So I need to turn the fan on because I'm starting to get warm. So while I go turn my fan on, Jordan, I would like you, for the audience, while I'm gone, I would like for the audience, to try and guess why you think the audiences might be upset about the Christopher Nolan Odyssey the teaser trailer. Fans are upset.
Or
guess to the audience while I turn the fan on why fans are upset at the teaser trailer for the Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie. I will be right back. 1 second.
Well, okay, I guess my guess would be that it's jumping like halfway into the story of the Odyssey, bypassing a bunch of important parts to the Odyssey, and thus is not truly a full story of the Odyssey, or not a true telling of the Odyssey. I don't know. I suppose we will find out when and if Justin ever returns, and he can tell us. I'm also not sure if he's heard this guess, so that's fun. He's standing there. He's sitting down. He's getting closer. Oh! He's putting the headphones back on, and he's eating a cracker.
How'd that go?
And he's back.
How'd that go? What
I don't know. I said I'm guessing that fans are upset because it starts partway into the Odyssey and is not a full telling of the Odyssey, and thus doesn't truly feel like the Odyssey.
Wow. No, it's way dumber than that. Now, to be fair, I have not watched this trailer. It's just leaked online. So I was hoping to talk about the actual trailer itself, but apparently all of the actors in it have American accents, and that bothers people.
Oh. Okay. Who cares?
People who are like, it needs to be accurate to the myth.
No.
But in fact, yes, Jordan.
See, you can't, no. Just, no. That's dumb. That's a dumb thing to be upset about. No. Stop it. Get the fuck out. What, do you want them to all be Greek?
I think they do, Jordan. I think they do.
It's not necessary. That's what acting is.
It's called
acting. Acting is being able to have people that have no business playing a role and letting them play the role anyway because they paid you a lot of money to play the role. Come on. It's called acting, Justin.
It's called acting. Jordan, Tim Burton has revealed what his
There's going to be a new Nightmare Before Christmas movie?
Has revealed that what his next movie will be after Beetlejuice. Jordan, you got to let me get through the headline. Jordan, what do you think? I mean, you've already said what you think it's going to be.
I would love for it to be a retelling of Oogie's Revenge, but I don't think that's ever going to happen because I'm pretty sure he has said there's never going to be a sequel to that. So, Beetlejuice?
No, it's going to be a new animated movie. He hasn't said what it is, but he said now that he's done with Beetlejuice, he's going to go and he's gonna write that or create that, what have you. And
interesting.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I mean, yeah, that was gonna be. You kind of stole my joke. Which
I usually
do the sequel. Do the sequel. Do Oogie Boogie's Revenge. In particular, just do all the music from that game.
I mean, that would
do
be
the
fun.
50 reprises of
That being said, like there's okay. So
because to be clear, that game has 4 reprises of the Oogie Boogie
like
song.
That. Yeah, there's a number of them. Yeah. So
Show
in
like
actuality, I just want them to remaster that game.
I mean, yes, I do.
That's what I want. And so in terms of an actual movie sequel, you could there's a book series, the Long Live the Pumpkin Queen, which takes place after the movies. You could do that. Like that would be a good movie. Like she ends up going to it's more of a sequel in like for her, but still that'd be fun. They go to Valentine's Town at one point. She ends up in Dreamtown. Like yeah, I'd be able to explore some more of the towns. That'd be fun. Or a prequel would also be fun, where we find out how Jack became the Pumpkin King.
That'd be pretty fun. That also technically exists. It's a video game.
Technically, yeah. It is a Game Boy Advance game. It also explains where Oogie Boogie came from.
Yes, it does.
Or just do a completely new thing. That'd be fun too.
That'd also
I'd be
fun.
okay with that.
Make a really gross animated movie that's really gross. Like,
don't do that. There's enough gross things in the world. I do something that's more Tim Burton style, which rides that line but doesn't actually go to gross.
That tells me you haven't watched enough Tim Burton. Anyway, so Jordan, when David Cornsweet, the new Superman,
Sorry, did you say corn sweat?
Cornsweet, David Cornsweet.
Sweat?
Yeah.
SWEET? Corn Sweat?
Yeah,
is that actually his name?
I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, well, it's spelled SWET, but I'm pretty sure it's Corn Sweat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that.
Oh no, that would probably be Corn Swat.
No, I've heard it pronounced. I'm almost entirely positive it's Corn Sweat. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
That is an objectively hilarious name for the person who's playing Superman to be called.
When he
the character Clark Kent, who's from Kansas, is played by a guy named Corn Sweat.
No, Corin.
Come on,
Corin Sweat. See.
Oh, okay. I kept hearing you say Corn Sweat,
Corin.
And I'm like, that's an objectively funny name.
I'm not entirely positive I'm pronouncing it correctly. Anyway, the pronunciation of his name does not matter. Anyway, of his last name doesn't matter. I'm gonna call him Dave from now on. Dave Superman.
Dave.
He said what Henry Cavill what advice
Cavill?
Henry Cavill and the other guy whose name is here somewhere. I forget his name. Tyler Hoechlin. That's the guy on the CW. He was asked what advice they gave him becoming new Superman, and he said,
"Don't go snapping any necks."
He said, "All right, so Jordan, what do you think they said, Jordan?" Oh, no, you already said, "Don't go snapping any necks." I like that. We'll take that.
Snapping any necks.
They really just conveyed to me.
Henry Cavill in particular, don't go snapping any necks. I did, and I think I got away with it. But
they were very encouraging, and we had a lovely experience. I'm excited to meet them one day. It'll be great when we can get in a room together. What I'm saying, do a homecoming.
I mean, you could too. It's not like it'd be
a Far From Home. Do a Far From Home.
It's not like it would be the first time that as we'll talk about later, that DC Comics has had a multiverse. They've got that. That's built-in backstory.
It's true.
You could definitely do it.
It's true.
And I'm just saying though, if you got Henry Cavill to come back, sure, you could have him be the one he actually played. I'd prefer it if he was in Injustice Superman. Make live action Injustice and make Henry Cavill be that Superman.
And I'm just putting it out there, and we're gonna get into it later. Don't. Anyway,
No, they should, but do it better than the animated one.
Let me see here.
To jump the gun a little bit there. Jump the shark.
Let me see here, Jordan. Let me see here. Let's talk some more Street Fighter. Because every time they reveal more casting for the Street Fighter movie, it continues to be hilarious. And you're like, really? A lot of them are just professional wrestlers. So Jordan, who do you think's playing Guile? With that hint.
Which one's Guile? The flat top one?
Flat top, yeah. You were never gonna guess this.
Oh. For whatever reason, my first instinct goes to John Cena.
You're close. You're remarkably close. You're in fact gonna kick yourself when I tell you who it is because you're gonna be like, oh, or you won't because you won't know who I'm talking about.
Okay,
you're like,
let's see if I know.
Really close.
Let's see if I know who it is.
It's Cody Rhodes.
Go ahead. No, I don't recognize that name.
Cody Rhodes. He's the guy who Cena beat him when he went heel. He's got the tattoo on his neck, blonde hair.
Cody.
He's currently like the WWE's like most famous babyface. And then
he looks like the guy from Rocky when Rocky went and fought the Soviet Union.
I can see why you would say that. And then yeah, they've revealed who the casting is for.
I can see it. I could see him as.
I kind of can. So a lot of these guys, you're like, yeah, all right. I kind of see it. Oh, see, you know who he is, but you don't know his name. What was he in that you know? Oh,
who's he playing?
He's M. Bison. It's David Dastmalchian. He's in a bunch of shit you know. He's just one of those guys who know him.
David
Dastmalchian.
I don't have it. D-A-S?
D-A-S-T. Malchian.
Dastmalchian? Oh, him. Yeah, he's been in stuff I know. I can't think of anything specifically, though.
I can, but you wouldn't know that. Like he's Polka Dot Man in that Suicide Squad movie.
No, that's not where I know him from.
I mean, that is where you know him from, but it's one of the places you know him from.
That's not what's sticking out in my brain. He's the crazy guy in The Dark Knight.
Yes, he's the crazy guy in The Dark Knight. Who who you think is the Joker.
Yeah, that's where I know him from.
Yeah, well,
most famous thing I know him from.
That's one of the things. He typically shows up in Chris Nolan films, so you've seen him in a bunch of stuff. He one of those guys where he typically plays background characters.
It's just that's the one that sticks in my brain, I should say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an iconic moment. Why wouldn't it? So it's funny. So Jordan, I bet you're wondering why did they cancel? Shit. What If?
He lost it.
What If? Why did they cancel What If? You're like, why on earth did they cancel What If?
I mean, do you want the behind the scenes reason, or the thing that I also think, but it's probably not true.
The reason is because all the people who
behind hold on, don't give it away. So my first guess of the reason of why I think it actually is because animation is prohibitively expensive, and they were not getting a return on their investment. Reason why I think behind the reasons is because they're lame and they don't want to do anything cool.
No, it's because they all went to make this show called Eyes of Wakanda, which I watched the trailer. I didn't send it to you because it wasn't worth sending to you. It was 30 seconds long, and it's just the art and animation style from What If. So it's just What If, but it's one story, and it's about hold on.
I assume it's about Black Panther and Wakanda, which I'd rather have What If.
It's here. Okay, it says Marvel Animation's new action-adventure series, Eyes of Wakanda, follows the adventures of brave Wakandan warriors throughout history. The synopsis for the show reads, in this globe-trotting adventure, the heroes must carry out dangerous missions to retrieve vibranium artifacts from the enemies of Wakanda. They are, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Hatut Zarazi, Hatut Saraze.
Okay, this show doesn't sound for me. So it's about, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. It upsets me that they canceled What If for this.
I assume so because it's literally the same art style, same animation. It looks like it's
I
being
could
done by the same
believe
studio.
it. It's just yeah.
It looks exactly
know.
the same. Exactly as
I
cheap.
think. I suspect the actual reason why What If got canceled is because it was expensive. And
Oh yeah, they couldn't do 2 shows at once. That's clearly why.
Marvel canceled it.
They didn't want to do 2 shows at once.
To put out what sounds like a bad show.
I mean, I don't know. I suppose if you're really into Black Panther and you're really into because it's about yeah. It's supposed to. I
right, but what you've said is it's not about Black Panther. It's about Wakandans. Going and retrieving shit. So it's not even. It's not even like it has T'Challa. It just.
What
has his people.
It's the Dora Milaje. It's about the Dora Milaje.
Yeah, no, that's not Black Panther.
I mean, that's Black Panther adjacent.
It's not even the interesting thing about the Wakandans. It sounds incredibly boring.
I mean, some people like the Dora Milaje.
It just sounds like they want to do like a Shield show that's not Shield.
I mean, there's people out there who like the Dora Milaje. I'm not one of them, but there's people out there who like those characters. So, like,
sure, okay,
I'm sure there's an audience for this somewhere.
It's not nearly as interesting as a What If show is.
I mean, the What If show.
What If had the opportunity? What if it had the opportunity and the chance to be really cool, and they fucking dropped the ball on it, and now they're putting out what sounds like a really lame show.
That just kind of sounds like it's a less effort-induced show where, yeah, you have new characters, like what is clearly going to be original characters, so that they don't have to worry about adapting or doing anything wrong. They can just do whatever they want, which is kind of what I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised that they didn't do the Native American girl.
I'm surprised they didn't do that either. That to me that. Quite frankly, I would rather they have done that. That sounds more interesting because at least then it's a fresh character.
I mean,
a superhero.
These are technically fresh characters. Yeah, I don't know.
No, they're not. They're just Wakandans. That's not fresh. Yes, maybe the characters themselves are, but the concept of it is not.
I mean,
whereas if the other one kind of would be because that's not been seen before.
I imagine it'll be better than What If in the sense that like it will at least
it'll be more coherent is what the word you're looking for. That does not equal better.
Well, I mean, doesn't like in terms of writing and whatnot. It might be because it's a more structured, cohesive show. It might actually, but to be fair, this is mostly a devil's advocate situation. I don't care about the Dora Milaje. Who does? I mean, I know who does, and you guys can have fun. You can go bananas with the show.
Yeah, this is another example of where
the target
it's like
demographic here.
It's not for me. Right. That's okay. You go have fun. I'm disappointed they canceled What If for this.
Well, to be fair, I'm assuming if you go after this, if you want, you can go look up the trailer. Like I say, it's 30 seconds long. It's not long. I didn't send it to you because there wasn't anything worth mentioning in it that was all that interesting. But the only thing worth mentioning is that it looks like What If. Like the animation style looks like What If. So yeah. It's believable that the team that was on What If went on to this. Maybe they didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But that's what it looks like.
Anyways.
Jordan, the cat...
In the hat?
In the hat. I completely forgot this movie was coming out till out of nowhere there was a trailer on my feed. And I was like, what? And then I saw one YouTube podcast, whatever, react to it, and they were like, "This looks awful." And like on the one hand,
I should have rewatched it before, but I should have rewatched that trailer. I forgot about that before this. I had strong feelings about it when you showed it to me midweek, but they faded. The biggest thing I remember from the trailer is I don't like the voice. I don't like the voices. I just full stop, flat, point blank, don't like it. I also... It looks bad.
I mean, to be fair, you're not the first person. I saw a video of guys react to it, and they were like, "This looks awful." And like, on the one end, I get you. I do absolutely get you. I'm gonna defend it, so I'll let you get your hatred and bile out now.
Hatred's not the right word. One of my big things with it is it's tonally weird because it's like it has all this stuff that has nothing to do with the original book. Like he's an invisible friend now. Like that's that was never really a thing.
Well, what
I could see tell. Where I could. I'll let you get to your defense, but I just want to. I have to work through my thoughts here.
Yeah.
I can see where that thought process would come from, where he could be perceived as an imaginary friend.
Yeah.
Like I see the logic. It just doesn't work for me. So on that angle, it's weird, but I think part of why it doesn't work for me is because it's in juxtaposition where it also has to do all this stuff that's from the book. So like the book, the things, like so it's like it feels shackled to the original Cat in the Hat stuff when all it wants to do is all this new weird stuff.
Awesome, man.
And I would have rathered it
completely differently. So from what I can tell, because this is just a teaser trailer, but it looks as though the mechanic this movie serves to provide background as to why the cat just showed up, and so it seems as though
which I never asked for.
Right. But that's the nature of what these movies are. So it seems as though he is like I don't know if it's an imaginary friend or whatever, but it's like he's like they're like. All the Dr. Zeus characters appear to work for a company which is like appearing to children and giving them like a whimsical day, and it seems like the brother and the sister in this version and the fish, they're like a red star, like last chance. If you do this, I'll make the big time, and that's the hook. So that's what separates this and makes it different. So I will say I appreciate that it's not just the Mike Myers one. Like they are actively doing something different, and I don't mind the hook of like I don't mind the hook of it's he this is why he's shown up there. It's because it's his job to. Like I don't mind that. I will say it does have some Gen Z humor in there. That did make me groan a little bit. Like the opening joke where he's like, "Don't touch it, don't touch it." Like I was like, okay.
Well, see, that's where my problem comes in. Is like,
groan. So I get that. I do.
So yeah, like he shows up or whatever, and the background of it's he's working for a company. I don't love that stuff, but I can see it and respect it and appreciate it for being different. The problem that I have is, when you have the scene with the red box, that's the red box from the Mike Myers one. It's the same thing.
Oh, that'd be fair. That's from the book. That's from
and
the
I
book.
know that's what I'm saying is when you have that stuff, which is just the stuff from the book, that's when I get pulled out. I want new things. I want different things. You didn't need to do that. You could do a different You could have it where the sister is the one that opens the box. Now you can change things. You can have it be completely different and not even have a box, right?
Like, but it's an adaptation of the book, so it's gonna have.
You've changed. Well, but it doesn't have to be. You've just called it Cat in the Hat. It could just be one of his adventures. Especially if in this world, if he works for a company or works for a thing, it's not just the Cat in the Hat. And that's my point. Is in this trailer when I watched it, the stuff when it calls back to the original is what pulls me out of this.
Right, but it's an adaptation of the Cat in the Hat. So it never purported to be anything different. It's hey, that's fair, but it seems odd to criticize it for doing the thing that it was always going to do, which is be an adaptation of the Cat in the Hat. Like if it called itself a different thing, like the Magical Adventures of the Wabtabu's World of the Cat in the Hat, then I'd be like,
it just calls it the Cat in the Hat. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be an adaptation of the book.
But it's implied by calling it the Cat in the Hat. It's implied that it's going to be an adaptation of the Cat in the Hat.
Not necessarily. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
I never said it has to be, but it's implied.
It's a Cat in the Hat movie. That's the thing.
Right, but
you call it Cat in the Hat. Even if it wasn't about the book, you would still call it Cat in the Hat because it would be about Cat in the Hat.
No, you would give it a different title to differentiate it, so you would automatically associate. Yes, you would.
That's not how Hollywood. No, that's not how Hollywood works. If they wanted to do a fresh thing, they want you to attribute it to the original. They would absolutely call it Cat in the Hat, and try and make you believe that it's something like that.
No,
they would absolutely do that.
Your criticism of this is odd. You're criticizing an adaptation for adapting. It's odd. It's an odd criticism. I mean, hey, it's your criticism, but it's an odd criticism.
when you have, for me, it's ultimately it's the two things.
Mike Myers wasn't a good adaptation of the book either, so it's just an odd.
Oh no, it's not. I never said that. I'm not defending that one.
No, but what I'm saying
when
is,
did I ever defend the Mike Myers one?
What I'm saying is they're both adaptations of the same book, so obviously they're gonna have parts from the book.
Yeah, but that one doesn't introduce this whole backstory of him being a
right,
whether he's imaginary or not, whatever. And that's my thing is that part of it doesn't work for me if you're going to try and attribute it to the original story.
But it's not trying to attribute.
Just doesn't for me.
It's an adaptation of the original story. That's what makes it an adaptation.
You're missing what I'm saying. It's just to me they're two different stories and they don't work together.
But okay, I mean, all right.
For me, they don't.
All right,
Also, I don't like the voice. I don't like the voice, and I don't like the portrayal that they have done of.
I suppose it's all good. It's all going to be on whether or not you find Bill Hader's sense of humor funny. I do think he's funny. There's a lot of jokes in this. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should have rewatched it before this. But there's some jokes in there that genuinely made me laugh.
That's my thing too. Is like I feel I would have liked. I forgot about it. I meant to watch it before this, but I would have liked to watch it again to refresh my. Because you were there when I watched it. Do you remember? Like I was more perplexed than anything. It's perplexing.
Yeah.
It's a perplexing movie that confuses me, and like I don't dislike it. But I don't like it, and I can't figure out why.
I can't fault anyone for being like, this looks... Because, like, the bit at the end where there's, like, all the different versions of the things, which is just, like, in the book, it's just because... Yeah, they just become the minions. And it's like, this joke is, like, really hack, and I don't know. It just doesn't work, yeah. So there's elements of it that I'm like, oh my god, this is such a Gen Z fucking movie.
Yeah.
And but there are other points where I laugh, so... I will watch it. I'll watch it on streaming, you know, and we'll find a way to do Dr. Seuss on the show. That's the Cat in the Hat trailer. Where was I going?
Yeah, no, I definitely just remember after I watched that trailer being like, I have thoughts.
So okay, I'm gonna read you the description. I'm gonna read. Okay, remember how they're making that Green Lantern show that doesn't sound like a Green Lantern show?
I vaguely recall us talking about it once or twice.
Yes, it's supposed to be like a down to earth.
The one that I believe me and Jake, friend of the podcast, Jake, said should take place in space and he should just be a beat cop.
Yep, and it's Hal Jordan is a grizzled cop and Jon Stewart is the new recruit.
Yeah, except it's on Earth and it doesn't sound very good,
me,
I think I remember.
Tell me how much this doesn't sound like a Green Lantern show to you. The series follows new recruit Jon Stewart and legend Lantern Hal Jordan, two intergalactic cops drawn into a dark, Earth-based mystery as they investigate a murder in the American heartland. Lanterns will reportedly explore Hal Jordan's childhood through flashbacks.
I mean, it sure sounds like a CW version of Green Lantern.
The casting search for the character's parents, Martin and Jessica Jordan, is still underway. As in the child version, the show will feature Martin's death and how it affected Hal as a child. Oh, here we go. Here, listed below, are the character descriptions. So you got Martin Jordan, who is, I guess, his dad, Jessica Jordan, who is his mom, and Kid Hal. That's it. Yeah, this sure sounds like a CW show. Sure sounds like it takes place on Earth, so the budget cannot do any Green Lantern shit.
Yep. I mean, it sure does. Other than maybe the occasional green construct.
Right? It's just weird because you're gonna do this by all descriptions. Sounds like a down to earth version of Green Lantern, and then you're gonna claim in the same universe exists. The one Guy Gardner, the one from Superman. You're gonna be like, he also
right.
So are you gonna reference them or Hal Jordan in that Superman movie? I assume maybe. I don't know. I have done a very good job of avoiding as much about that as I possibly can. But I don't know. I'll give anything a chance, but it just doesn't.
I won't. I won't give anything a chance. I'll give most things a chance, but not anything. I can't
Jordan,
commit to that anymore.
And an update to our previous week's discussion of the Social Network 2. Would you like to know what the Social Network 2 is about?
Sure. I think you told me before the loose plot, but yeah, sure.
Apparently, unlike the first installment, the Social Network Part 2 will not be focusing on the story of Facebook creator. No, you argued it should be called the meta movie. We know it's the title. We were talking about the title. That's what we talked about last week. Anyway. Oh yeah, and it was going to be about January 6th, was what that article said. But according to a new report, unlike the first installment, the Social Network Part 2 will not be focusing on the story of Facebook creator Mark Zuckerberg. Instead, the sequel will center on former Facebook product manager Francis Haugen. I don't know if I'm positive I mispronounced that. Stupid names. Anyway, who became the Facebook whistleblower in 2021 after it was revealed that she was the one who leaked the company's internal documents that exposed the social media's role in the spread of misinformation, the proliferation of hate speech, and the declining mental health of teenagers. So, it's okay. It just sounds like it's a completely different movie, and he's just calling it The Social Network Part 2, so you associate it with the first one and actually watch it. It otherwise sounds not really all, other than being kind of vaguely about Facebook. And
it just kind of sounds like it's not really a sequel at all.
Unless the only way I guess maybe you connect it is like you have Jesse Eisenberg there as Mark Zuckerberg, and he's now a secondary character, and it's not really about him, but he's still in it. Then at that point, all right, yeah, they've done sequels where the second one isn't about the guy from the first one. You know, that happens.
I guess.
You know, like Prototype 2. That the original guy's a bad guy in that.
I mean, that's a video game and not about a real life person, but yes.
That's what I'm saying. It's a video game and not a real life person. No, I don't know. I'd say that just seems. It seems.
It just feels unnecessary.
Yeah, it just kind of seems like the Aaron Sorkin, the guy who wrote it, has something he wants to say about Facebook and just needs this to sell, so wants to attach it to what it would to the Oscar-winning, way more successful movie. Like is David Fincher gonna come back? Like, is any of the original creative team that made that first movie good? I think that first movie is good in spite of itself, not because of itself.
I don't disagree. I don't have strong feelings about this sequel. My word of the day would be unnecessary. It sounds unnecessary.
Interesting. That's kind of blah. So Jordan, I mean, you're gonna be like boo immediately, but I need you to, for the purposes of this next segment, hear it out. They're supposedly one of the remakes. Although Haley constantly sends me contradicting things, which are they're either being canceled or they're making them, or they're being canceled and nothing in between. But there the news about the Hercules remake, because apparently they're going to do a Hercules one, and at one point there was a rumor that and this is what's funny. There was a rumor.
Hashtag stop making live action remakes.
Well, there was a rumor that it was going to be from the perspective.
Call them adaptations, like they should be called, and stop trying to make them exactly like the fucking originals.
So, there was a rumor that it was going to be about Hades. It was going to be told from Hades' perspective, and it was going to be something more akin to Maleficent. And I went, ooh, especially if it's like you're doing the James Woods kind of version of Hades, where he's a slick talking kind of guy, and it's basically you do Better Call Saul but with Hades. And I'm kind of like, where he has the insufferable older brother who is just insufferably perfect and everyone loves, and you do kind of a, like, maybe there's a because Hades traditionally in mythology is not a cartoonish bad guy. He has a bit more depth and nuance, and I'm like, that angle at this actually sounds interesting. Like, that sounds like you're doing something different with the material, that you're doing something interesting. But this article said that, they confirmed, they're just going to do a straight one-to-one adaptation. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so fucking boring! Why?
Yeah, you know why they are? You know why they are?
Because
Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch made a boatload of money, yeah. But,
Yep.
I would totally be down for, it's basically, it's Better Call Saul. Or, Hades is...
Hollywood is dead.
Where Hades is Slip and Jimmy. And Zeus is Chuck. I never wanted you to be on Olympus.
I mean...
Come on, you can't tell me that wouldn't...
Some variation of that might be okay.
Can't tell me that wouldn't be kind of fun.
I mean, I don't know. You're never going to get me to be like, yay, live-action remake. To be fair, Hercules, at that point, it's not really a remake of the because Hercules is an ancient-ass story. It's not really an adaptation of the Disney movie at that point. It is now, because that's what they're doing.
No, I know, but the Hades version of that isn't, and that's a problem.
Oh no,
right?
that would just be an adaptation.
Yeah, and that's a problem for Disney. They need it to look like the original, and it's just gonna be bad. It's just gonna be. But yeah, Haley messaged
they
me.
all are.
She was like, she said boo to the Hades thing, and I went, no, but that actually sounds interesting. And she's like, no, I just want it to look like the original, and I'm like, oh, but that's so dull. That's so...
I don't, because you get let's say you get someone to come in and try and be Hades. They're not going to be James Wood. He's not going to be Hades. It's not going to be right.
Why, to do a shot for shot, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to be James Wood, and thus that character in particular, that version of Hades, is pretty intrinsically tied to James Wood.
Sure. Yeah, his
personality is like so infused into that character that nobody can do that version of him.
For sure. No, what it's going to turn into is going to turn into someone doing their own thing with the character, but still being handcuffed and forced to say the lines from the original. And he'll try to say the lines from the original, and it won't be as good. I mean, to be fair, there's a number of characters in that movie that's going to happen to. To be fair, this one I think I'm a little assuming they're still attached to it, but at one point the Russo brothers were going to direct it. Or they were writing it or producing it, but they were involved in it, and that kind of made me go, "Okay, I'll."
There's only one thing that I want to carry over from the original, in any version of this, and that's I want there to be the montage where Hercules is doing the different tasks or whatever, and Hades is like get ready, like sit down, it's time for the halftime show, and I want it to be at exactly halfway point in the movie, just like it was in the original movie.
That would be very funny. But yeah, not just Hades, Phil.
Did you know that was a thing?
I did not. That's funny. But yeah, Phil.
In the original movie, in that scene when he's like, "Relax, guys," like it's the halfway point or whatever. That apparently is literally at halfway through the movie.
That is very funny. But no, Phil is intrinsically Danny DeVito. I don't know how you do. And I mean, Meg, you could get probably a decent. Honestly, I think Zendaya would be a great Meg. Right.
I can see it.
Right. I think she'd be a good Meg.
Okay, well then at that point, and
we're not doing Tom Holland as.
Come on!
No,
I could actually see him as Hercules.
No, you do him as young Hercules, and then you give him comedic CGI muscles when he's fake Hercules.
You do.
I want them to be very fake looking, just exceptionally fake looking.
I think he has actually played Hercules before, so this kind of works. But you have Tom Holland be young Hercules and have him be really scrawny and thin, and then you have The Rock be grown Hercules.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see. I don't want to see The Rock with Zendaya. That's weird. He's too old. That'd be weird. I'm like, no.
Oh no! You're right. Then at that point, Zendaya has to be someone like Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, that's a little less weird. But yeah. I mean, I do quite like that Rock Hercules movie.
But either way, hashtag death to the live action remake.
Don't do a faithful adaptation. Don't do a faithful adaptation. And then finally, George, you've never seen Akira, right?
No, but I've seen things that make fun of it, like Rick and Morty.
Yes, oh yeah. I mean, South Park, science fiction generally. I think I mentioned this before, but in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
Go on. Gonna finish that sentence.
Well, I was waiting for you to go. Yeah.
I am aware of the movie, but I don't know what you're referring to in the movie.
You know the bit where Cloud does the motorcycle slide?
Yes, I think so.
That's from Akira. Just straight up. That's straight up from Akira. Anyway, apparently.
I get what you're putting down. I'm picking it up.
So this.
You're saying we're gonna do something that's gonna make me watch Final Fantasy. I got it.
Yeah, when we do anime, I might be like, Jordan, you need to watch Akira. But what was I going with this? Oh, this week we're going to be talking about people who are wrong for franchises, and so this story is
Akira.
This story is Taika Waititi's Akira live action Akira movie gets canceled, and like I like Taika Waititi, but good because Akira. Are you gonna make him sassy, and is he gonna crack jokes, like, or was he gonna do? I don't think he's ever done a fully serious thing before. I mean, I guess Jojo Rabbit was pretty serious, but he just would be all wrong for Akira, just like all wrong. So I'm like, it's pretty good.
I'm gonna take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll have to get you to watch Akira when we do anime for our season premiere coming in a few weeks for season 5. We're almost at the end of season 4, everybody. The in-between, the even seasons are always shorter because we go in the middle of summer. We go away. But we will be off. That's future decisions. Anyway,
Hey.
That's it. That's the news. So that's all of the news. Today, I thought you were going to go longer. Today's show is brought to you once again by Wild Education. They're still fundraising. They're still trying to get funds to move. They help out all the little critters, the snakes, all the spiders, all the ones that aren't maybe necessarily as cute. They also go out and they do all sorts of education. They were really cool. I've met the gentleman who runs it. I don't know that I met his daughter, but my friend works for them, and they are very cool people. And yeah, it's the only reason why I've ever got to hold a snake. Which, as an aside, holding a snake is weird. It's like they're like all muscle. It's very odd. Or like I got to have a Tengu lizard in my lap. It was really cool. Anyway, I'm gonna play the video.
They're all cute except for the spiders.
I mean, spiders could be kind of cute sometimes.
No.
But I'm gonna play their video. It's about 3 minutes long, and then we'll be back to talk to you all about Superman.
In Langley, British Columbia, lives one of Western Canada's best-kept secrets. We are Wild Education, Western Canada's largest reptile and small exotic animal rescue. And right now, we're launching our most urgent fundraiser ever.
Less than 1 year ago, we opened the doors to our brand new education center, a space we poured all of our savings into building. But due to changes in land development, we found out we only have 9 months to find a new place and move out. This will be the 3rd time in 5 years we've been forced to relocate, and this time, we simply don't have the funds to do it again.
Unlike traditional rescues with puppies and kittens, reptiles don't get the same level of support. But our animals need it just as much because they don't have anywhere else to go. That's why we're asking for your help now.
Last year alone, we took in 153 animals, including reptiles, amphibians, and furry exotics like chinchillas, sugar gliders, ferrets, and even hedgehogs. Many came to us sick, injured, abandoned, or surrendered by families who could no longer care for them due to the rising cost of living.
One of those animals was Gary, a serval who couldn't find a home anywhere else in BC after his family broke apart. No one else could take him in, but we did. Because oftentimes, we are the last resort.
We are currently also home to 12 rescued sulcata tortoises, some weighing over 120 pounds. But we know more will come in this year. who need lots of space, warmth, and lifelong care. Wild education isn't just a rescue, it's a mission. Our entire rescue is funded by our education program. This program travels to schools and other events to help teach about the natural history, conservation, and responsible ownership of these amazing animals. We give people the knowledge to hopefully prevent animals from ending up in our rescue in the first place.
But now, more than ever, the future of wild education, its current animals, its future animals depends on your support. We know it's a lot, but we're trying to raise $1 million to buy a permanent property. A forever home where we'll never have to move again, and where our animals can finally be safe for good.
So if you've ever wanted to make a big difference in the life of something a little different, this is your moment. Please visit www.wildeducation.ca to donate or click on the GoFundMe link. We need your help to save wild education so we can keep saving them.
So then the audience can hear us again, and then we get rid of that. We go back and whoa, we don't do that. Whoa, we don't do that either. And we switch back over to Discord, and we say welcome back to the show, everybody. Go support the wild education. It's a really good cause.
Think of the animals, all those animals that you just saw in the video.
That were really cute.
Sorry, audio listeners, but you don't get to see how cute those animals were, but you should support them anyway.
Yeah, and if you are an audio listener, you should go subscribe to a YouTube channel if you haven't already, and then you could see the video with the cute animals.
Yeah.
Anyway, on today's show, for the rest of the show, I don't know if you're still around, Far Sendor, but we are now going to talk about, look, Jordan, it's a bird, it's a plane.
You know, I think it's funny, as an aside, that the title, plane, P and L are capitals, and the rest are not. So it's like, it's a plane.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do it. It's a plane, Jordan, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's
Superman!
Yes, okay, so yes, as I said at the beginning of the show, I thought Superman came out this weekend, so I thought we'd be watching Superman, and it didn't. So this is all in lead up to a big old Superman review coming next week at the start of the show.
What are you talking about? This was always the plan. This was
always,
definitely always the plan.
It was always part of the plan.
But as you also know, you make the plan, you screw the plan up, you throw the plan away, and you make a new plan.
It's true. It's very true.
So I suppose I should go first then.
Well, it's just gonna have the typo until the show's over and I can fix it, because I don't want to switch over to the YouTube to fix it right now.
I understand. So I suppose I'll go first.
Yes. As is the tradition.
When we did Batman last time, I believe I did Batman, Superman, Batman, Public Enemies. The first one that I did this week was the continuation of that, which is Superman, Batman, Apocalypse.
Yeah, this is funny because I've actually read the comic, and once again, like most of these movies, the comic is better. But
usually, yeah, but that's because usually the comic has more time. Like it's got more
a little bit.
pages.
This one was a bit shorter, so this was a trade paperback, but.
Yeah, which made this a more accurate movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Superman shows up, she does Supergirl things. Did I say Superman shows up? Supergirl shows up and does Supergirl things, and then she's on Themyscira training, and then Darkseid is there, and Darkseid's all like, I'm gonna kidnap that Supergirl and make her one of my pawns, and then he does, and
brainwash
she
the shit
out
of her.
He just brainwashes the shit out of her.
Out of her.
And then Superman and them go to Apocalypse, and I'm just saying Batman is the bravest human I've ever met because he is just a mortal man on Apocalypse, and that's terrifying.
I mean, he has no fear.
No fear, and some would argue no sense. But anyways,
this is still Kevin Conroy and Tim Daly, right?
Let's find out.
Pretty sure it's Kevin Conroy because I just remember the art style is really.
Really
weird.
It is Kevin Conroy, and it's Tim Daly.
Yeah. So it's like it's the animated series voices, but in like a weird art style, doing PG-13 jokes. It was very strange.
And Susan Eisenberg as Wonder Woman.
I believe she's the one from the Justice League cartoon as well. But yeah,
she is. She's also from Justice League Unlimited.
Because no, they don't. They cut Power Girl's not in the movie, right? Because Power Girl's in the comic. She's
in Public Enemies.
Was it Public
but
Enemies?
She wasn't in this one. Well, for this movie anyway.
Oh no, sorry, Public Enemies. That's the one with the hybrid Superman Batman.
Yeah,
right?
The rocket or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, see, in the comics, it's literally a big robot that they pilot together.
I believe in the movie it's a rocket. But either way, no, that's Public Enemies.
And then he makes a crude joke about
yes,
Power
yes, he does.
Boob window.
Yes, he does. And in the movie, she's like standing outside, and they're like, he's just a kid, and he's like, she has the joke where she says something to the effect of like, he's not that young or something like that.
That's weird because Supergirl shows up in this one, and she's technically Supergirl.
Don't think about it.
She's Supergirl from Earth 3 or something, but she's technically Supergirl.
I think in this, from what I remember in this run, I think Power Girl was just a separate. I don't think she was a Kryptonian in this version of the world.
I don't remember. It's been a while since I read the comic.
I cannot confirm or deny that.
This one also, I believe, did.
But considering in this movie, Superman says that she's his cousin and his only living relative. Yeah. It kind of confirms that Power Girl can't be Kryptonian.
These ones didn't do super well. I think the first one did okay, and then this one also did all right because they didn't do the third one because there's a third one.
Is there?
Yeah, where it's Joker does someone does something basically where it ends up where Batman and Superman rule the world. And it's the cover is the
I remember that one, and I didn't realize that was a continuation of this story, this world or whatever. But that's not the Joker, but there's these future people or whatever, and they go back in time and they change Superman and Batman's origin and like raise them themselves. Yeah. And that's where they end up ruling the world. And you get all the different versions, and you get Batwoman and Superwoman and all that.
These comic books, this and Public Enemies, were I believe based on a Grant Morrison run, where he did a particular run, and they all got put into where we read them. They got put into trade paperbacks, which had the Batman logo on them.
From what I'm reading here, the art style is based on Michael Turner, who penciled the comic book.
Yes. But these comic books were all done based on a particular run of comics from like. But
I like this one. It's not my favorite, but I like this one.
That's all right. It's all right. I think it's better animated than the previous one, where they gave Superman and Batman really weird square jaws.
Yeah. Yeah.
I call this one actually looked kind of pretty. I remember there's a behind the scenes where they show it compared to the comics, and it looks an awful lot like the original comic, which is impressive.
What I will say is, in terms of animation for this week, not all animation was created equal.
No, it was not. No.
But it is kind of impressive how you can have so many, and this is just one of the cool things about comics is it's kind of cool how you can have so many different, not just artistic interpretations of the character, but just how he acts and how he's portrayed is very different across the board here.
It really is. Jordan, is that it?
So that's it for Apocalypse.
Jordan. Today is not merely about talking about the Superman media that was, that did exist, but it's also about talking about the Superman media that might have existed, were history a bit different. Jordan, I'm going to take you back to the 1990s, and I'm going to tell you about a man, about several men. I'm going to tell you about this documentary I watched, ultimately, called The Death of Superman Lives. What happened? Cue the trailer. If there's a trailer. I'm hoping there's a trailer. Okay, we're going to play it now. So, okay, Jordan. So this documentary, this section of my thing is going to be less about me telling you about the movie, because the movie is a documentary. It's more about the story of this thing itself. So, before we dive head first into this, bullet we dodged. That's what the video is called, by the way. I need to ask you a question, Jordan. Do you know the story about that time Tim Burton almost made a Superman movie?
I know that there were spiders and there was what's his name from National Treasure, Nicolas Cage was going to be Superman. That's about it.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. So you're gonna blink a lot as I tell you this story. So, and a person just up top, there's a much better version of this story told by Kevin Smith. Go Google YouTube after you watch this video. Go YouTube Kevin Smith Death Superman Lives, or some Tim Burton Superman, some variation thereof, and they'll bring up him talking about it. He does a much better version of this. But long time ago, back in the 90s, Kevin Smith was asked if he would look over a script for Superman, or asked what he would do for Superman. And what he kind of wrote initially was kind of like a version of Superman Lives. It had most of the Justice League in it. It had Batman was in it. Like about midway, Superman dies, and there's a big scene where Batman announces it to the world over like a big screen, and the bad guys were Lex Luthor and Brainiac. And involved in the making of this movie is this producer called John Waters. And John Waters, I won't repeat some of what he said because it was crude, but John Waters had 3 rules for this movie. Number 1, he's not allowed to fly. Can't fly. Not allowed to fly. But he's like, but Superman flies. That's kind of his whole thing. Yep, no, not allowed to fly. Number 2, doesn't want him to wear the costume. He's not allowed to wear the costume. He because it looks too slur. He used a slur. You can't have the costume. And number 3, in the 3rd act, he has to fight a big giant spider.
So who is this guy and why is he making these demands?
He is the producer of the movie. The money guy.
Got it.
And so yeah.
So we have to listen to him.
These are his 3 edicts of the movie.
Okay.
And right. So the Kevin Smith portion of this is he went back and forth a bunch, and in the documentary they very impressively interview most to all of the people involved in the making of this movie. So he interviews Kevin Smith, John Waters, Tim Burton, everyone. It's incredible. The short review of the documentary itself, apart from some criticisms which I'm going to get to once I tell you the story of the movie, is really thorough, and they tell you everything, and it's really incredible. If you're interested in this story at all, it's on YouTube. It's called The Death of Superman Lives. What Happened. It's directed by John Schnepp, who sadly passed away shortly after the movie was finished, but it is really quite good. That's the review of the documentary itself. It also will tell you a much more elongated and better told version of the story I'm about to tell you. Here we go. Okay, so Kevin Smith takes this script, and so in the documentary, John Waters says that this is bullshit, that this is not true, that Kevin Smith is lying. He did not say those 3 things. He's like, of course Superman has to fly. He's Superman, and of course he's gonna wear the costume. He's Superman. And then the Kevin Smith part of this is it goes back and forth a bunch. He eventually gets let go, kicked off the project when Tim Burton gets brought in, and he brings in his own writers, yada yada. But a couple years later, whatever, he's sitting in the movie theater watching Wild Wild West, which also is produced by John Waters. And you'll never guess what shows up in the third act of that movie.
A giant spider.
You better believe it's a giant fucking spider.
So, Kevin Smith was right, and probably what he said is true.
Right. So okay. So yeah, they bring in Tim Burton to make this thing, right? And up top, I've never seen a person more ill-suited for a character than I've ever seen. Like you think Zack Snyder fucked up Superman. A lot of Zack Snyder's ideas he shared with Tim Burton. Like he drastically misunderstood the character in a way that no one did until Zack Snyder. It's incredible. So his big thing was like he wanted to really emphasize the alien part of Superman. So he really wanted to emphasize the weird alien portions of it. So Brainiac is in it. Oh, they also wanted to do the death of Superman. They insisted, despite the fact that they hadn't done a Superman movie yet, they wanted to do the death of Superman. So
odd one to start with, but we're gonna have a Superman movie where the main character just dies. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, he dies midway through the movie, and he goes into and part of it is they introduce a new character, which is basically like the narrative. It accomplishes the same thing as basically. You remember in Man of Steel how he had hologram Space Dad telling him what to do. It's basically that combined with the owl from Sonic the Hedgehog. Remember the owl from the Sonic the Hedgehog movie?
Longclaw?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, where it's this sort of Kryptonian robot that like teaches Superman about Krypton. Because the whole thing is, in this movie, Superman doesn't find out that he's an alien until like midway in the movie. He's on a date with Lois Lane, and that's when his powers kick in, and he leaves. And also, yeah, so in Tim Burton's version, he doesn't fly. They say that this is all like the Max Fleischer cartoons where he didn't fly, which is ironic for reasons when we talk about those cartoons later we'll get into.
So he doesn't fly, but he probably would have jumped tall buildings in a single bound.
Right, yeah, exactly. And he has this costume which doesn't look anything.
So, I will say, of the three stipulations, to me that wouldn't have necessarily been a deal breaker. I wouldn't like him not flying. Okay, that would be a classic callback kind of
sure,
thing,
but
right? Like
by that point in the 90s, you'd be like, why the fuck isn't Superman flying? You gotta play it in his time, though.
For me, the two things that are deal breakers are him not being in the suit and the spiders. The spider thing is weird.
Well, he called it a Thanagarian snare beast. That's what he kept calling it.
It's you can call it whatever you want. It's a gigantic spider, and that's weird to me.
Big old spider, yeah. And so then they show this guy insists, right, that this isn't true, that this stuff isn't true. But as you see them describe Tim Burton, he doesn't fly. He fights. Or at a certain point after he dies, he goes into this regeneration machine, and he comes out of it in a suit that has what looks like the S. But he's merged with this. I don't remember what the thing was called. But he's now merged with this thing in a new suit that doesn't really look like the Superman suit. It kind of vaguely does because it's kind of dark red, like this darkish blue, and it has what kind of looks like an S, but not really. It's just a kind of random symbol.
It sure sounds like we dodged a bullet,
right? And like all of the they got as far into this because obviously inevitably. Spoiler alert, it got canceled because of and for the reasons they say in this documentary are I think are lies or I think they're downplaying because they're like the studio had a series of, because this is Warner Brothers, right? So one of the talking heads is an executive from Warner Brothers, and he said how they had a series of flops, and the budget on this movie was ballooning because they had all these crazy like action set pieces, and they basically told Tim Burton they could do whatever they want. At one point, Brainiac would have turned into like a big spider. Like he would have been Brainiac's head with like spider legs. That was like his real body, and he was in like a robot body. And like
Okay.
Nick Cage's version of Clark Kent like wasn't completely uninteresting, but just kind of so he was gonna kind of be in description. It sounded sort of similar to and they show you costume designs, and he's like a nerd. He kind of reminded me of how they described him as Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx before he becomes Electro.
Oh, where he looks like someone cosplaying as a nerd?
Yes, that. Where he's basically just like this socially awkward outcast. And that was his whole bit. That was the whole thing, is he was this weird. And so he discovers that he's an alien. It was also oddly xenophobic, because like he discovers he's an alien, and then he freaks out. And his whole thing is he's insecure about the fact that he's an alien. And he's upset about the fact that he's not human. The suit looked bad. You see a bunch of the costume tests, and they all look bad. Like Nicolas Cage was just the wrong. And my biggest criticism of this documentary is they make it sound as though this would have been a good thing. They're like, oh yeah, we missed out on this great treasure of a movie, but every description of it, every time they discuss like Superman and how he's this otherworldly being who is that was his big thing. I saw Superman as this character who was removed from Earth. And I said, that shows to me that you fundamentally, and I think you will agree with this, don't understand Superman. Because Superman is of Earth. That's his whole deal. Like, yes, he's from another planet, but his characteristics and his base are Earth.
His entire point is he's a metaphor for immigration. So the point is, yes, he comes from somewhere else, but much like an immigrant who immigrants to your country, he integrates into society and is the same as everyone who lives there.
Right, exactly.
That's the point of Superman.
Right? So it really a lot of his ideas, and a lot of the Superman dying, and like him being this, like they had this image of this what was essentially a processional funeral for Superman. And I'm like, it just kind of sounds like Zack Snyder took a bunch of Tim Burton's ideas, and all of the shit that they said would have been awful back then, they ended up making into Man of Steel, which again we're going to talk about Man of Steel later. But like, yeah, this sounded terrible, and like the only benefit to it is maybe if this had come out and we had gotten this terrible Superman movie, like this would have been Superman's equivalent to Batman and Robin, like just an awful, god awful movie. Maybe we would have skipped over the Man of Steel part of Superman's cinema, and would have got straight to a good Superman movie, because it sounded bad. But what's funny, is that the reason they say it got canceled, because the studio had a bunch of bombs, and that it was getting expensive, and that they say in this documentary, like, and the studio was just afraid of taking doing a weird, what was the word auteur, that's the word, a weird auteur singular vision idea for the character. They weren't ready to take a risk on that. And it's like, well, that's probably because he ruined Batman. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm bringing that back. But that's probably because he massively tanked Batman, the Batman franchise, which yielded his like, because his whole thing is, apparently he said that he didn't like, he was reluctant to do that Superman movie because he had such a bad time doing Batman, because part of this documentary they say that on Batman the first one, the studio controlled so much of what he did, and the only reason why he came back for the second one was if they would let him do exactly what he wanted, and that movie sucks. It's the worst Batman movie. I'm still standing by that. It's the worst Batman movie. And so my theory is that they canceled this because they didn't want to let him ruin Superman, which is what he would have done. Like, I've just sort of scratched the surface of this movie because we have to move on of what this movie was going to be, but just like go check out The Death of Superman Lives if you just want to see how Tim Burton would have absolutely ruined Superman, and we dodged a bullet. That's the name of the video.
Well, all right then. That's fair. It sure does sound like he was gonna done ruin Superman.
Do you think, just based on this on the limited which you've heard, does it sound worse than what Zack Snyder inevitably did?
I mean, yeah, it does.
For reasons that I'm going to defend. Here's the thing that I'll make you guys all stick around. I'm gonna defend Man of Steel a bit today. I'm gonna defend it a little bit.
It does, but I think really the one thing that Man of Steel has, which this movie that you're describing would not have had, is it has a good Superman. He doesn't play Superman, and he's not a good Superman in that movie. But Henry Cavill has the capacity to be a good Superman.
Put a pin in that, because I don't agree with that for Man of Steel. We're gonna talk about Man of Steel. Put a pin in that, because I don't agree with that sentiment about Man of Steel.
That he's not a good Superman?
No, that he's not Superman. Because I do think, having watched a wider history of Superman, I actually do think he's a better Superman than we gave him credit for. In Man of Steel, Batman versus Superman is a different animal. It's a different animal.
We'll touch on that later.
But yeah, the point is, Nicolas Cage would have been an absolutely terrible Superman, and the only reason why you think differently is because you didn't see how terrible of a Superman he would have been.
No, I don't see in any world where he would have been a good Superman.
You should hear him talk about the character. He's so fundamentally misunderstood. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to send it to you. Because it's a thing you can watch while playing video games. Like, it's not that long. It's an hour and a half.
I mean, even just personality-wise removed, I'm just saying looks-wise.
No, it looked bad.
I don't even see him as Superman.
Like, he had a horrid long, like, they were like,
oh I know, he was in the Flash. You saw him in the Flash.
Yeah, he had that horrid long hair. Yeah, it looked awful.
He doesn't look like Superman.
Like, they show you a bunch of costume tests in the documentary, and they all look bad. No, there's at one point when the costume's together, and you actually see him with the crest, that it kind of looks passable, but I'm gonna send it to you, because we'll talk about it again for next week when we talk about Superman.
Moving on. Okay, so my next
classic
rapid fire, thank you, is called JLA Adventures Trapped in Time, which was a lot of fun, and I quite enjoyed this one. It's a little short. It was only like 50-something minutes long, and it could have been longer.
A lot of these could have been longer.
But I enjoy the story, and I mean, you know, it was fun seeing Zuko. I mean, Karate Kid, aka Dante Bosco.
Wait, is his superhero name actually Karate Kid?
Yes, it is.
That is so lame. It's a lame name.
And you have Dawn Star, who is played by Laura Bailey. Travis Willingham also returns to apparently reprise his role as Gorilla Grodd. And to round out our Critical Role fun group of people, Liam O'Brien is Aquaman and Batwing Computer.
Sorry, just checking audio. Sorry. I'm listening.
Yes, to round out our Critical Role group, we have Liam O'Brien is Aquaman and the Batwing Computer. Oh. And then there's a bunch of other names which I'm not going to bother reading. Oh. So it's the 31st century, and Dante Bosco and Laura Bailey's character are in a Superman museum. It's been a time of peace ever since Lex Luthor got frozen in the ice. And his body was discovered a lot of time later. Dante Bosco's character accidentally unleashes him from the ice block that he's in, and he uses this hourglass to go back in time, and time gets changed, and then they have to go back and set things right, and crazy shenanigans ensue, and it's fun. And I also
Timey-wimey.
I also appreciate that they get around the paradox part of it by being like basically the hourglass that Lex Luthor steals has this creature this creature or whatever that's attached to it, and that creature is the thing that stops the paradoxes. Like he erases people that are not allowed, like not able to exist anymore, but if he doesn't realize that they're there and they're removed from time, then they can exist outside of time until he kind of remembers. So there's a point where Lex is like, we're going to go back in time and make sure that Superman doesn't end up with Ma and Pa Kent, because he found out in the future 31st century Superman museum that those were his parents. And so he goes back in time to stop that. And so then, because Superman didn't exist, because his spaceship was thrown back into space by Bizarro, because he didn't exist, the rest of the Justice League wasn't formed. And so then they're all removed. And so then our two 31st century heroes go and find Lex, who is in the ice in the present, so that his future version that came back in time can't exist because he's now been unleashed from the ice, so he couldn't, and yada yada yada. And then the end of the movie ends with they go back to the 31st century, and there's now a statue of Lex, and they're like, whoa, like we've changed time, we have to go back and help again, and it ends with them going back to try and set things right again, which kind of implies or sets up for like a potential sequel,
which
I guess
was,
which there might have been, I don't know, but it was fun. I enjoyed this one. It's fun. I enjoyed it. It's fun. It's fun, Justin.
Fun. We're having fun.
Fun. We're having a good fun time.
We're having a jolly good time. We're laughing. We're having a good time. It's fun.
But yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that it for that one?
That? Oh, apparently, I recognized that it was Kevin Michael Richardson, but yeah,
how could you
they were apparently reprising their roles. Diedrich Bader is Batman.
Yes.
He's reprising his role as Batman.
Yes.
Travis Willingham, like I said.
He was.
And
Diedrich
Kevin
Bader
Michael
is,
Richardson. Kevin
Batman.
Michael Richardson is Black Manta.
Diedrich Bader is Batman in Batman Brave and the Bold. He's that Batman.
That's why I recognize that voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's that one.
Yeah.
Trapped in Time. Not a very long movie. Could have been longer. They could have stretched out some of the time travel stuff. Done a little more with it.
All right.
I have no idea if this one was based on a comic or not.
So, the DC AU, or as it's known, the DC Animated Universe, broke it up to several sections. Sort of beginning with a movie called Justice League War, which ends in a movie Jordan's going to talk about later, which is Apocalypse War. And the next sort of section of it, after that, was called the World of Tomorrow arc, which is Darren Criss' Superman. So I watched the very first one of those, which is basically like a sort of, it's a year one Superman story where Superman, played by Darren Criss, he's new, he's still an intern at the Daily Planet. He hasn't come out as Superman yet, he doesn't really have a suit. Lex Luthor is basically like, he is kind of not a bad guy per se, he's just kind of a sleazy opportunist who isn't really evil, but he isn't good, and he through a series of incompetent design decisions winds up destroying this rocket which is supposed to launch into space. He nearly destroys Metropolis, and Superman, not Superman yet, saves the day, and Lobo shows up, and there's a very long fight that goes on for a very long time, considering this movie's only like an hour and 10 minutes. It goes on for at least 5, maybe 10 minutes of him fighting Lobo. And watching this, I sort of realized two things. I know nothing about Lobo, and yeah, Jason Momoa is probably really suited to play that character, because he looks exactly like Jason Momoa. And then Superman, with the help of Martian Manhunter, who has been following Superman around very obviously. Like at one point, Superman is befriending this janitor, and the janitor's like, "Yeah, that guy's following you." As like Martian Manhunter disguised as a random guy, he's just standing there suspiciously staring at him, and he's like, "What? How do you know that he's following me?" Because he's standing right there, just suspiciously staring at you. It's really obvious. But anyway, so as Superman gets his ass handed to him by Lobo, the Green Lantern shows up. Not Green Lantern. Martian Manhunter shows up and saves Superman and reveals himself to Superman and tells Superman through exposition. Oh, sorry. And when Lobo shows up and is like, "Oh, hey, yeah, by the way, you're a Kryptonian. This is kryptonite." He's got a kryptonite ring, and I'm gonna beat the piss out of you. You're the last one, by the way. And then so then Martian Manhunter and Superman have a long conversation where Martian Manhunter tells Superman his backstory, and then Martha Kent sews him the costume, and in the meantime, he's got this random janitor who I mentioned earlier, who is friends with Clark, gets sort of caught in the crossfire, and it turns he is absorbing people's like life energy and turning them into husks, and I'm like, oh, it's Parasite. And then he kind of slowly, over the course of the movie, turns into this, like, evil kind of monster thing. And then at one point, they just straight up call him Parasite. It's like, oh, it's Parasite. And yeah, the animation's really pretty. It's got kind of a different art style to it's sort of similar to, like, a 1950s comic kind of thing. It's plucky Superman, so he's still young and excited. Darren Criss is really good. I quite like him as Superman. The voice cast is good. It doesn't look cheap like some of these do. I quite liked it. It was good. It's worth checking out. Unfortunately, none of these are on streaming for some reason.
Yeah, I know, Sam. I had to... A good chunk of them, I had to find alternative means to see them.
Ho, ho.
Cough, cough. Wink, wink.
That's it. The
Nudge,
Superman,
nudge.
The World of Tomorrow. But yeah,
more.
that Superman World of Tomorrow inevitably is what leads to the Crisis on Infinite Earth, the 3-part movie Crisis on Infinite Earth. That's where it leads to. So there's a lot of these movies. These movies connect, and they make references to previous movies, but don't fully explain them. So a lot of times you're like, wait, what? And so yeah. I think you watched another one of these later on.
So, my next one. So okay, here's, I guess this one really touches on the idea of when you're a superhero, do you have an obligation to, take care of the villains and make sure they can't cause any more problems permanently, or do you rise above it and be the shining example of how good people can be and do the right thing all the time and yada yada yada? Because I watched Superman versus the Elite.
Oh yeah, that one's a good one.
This one's a good one. So that's kind of that's Superman, my roundabout way of saying
the Superman robots are also in this one, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
That's I think so anyway. And that's kind of the point of this one, though, is you have Superman, who he's become a cliche in this movie in particular, where he has this cartoon where, he's super cheesy and hokey and classic Superman.
I'm pretty sure.
And then you have the Elite who show up and they're like, criminals need to be put down.
Yeah.
All stop. No other solution. They're bad.
Angel, why doesn't the Batman kill the Joker? Question, because if the Batman killed the Joker, there'd be no Batman comic. That's why. But yes, it's one of those age-old questions. Why don't you just kill the bad guys?
Because we're supposed to be better than that. We have to show them. We have to show the people that there's another way. That's the age-old debate.
I don't know if specifically is in this comic or if it's in. I know I don't think it's in the movie, but my favorite
Superman the original comic is called "What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way."
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There's one of those comics where Superman says, "If you kill someone for being bad, you deny them the opportunity to be good." It's one of my all-time favorite Superman quotes.
I don't think it was in this movie, but that might have come from this comic. At least I don't think that's in this one. But I enjoy this one, and I think the art style in this one is pretty good.
Yeah, at the end when Superman looks like he's all angry and crazed, it's really good.
And he's got the pink eye.
Yeah,
he's got the pink eye.
He's about to kill him.
Bloodshot.
Like, snap.
Oh, yeah. My one thing is his jaw is a little bit too rounded in this one for me.
Some of these movies, the art style's a little jagged, and I'm like, ugh, I don't like that.
But overall, I think this is one of the better ones that I watched this week.
I quite like that one.
Especially because I enjoy it. So I've kind of realized that for me when it comes to Superman, I either like him to be super Boy Scout or I like the what if stories where he's completely breaking the mold.
Where he's just a complete psycho?
I really those are the two sides of the pendulum I really enjoy. Because there's and I'm gonna touch on this, not next, but one of my later ones, where when Superman is still basically New 52 Superman, I hate.
Yeah.
I hate that version of him, where it's like he's just way too quick to violent, but he's also supposed to be Superman.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, I don't like to me, again, he's either Boy Scout Superman, where he's classic Superman, where he's like, that's Justice League Unlimited Superman, or you have him and it's an Elseworld story and he's a psychopath. I don't like this. He's a mix of the two.
Yeah,
crap.
Well, the new 52 version of him, they really wanted to emphasize the he's an alien and he sees himself. The shit that we just talked about with Tim Burton that would have made it bad. That flies in the face of what makes Superman interesting.
Hate that. I just I've kind of come to that realization. I hate the new 52.
Jordan, is that?
That's all I have to say about Superman versus the Elite.
You have to say about Superman versus the Elite. All right, T-Roo. So my next one is one that Jordan talked about previously when we did Batman. So I'm going to talk about it, Superman. But Jordan took the angle of it. He had read the comic. I did not read the comic. I'm coming at this purely as its own movie and as an adaptation of the game. And I'm talking about Injustice. But you know what? Maybe let's put what Jordan said about Injustice last time here. Let's set that up in the event I want to make this into a video later. I'm not set on it. Let's put that there. And then you can go watch that in our Batman episode now if you're watching live. But okay, so here's my thing with this movie. Okay, now this is a common criticism amongst all of the movies I'm going to be talking about pretty well from here on out. The Man of Tomorrow one kind of suffers this a little bit, but they're all based on long comic runs. And they're all based on like multiple issues of a comic, like 12, 13, sometimes multiple years of an issue of a comic. And you could tell that this is a much longer story that has been condensed into a very short period of time, right? And also, so that's my main criticism. You could tell that this is a much longer story that has been condensed into one. So things just kind of happen out of nowhere with seemingly no explanation. So like, just as an example, Nightwing dies, he gets killed, which is a major part of the game, the story of the first game, but he just out of the blue becomes Deadman. And Jordan, I don't know if you know, I mean, I know you've read the Injustice comic, but do you know who Deadman is?
Not specifically. I don't remember exactly what his origins are. I just know that he's typically like a dead man.
It's that, well, you know how Nightwing goes and he sees that Hindu god and he gets brought back to life? Yeah, or he gets brought... That's Deadman. That's Deadman's origin story, except for it's a different guy. I don't remember what the actual guy's name is, but it's a different guy. But that's Deadman. He's a superhero. He's friends with Batman. He usually teams up with Batman, which is probably why Nightwing became Deadman. But...
from what I recall in the comic, the reason why Deadman comes into existence in this world is because somehow, for some reason, I don't recall exactly why.
It's because it's out of balance.
Yeah, well, Spectre takes Superman's side. Oh, that's what it was. I remember why.
Oh yeah, they completely. That's not in the movie at all.
Mr. I believe, from what I recall, Mr. Mixoplex, becomes the spirit of Spectre. And so in order to kind of combat that, and then there's the whole Trigon angle of it all that's in the comics. There's a lot, and that's the ultimate thing with that movie is, and I've said this in my previous thing, so I'm only going to very quickly say this, is it's supposed to be, if you're including the game, 6 years that are passing to make this story, and they're cut. What is it? An hour 20?
Not even.
They're trying to they're trying to shrink 6 years worth of time into like an hour something.
Yeah, so
it was never going to work.
That randomly happens and is not resolved. So at the end of the movie, Nightwing is still Deadman. It's not really resolved as to what happens to him. The premise of this in movie doesn't really work for Joker. It's too Joker. I mean, to be fair, it depends on the version of Joker, but for most versions of the Joker, he's not really he wouldn't go after Superman. It's not really, he doesn't go out of his zone. That's not really what he does. And so this movie doesn't do a good enough job justifying why he would just randomly go. It's a case of like, and the same thing with Superman is Superman, and just Superman is unhinged. Like, that's his thing. And so this movie doesn't really do a good job of getting him to the place of being completely unhinged. No, they still need him to be Superman. So they kind of do, because he kills the Joker kids, but like it ruins the adaptation of most of these characters, where Wonder Woman now has second thoughts, even though she is a total monster in the Injustice universe. Like she turns on Superman at the end, even though that would never happen, because
remotely how that character works in that universe.
Because the movie needs him to be Superman. He fights, or Ra's al Ghul betrays him in the end. Oh yeah. There's a scene towards the middle where they show up at the Fortress of Solitude, and Pa Kent is just randomly standing there. They walk in, he's randomly standing there, and then Batman's like, shit, we need to get out of here. We need to get out of here right now. And you're like, what the fuck? What? I had to go back and rewatch it because I was so confused, because out of nowhere, Pa Kent was just dead. And I was like, why is he here? Like, 1 minute they were fighting random soldiers, and the next minute he's just dead. And I'm like, what the... When did that happen?
That's another example of where the adaptation really dropped the ball. Because the idea is supposed to be that basically the U.S. government is like Superman. You can't keep going across borders.
Well, yeah, I know they do that in the movie. There's a bit where
and so Superman has not just Pa Kent, but Pa Kent are in the fortress to hide them away so nobody can go after them, because they already tried to go after them. Like, it's just,
there's a bit earlier on where you see that the government that they were the ones who kidnapped Pa Kent, and it's just Pa Kent, not Ma Kent. Ma Kent doesn't show up in this at all. And what was it? Oh yeah. And just the idea that that was it. The movie doesn't do a good job of explaining why Batman is against this, because there's a lot of there's more than one time where multiple characters go like, this is kind of what you do, and he doesn't have a response. Like both Nightwing and Superman are like, I'm just doing what you do, but on a much larger scale. And most versions of Batman end up... Batman's a fascist. Like, they said it as a joke in Peacemaker, I think. But he is. In most versions of... Like, most dystopian future versions of Batman, like Dark Knight Returns or Kingdom Come, he eventually and inevitably installs a police state. An unregulated police state. Yeah. Brother Eye is another one. Or in Dark Knight Returns... he's got the Batman guys. He's got his army of Batman guys. In Kingdom Come, he's got his Batman robots.
Yeah, and that's the thing is in the comics, it's always like they kind of more
it's a much slower burn of like him first identifying with this and then eventually obviously not identifying with this. But
just
in the
like
movie,
in the beginning in the comic, he's like, I understand where your head was at with Joker, and I could even forgive that, but basically you're taking it too far.
Yeah.
So it very much is a thing where in the beginning he doesn't necessarily disagree with where Clark's head is at, but it is a slow burn of where he kind of is like, there has to be a line, and when you're willing to cross that line, what makes you any different from them?
Whereas in this movie, there isn't
hell paved with good intentions scenario.
In this movie, there's no build up to it. He's just immediately like, I immediately know, and I'm like, but this is out of character. Doing this is out of character. There isn't enough. Also, there's one scene of Superman being nice, right? And then he immediately, because the movie's so short, the movie immediately needs to get to the point where he's punching a hole through Joker's chest. So it doesn't do any of the build up to him just being regular Superman. So when he does break, it means something. Like the games can get away with that because you have a cultural understanding. It's the same issue with Batman versus Superman, where like the games work because you have a cultural understanding that Superman's not the bad guy. So when he is the bad guy, it's weird. And that's the point. But in a movie's a different medium. You have to justify and explain how he got there. And this movie doesn't take the time to do that. And now we're going to talk about the ending. Because
that's where I say this movie could have been like 3 movies. And you could have had multiple years kind of building up to this.
I'm just saying you do 2. You could have done 2. I mean, 3, sure. But like even if you don't want to spend the money on 3, you should have done 2. Like, you should have done 2. Or if you only want to do 1, just do an adaptation of the game. Don't try to force an adaptation of the comics and then spend a fraction of the time on it. And then ultimately, like, yeah, okay, I'm watching this as a movie, and I know what the game is about. But I'm watching this just as a movie, and then just out of nowhere, another Superman shows up and starts to fight in a completely different costume and starts to fight him for no reason. And then Lois Lane from another universe, from a completely different universe, shows up, where in that universe Superman's dead instead of her, and then the Superman from Earth 1 just fucks off and disappears. He's just gone. He's not at the end of that movie. He's just gone. And then she convinces him to give up. She's just like
which Injustice Superman would never do.
No, right? Like he's like, oh yeah, like he's like essentially confronted by the ghost of his dead wife, and he's like, yeah, you need to stop, immediately abandon your entire crusade and give up everything and go to jail now. And he's like, all right, I guess I'll do that. And like, yeah, you said off air that, oh, now they can't do Injustice 2. I mean, it ends with him still going to prison. So I suppose theoretically you could do a variation where like they have to release him to stop Brainiac, and after same deal as in Injustice 2, he gets out. Hold on, let me finish. He gets out and he's like, ooh, actually, no, I still like fascism. You could still technically do that.
But one of the big problems with that movie, and thus that would happen if they did do a sequel, is he doesn't have a regime. In the comics and in the game, no, he does not. He does not have like the entire Justice League siding with him joining with him and also going back. Then in the sequel, it would just be he's a bad guy, singularly. So you have the entire. You would. Point being is that it's a lot easier to capture a singular hero gone rogue than it is, like, that's the entire point of why, that's the entire, let me finish. That's the entire reason why Batman in the game had to bring over the alternate universe heroes, is because in order to get the kryptonite weapon, he needed the Justice League, which the Justice League in his world had gone bad and couldn't help him get the weapons. Like, it just
by the time of that first game, most of the regime is, like, the idea of it being a regime isn't really explored all that much, and it isn't. You just start falling apart, and
it absolutely is in the game.
In the second one, you could still do the second one because, again, in the second one, they're all good. The only character...
No, they are not all good.
Most of them have gone back to being good. The only one who's now not good is Wonder Woman, and yeah, I fully acknowledge she got. You
got Wonder Woman. You got Black Adams.
Black Adam's not in the second game.
Yes, he is.
He's also again
Shazam. Black Adams. Yes, he is.
So Black Adam is, but he wasn't part of the regime, was he?
Yes, he was.
In the first game, he's not, because he's not in the first game.
He's not in the first game, but he is. Well, he is, but he's not. That's where I say the second game is weird because it continues off the continuity of the comics, and in the comics he very much is.
Interesting. But again, regardless, most of the regime in that second game are good guys again. So yeah, you could still do a variation of he's in prison, and Brainiac shows up and they have to let him out, and then
I hope they don't.
I mean, just no, they're not gonna. They're not gonna, because this movie did terribly.
You so horribly dropped the ball in the first one. Just don't. Well,
again, it's like, yeah, the ending of this movie introduces the concept of multiverse completely out of nowhere. Like, if you've never played the game, you're just like, wait, he could just go to another universe? Why didn't he do that the whole time? Like, he could just...
Oh, that's again...
What?
Again, that's an example of...
There's a reason why the second game cut that shit out.
Well, no, but in the game, it's not easy. It's hard for them to get other people, like the people from the other universe. It's supposed to be difficult, not something they can just do like that. Like, they had to develop the technology, and it was a difficult thing for them to bring other people over. No, it's a bad adaptation. It's a bad movie, but it's a bad adaptation.
It's a bad movie because things like even removing the adaptation part of it, it's just a bad movie.
It's a movie. It's another example of one of those movies where
it needs to be.
It expects you to know. It expects you to have already read the comic, because it has a lot of references to things that happen in the comic that mean nothing to you if you haven't read it. Like Nightwing becoming Deadman. It is a thing that happens in the comic. It comes
completely out of fucking nowhere. You're just
it makes sense in the comic.
All of a sudden he's talking to this Indian Vishnu god. Like what is happening?
A big deal in the comic, because it's like, again, you have to remember that this came out over the course of years. So like, he dies early on, and then I think it's like year 2 or year 3 or something like that, where you see him come as Deadman. So it's like, it's been a while, like outside of the comics as well.
Within the context of it just being a movie, it just that makes no sense. You're like, it comes completely out of nowhere. Like, I don't. My thing is, I don't care about the comics. I'm not reading this because I'm not familiar with it. I don't know it. I know it loosely from a few references. So like, I'm watching this just as a movie and just as an adaptation of I know,
but I'm explaining the context to you and why it's bad in that regard.
So I'm just like, this is not a good adaptation of that game. Like, just do an adaptation, and just as a movie, it needs to be an hour, like 30 minutes longer, 20 minutes longer.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could have fixed it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's bad.
And what it is trash.
It also came out too late. Like, it was like the second game had been out for a couple of years, and like, this wasn't really that popular anymore, and like...
I don't know. If it had been more accurate to the comics, it would have appealed to the people that were big fans of it. Like, it would have done better had it been more accurate.
Not as a straight-to-DVD... Not a straight-to-DVD slop, it wouldn't have.
But again, if it had been more accurate and they had put trailers and feelers out, it might not have gone straight to DVD, is what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. If this had come out right after the first game came out, and this maybe went to theaters, it maybe would have done better.
It couldn't have come out right. It would have had to wait until The thing about Injustice is it wasn't the game that made it popular. The game put it out into the world, and the idea of it became interesting enough that they made the comics. It's the comic run that made it popular. It would have had to come out when it was like right, kind of in the smack middle of that.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen those comics as being as popular as you do. I don't know.
I mean, it is. That there's a reason why there's 5 years worth of them.
Yeah, but was it a 5-year run, or did it just like?
I'm saying 5 years in universe. I don't know what the time frame on the run is.
How long did those comics run for? Because if it only ran for a year, then it's not really that popular.
Let's find out.
Because I don't know. I've never been interested in those comics. I don't know why. That universe doesn't interest me.
I mean, that's because you don't like fun.
I don't know if I don't find characters you like being out of character all that interesting for very long. It just doesn't do anything for me. As far as I'm concerned, that was just a vehicle to have the characters fight each other in a video game. I'm not really interested in Superman and as a dictator.
Injustice, Gods Among Us, publication date was from January 2013 to September 2016. So 3 years.
It ran for 3 years. Oh, okay. Fair enough then. That's a respectable run.
153 digital, 60 print.
Yeah, this would have been better as a show.
Yes, it would.
It would have been much more
Absolutely, it would.
But anyway, that's Injustice. That's the Injustice movie. It's not very good. It's a bad movie.
Yeah.
It's just
so
it's a bad because a lot of these my thing with a lot of this stuff is it's like to be like, oh, it's not like the comics. That's such a hollow criticism for me. Like
no, but it's not when they're trying to adapt the comics.
Hold on.
I'll let you finish in a second. But the thing is that I don't need it to be 1-to-1. But it would be nice. It would be nice if it was even remotely accurate.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
guess
not.
My thing is it's not like the comic at a certain threshold isn't an interesting criticism because obviously none of these things are like the comics. So
well, that's not true. There are ones that are like it, and one of the ones that I'm going to talk about later is like the thing that it's based on. It is a good adaptation. That's the thing. It is. Yeah. This is a bad adaptation.
Yeah, but it's also just
full point blank.
It's just also just a bad thing in and of itself, and I don't.
Sure. But if it was a better adaptation, then it would probably have been a better thing in and of itself.
My point is though, like I want the thing. My criticism with these, and I'm gonna contradict myself because I'm gonna compare it to some comics later. But in this thing, my thing was I'm not interested in comparing it to the comics because I want to talk about how it's bad in and of itself because I was getting frustrated as someone who is not familiar with the comics. I was just getting all of the stuff I was sending to you were narrative complaints where I was like this thing sucks narratively.
But that has everything to do with the fact that they have botched the adaptation because if they followed the story it's supposed to go, let me finish. If they follow the story, the reason why those things don't make sense is because they are not doing the story correctly.
Right, but my point...
And yes, they can fix those things, but that's where it is required for it to be a good adaptation. In order for these things to make sense, you have to follow certain story threads for them to make sense. Otherwise, you're right, it is just random isolated events that don't connect.
My point is...
It has everything to do with it being a bad adaptation.
My point is, though, it can be maybe not necessarily a good adaptation, but still be a good movie. Like, right? Like, they could have made a decent movie.
They can't.
But that's my point.
Not if it's trying to follow the story that already exists, that you're just taking random elements from.
Then it becomes a different adaptation of
it, You could, but at that point, it's not the thing you're adapting.
Yeah, you could.
Is my thing. If you change it so that it makes sense, so that it's not, then it's not Injustice anymore.
Yeah, again, the framework of you can make an adaptation that's different, that takes creative liberties, that does things that are different with this version of these characters, and keeps the rough framework of it the same, but it's still. Hold on, let me finish. That it's still coherent and makes sense. That still follows the logic that its own movie has set up. Like I say, if you're unfamiliar,
right?
Hold on,
but then it's not Injustice.
You could still. This movie would be 90%. A big part of what ruined this movie for me, where I was like, you know what, it's all right until the ending, but the ending it only exists to be a reference to the original game. So that's where I'm saying. If you try to make it less of an adaptation, then maybe it might be a better movie. It could be a better movie. But my point is whether or not, again, yes, you've made your case repeatedly that it is a bad adaptation. But I said beyond that, it is a bad movie. It
is. You're right. But that has everything to do with the fact that it's a bad adaptation.
But that wasn't my. That's what I'm saying is my part of this conversation has nothing to do with the adaptation. That was my point.
There's no part of this which does. It's an Injustice movie. You can't have a conversation about how it's a bad movie without comparing it to the original. You just can't.
I can because I didn't read the original. So that was my
That's
point.
great, but my thing is that the things that you're complaining about are bad because they tried to take it from the source material and did a piss poor job of it.
But what I'm saying is,
yes, if they did not want to adapt those and wanted to just take the character and do a completely different thing, sure, it might be a better movie, but it's not a good Injustice movie.
that's fair. My thing is, for me though, the source material isn't the comics. That's my point. For me, going into this, that was my point. Is you kept finding like, oh, it's not like the comic. I don't care if it's not like the comics, because to me, the source material is the game. So I'm upset.
Right.
It's not more like the game.
I understand that, but the thing that you have to understand is what they're adapting is not the game. But they are adapting. I don't care what your opinion is. I don't care what you prefer. But I'm saying that's what makes this bad. Is you're right. If they had just done the game, it probably would have been stronger, because that is an hour and a half narrative. Like, that game is an hour and a half narrative. You absolutely could very easily just take that and make it into a movie, and they should have. If that's what they wanted, was just a one singular hour and a half movie, it would be very easy for them to have done that. But that's not what their goal was.
It's a much better movie.
Their goal was to adapt the comic book, but they couldn't do that because it's a 3-year thing that they tried to squeeze into like an hour 20.
But that's another point I would make is, but it isn't. Like, I remember when this came out, I remember all of the marketing that went into this. No, I remember all the interviews, everyone talking about it. No one ever said it was an adaptation of the comic. No one ever pitched it.
Right, but it's showing how he grows, like how he kills the Joker and how he becomes. So at that point, it is.
No. What I'm saying though is they didn't see it as an adaptation of the comic, which I guess makes it bad. They clearly just wanted to pull story elements from it to expand upon the story of the game, but they don't do either well. So it ended up satisfying no one. But my point is,
ultimately we can agree though. Ultimately, it's trash.
It's terrible. But my point is, like, I don't care about the context from the comics. That's the point I wanted to make before we move on. Is I don't care about the context from the comics because because I didn't read the comics, right? So I don't care as an audience.
Yeah, I know. I get that. You've kind of made that point crystal clear, and I'm just saying.
Let me finish the thought. So the point is that within the context of the movie, that scene sucks. Because, like, maybe if you read the comics, you're like, oh yeah, that's a fun reference to the comics. But for me, I'm like, I keep using the Dick Grayson becoming dead man thing because it was the most incoherent moment in this movie. Because I'm like, what the fuck? There's no version of Dick Grayson I am familiar with that has ever been dead man. This is a wild character origin that, we're not gonna delve into this. Like, as a movie, it makes the movie, like if I wasn't familiar with the games, I'd be like, wait, they could just travel to other dimensions? Why didn't they do this sooner? Like, that makes this, removed from its source material, just a bad movie. You know what? I think this is gonna be I think this is gonna be a YouTube video. It's just called Injustice. It's just a bad movie.
I want you to read the source material just so you can understand just how bad it is.
To be fair, I've never had an interest in reading this. Well, a nominal interest. Maybe if I got like a good trade paperback of it, I would. But I can't read comics on my phone. It hurts my eyes too much.
I mean, tablet is easy.
It also hurts my eyes too much. For me, it's a baby princess thing. My comics have to be tactile, physical. Like, if you had a big collection of them, I might. But I've just never really had an interest in exploring that. I like the games just fine, but I've never really had an interest in exploring that universe.
So you like the games, but you never were like what led to Superman being like this? You're lame. You're lame.
Not exceptionally, no. I don't like evil Superman. Generally, I don't like evil Superman. So no, I'm never interested in more evil Superman.
I don't like evil Superman just for the sake of being evil Superman, but I like what makes that run interesting. What makes that run interesting is the comics, because it's the lead up and the run of the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
No, don't have one iota of an interest.
Do you like Red Sun?
Yeah, Kind of.
Because he's the same. Because he's the same character.
Sort of. That one was different.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Sort of. Yes or no? Do you?
It's a complicated question because, yes, at the time I liked it, but at the time it was novel. Does that make sense? It was still new, so the concept of it was still new. So I hadn't seen it 100 times. By the time I played Injustice, I had seen it a bunch of times. It just wasn't interesting to me anymore. Different point in my life, I guess is how I would put it. Also, the thing I like the most about Red Sun is Funny Hat Batman, who they fuck in that movie. He doesn't get any of the interesting shit.
We'll get there.
He gets fucked. They turn him into a bad guy and they remove all the nuance from that character.
We'll get there.
I'm not wrong.
We're not there. We're not there yet. Do you have anything else to say about Injustice?
It's just a bad movie. It's just well, okay.
Oh, it is.
Just to wrap up, because I feel bad saying that. Every time I say I don't like saying these animated movies are bad because it feels like I feel like I'm grading them on a curb because I feel like I'm being like, well, they're not real movies. Where I'm like, they're straight to.
No, you can't do that. That's not fair.
Well, it's just like, well, you get what I mean, though, where it's like, it's a straight-to-DVD. They don't have the resources that a full theatrical movie, they don't have the budget. So, like, anytime I find myself, Injustice is ugly as shit. It's
because it's trying to look like the games.
It looks horrible. I mean... Sure, but okay. Then my if it's trying to match the art style of the comic or the games, the art style is ugly as fuck. All the characters look rounded and bulky. Like Superman looks like his face is swollen. Like all of the animation looks cheap and slow. From what I recall, the art style looks bad. It just looks like bad. From what I
recall of that movie, no, the art style it doesn't look like the comics. Not to my opinion, anyway.
It looks bad. It looks like so like. When the like the Man of Tomorrow, the animation looked pretty, or Apocalypse, the animation looks pretty. Like I feel like when I'm like it's a bad movie, it feels like I'm picking on a slow kid.
I mean, in this instance, you're not.
You get what I mean, right? So it's like when it'd be like, oh no, this like it's oh, I guess a better comparison would be like when we were talking about the Disney Channel original movies, and I'm like, oh, these are bad movies, but like, yeah, they're all not great movies because they don't have the resources a full theatrical movie does, so they're always going to be slightly worse by that nature.
So I mean,
am I wrong?
Let me finish. Here's maybe an unpopular opinion. I think any of the including in not Injustice, most of the animated movies I think are better than any of the live action ones. That's going to be my hot take for the day.
I'd say
because Superman is Superman.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to disagree with. I mean, this is well, at least Superman's in it. I mean, that's. Yeah, we're gonna talk about some of these Superman. So, to be fair, these Superman movies.
Do you have any final thoughts for Injustice?
Yeah. So when some of these, when I'm like, oh yeah, they're good. It feels like I'm like, but they're good for what they are. Like this is bad for what it is, but no, this is legit a bad movie. That's it.
Yeah, that one's a bad movie. It's also a bad adaptation, which is what makes it a bad movie.
It's just a bad movie. Generally,
it's we could rehash that over and over again. Anyways, my next one is Batman and Superman: Battle of the Super Sons, which was fun.
See,
I kind of genuinely enjoyed this one.
Oh, that's interesting. I've seen clips from it. It looks really cheap.
I mean, okay,
like really.
So
cheap.
here's for me when it comes to some of these movies. Animation isn't everything for me. If the story, if the animation is good, or if the story is good,
you do what I did. You're grading on a curve where you're like, but like the animation isn't good, but
you have to sometimes. Yeah. But especially when you know that these are adaptations of a comic book run. This is an adaptation of a comic book run.
Oh, it is.
So
I thought it was an original story.
It says that it's based on comic books of the same name.
All right.
So. This animation style, most of the 2D ones I don't mind. This one in particular, It's the one I told you about midweek. It's got that 2.5D style
I've
where
seen
it's
clips. I know
it's
exactly what you're talking
CGI. It's CGI animated, right? So I know, but the audience might not. It's CGI animated, so it's like a weird 3D, but it's also 2D. So that's where I say it's like 2.5D.
Hey man, it's taking chances, all right. It's also hiding the budget.
Yeah. So in that regard, like I don't love the animation style for this one, but I really like the like. So this one is more about Jonathan Kent, Superman and Lois's son, and Damian Wayne, Batman's son, and it's more of their movie. But I really like the dynamic between Jonathan and Clark. The father-son dynamic. I really enjoy that. And then the awkward Bat Dad. So, like, there's a point at the end of the movie after Damian and Jonathan have saved the day and saved everything, where Batman goes and gives Damian a hug, and I'm like, oh, it's time for an awkward Bat hug, Bat Dad hug.
Bat Dad.
So like there's stuff like that which I think is really funny, but okay. So
anytime you're trying to, you can never make me hate Damian Wayne because there's just too many things where I'm like, you know what?
I'm
having fun.
I mean, he's a little shit in this one, but I like the ones where he starts as a little shit and he grows.
He learns a little lesson.
Those are my favorite Damian Wayne stories.
See, he got the Jason Todd treatment where they killed him off and then they brought him back again and then they rewrote him. So a lot of his worst qualities, like I think that's when they kind of aged him up. Because most versions of him now are like, nah, instead of being like 5 and you're like, what is your deal? He's now like 15, 16 and is a little less agitating. Those are often the better Damian Wayne stories.
This movie basically, Jor-El and Lara send their newborn son Kal-El to Earth, yada yada yada,
Yeah,
classic.
You
But Starro escapes containment from Jor-El's lab and stows away on the ship. And so at a certain point in the movie, Starro is taking over, and Damian and John have to save the day.
Oh wow, Starro is typically he's usually a Justice League villain. He's in fact the first Justice League villain. He's the reason why they teamed up in the first place.
This one, it's a lot of fun.
I've seen clips from it. It looks funny. It's one of those ones I've always wanted to watch. I'm making fun of it, but I've actually always wanted to watch it. I've heard it's good.
I genuinely had a good time with this one. It's really, I didn't know that. So Clark Kent is played by Travis Willingham in this one.
Whoa.
And Laura that's funny. So husband and wife got to play husband and wife. Lois Lane is Laura Bailey.
That's funny. So it's only Travis Willingham and Superman in it. That's funny.
Yeah. So husband and wife get to play husband and wife.
So is it just the one? Do they just have the one kid in this one?
Yeah, it's just John.
Oh, yeah. Other versions. And
you have Troy Baker as Bruce Wayne.
Of course.
Jack Griffo as Damian. Jack Dylan Grazer as Jonathan Kent.
I do know who that is.
That's Tom Kenny. Tom Kenny is Green Arrow the Penguin and other.
The John Grazer, whatever. He's Shazam's sidekick in Shazam. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting. I don't have much more to say about this one. It's just a really cute one, and I really like. I enjoy because you don't get to see Superman be a dad very often.
No. No, you don't.
So getting to see and even getting to see Laura Bailey as a mom, is not Laura Bailey, but Lois Lane, I should say, as a mom, is a lot of fun.
It's fun.
And
I wish that CW.
It's a cute one.
I wish that CW Superman show was on something that was easily accessible to watch. I would have watched that. Instead I watched Smallville. So my next one is I mean you gotta touch some Justice League, right? If you're gonna do Superman, you gotta touch at least some Justice League. I know we just did Injustice and it was bad, but this next one was genuinely really good. I'm gonna bring up some of the cast because there was some surprising cast in this that made me go really. But Justice League: The New Frontier. Have you seen Justice League: The New Frontier?
I don't think so.
It's basically it's an homage to the golden age of superhero comics. So it takes place at the end of the Korean War, like around World War II kind of era. And it's sort of like, what if Watchmen took place in the DC universe? Because much like the Watchmen universe, the government has legislated all of the superheroes. They can't be superheroes anymore legally. So, like, the Flash has just recently become a superhero, and he keeps getting chased by the cops because he's trying to be a superhero, and they will let him. The only two people who are allowed to be superheroes are Superman and Wonder Woman, and they're, like, agents for the government. So early on, during the Vietnam War, Superman runs into Wonder Woman, who has, like, freed a village and allowed them, of, like, these women, and allowed them to kill all of their, like, male captors. And the plot is eventually, like, this, it's called the Center, but this, like, evil island of dinosaurs shows up and decides that it's going to try to destroy the world. And the art style is kind of in reference to, like I said, Golden Age comics. They all look like they're Golden Age. They're all in their Golden Age design. So when Batman first shows up, he looks like what Batman looked like when he first appeared in the comics. It's really cool. It's really well done. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up some of the voice cast because they're actually kind of surprising. Voice cast. So you have Neil Patrick Harris as the Flash. Lucy Lawless as Wonder Woman. Oh yeah, it's real funny because characters that I recognize now from other things. So at one point, Rick Flag Sr. shows up, and he's a character who's shown up in recent universe. His son at the end, Rick Flag Jr. shows up. He was in the Suicide Squad movie. My only real criticism, the performances are good, the animation's good, it's really fun, it's short. My only real criticism of this, and it's a continuing criticism, is it's a much longer comic run. It's like a 12 to 13 issue comic run that has been condensed into, it's going to sound familiar, been condensed into like an hour and 10-ish minute movie. And so this movie kind of starts in the middle of it. So the comic book features like World War II, Superman's origins, Wonder Woman's origins. What?
And I heard a knocking. I'm probably crazy.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Sorry, go on.
Anyway, so yeah, it's a much longer comic book run that's been shoved into and so it feels less like a coherent narrative and more like a series of vignettes where like it'll intercut between the random characters because this is clearly an issue or a couple issues of this comic. So like at one point, and it's funny, like it never occurred to me that the Martian Manhunter was his own character who had his own comics and his own origin story, or what that origin story would be. I always just know him as a guy who's in the Justice League. So a part of this movie is
I just know that he comes from Mars and he's like the last Martian.
His origin story is that a scientist from this observatory accidentally teleports him to Earth and scares the shit out of him and gives him a heart attack. That's his origin in the comic, and he takes the form of a detective, and he becomes like a 1940s, 50s detective, black noir, LA noir style detective. And the reason why he's called Martian Manhunter is because he's a detective. He hunts men. Like, that's where the name comes from. Yeah.
I always wondered about that.
Yeah. And so there's a really funny bit where he's sort of learning how to be a human. He's taken over the life of the scientist who he accidentally gave a heart attack. And there's a funny bit where he's just watching TV, turning into the various characters he's watching. So at one point he's watching Bugs Bunny and he turns into Bugs Bunny. And then it keeps cutting to the Green Lantern, and it shows his backstory, which is he's a test pilot, and he crashes and he finds the Green Lantern ring. Batman, it starts with like they've all the Justice League is kind of they don't exist, but they've kind of all sort of worked together. Like the government has broken up the Justice Society. and whatever. And the movie's kind of about them getting together. So at a certain point in the movie, Batman, like you could tell it's been a while because like it cuts till later, and then Batman and Superman are talking as if they haven't seen each other in a while. And Batman now has a new costume, and Robin, and Superman's like, "Oh, I've noticed you've changed your costume." And he's like, "Oh yeah, because I set out to scare criminals, not children." So he's like, "Oh, you've done this rebrand," and you could tell that rebrand, that re-costuming, probably happened later in the run, so like way later in the story. But it happens really quickly in this movie. And there's just a lot of like, oh, these characters seem to know each other. Like, I'm already in... This feels like a sequel to a movie I never saw. Which kind of happens a lot, I find, with a lot of these movies. Where it's like, I feel like I'm being dropped into this version. Did you find this at all? Like, when you were watching some of these, like, I'm being dropped into this version of this universe, and it already seems like it's established and these characters already know each other. But I don't know.
There's definitely a few that were like that. My next one, yes. Short version, yes. There was definitely some that felt like that.
Yeah.
Some are worse than others. Some, it's like I can just infer certain things and I can kind of move past that. But other things, it's like, no, yeah, this feels like a direct reference to a thing that I should know. It kind of helps that when that happens in certain circumstances, I know about the character.
Yeah.
So like I kind of have an idea of it, so it doesn't directly pull me out.
There's a few times in this where it was like this is, and I looked up and was like, oh yeah, because in the comic book this is expanded on way more, like way more. This is
so
a
like
much
I said,
longer bit
with
in the
my
comic
next
book.
one. With my next one, there's a few points in it where I'm gonna directly mention a few examples of, I'm pretty sure the X thing was longer in the comics and I can't be bothered to go look it up.
But that's where I was getting kind of frustrated when we're talking about Injustice, because I'm like, and that all having been said, this felt like a complete narrative, and this is a decent movie. Like, this is a pretty good movie. It's pretty fun, and it's pretty contained, and it's easy to follow, and it's easy to understand. And one interesting thing that is going to come back again, but because he's 1950s Superman, and I didn't realize this, I kind of learned this week, Superman's logo wasn't always yellow.
Wasn't always what?
It wasn't always yellow. You know, it's got the blue. It's got the
yeah. Wasn't it red? Wasn't it solid red at one point?
One point
I think,
the
or
S
one
was
time
red,
it was blue,
and it was against a black background. Black
yeah,
background.
Yeah.
The crest wasn't always. Or sometimes it's yellow, sometimes it's white. But it used to be black, and it used to be way simpler. And so in this movie, he's got the original 1950s crest. That his crest used to be black. And so if you ever see, if you ever end up watching, because you're going to talk about, spoiler alert, Brendan Routh Superman.
Yes, I am.
He comes back in the CW during Crisis.
Yep,
and he's got the black crest, and that's a reference to old school Superman.
Interesting.
And it's a reference to the Kingdom Come comic, because he also has the black crest in that. But that in and of itself is a reference to old school. Like I say, the Fleischer cartoons, the old school. Yeah. But yeah, I quite like this. I'm not to be fair, I'm not a big Golden Age superhero, Superman or superhero guy.
I'm more. I think I'm technically more Silver Age.
We tend to be more Silver Bronze Age, but yeah. A lot of my favorite comics are from the Silver Age, like The Killing Joke. That's a great Silver Age comic. At least I'm pretty sure that's Silver Age.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's. I'm almost entirely positive. So, but yeah, the Golden Age. It's like that's when Batman could jump off of a roof and live, or when Batman had a gun. That was the Golden Age.
Yeah, no, that wasn't. Or when Green Lantern had the weakness of, what was it, wood or yellow? Wood, I think.
Wood. Oh yeah, that's the thing that happens in this. He has the weakness to yellow. The reason why he becomes Green Lantern is they're doing they're trying to get to Mars. Because John, the Martian Manhunter, winds up on Earth, they find him, and they're trying to go to Mars to fight the Martians, and so they build a spaceship secretly. They build the spaceship, and they try to launch it, and they've got a bunch of like weapons on it, including a nuclear bomb, and it winds up like it's not made right and nearly explodes. And Abin Sur goes through it as it's exploding, and all the yellow energy damages his ship and the ring, and that's how he gets killed in this version of it. Yeah. So yeah, the weakness to yellow is very much there in this. But yeah, that was from the original Green Lantern, who wasn't. They eventually, I think, tied him into Oa, but he initially had nothing to do with Oa or the Guardians or any of that shit. He's a completely different hero.
Yeah.
And he was weak to wood, as you pointed out.
Any final thoughts on that one?
No. It's good. It's a good movie.
Good
movie, and I'm not sure if it's a good adaptation.
That's fair. So I have one more rapid fire movie to talk about. Then I'll let you do yours, and then before we move on to have scenes, I have a bonus Superman thing that I want to talk about. But before we get to that, I watched Justice League Dark Apocalypse War.
Oh, I like that movie.
Which is apparently based on 3 different runs.
Yeah. To be fair to yours is technically a sequel.
Yes, that is true. But it's based on the storylines of Darkseid War, Final Crisis, and Future's End.
Yep.
Elements of Future's End.
Yep.
But no, the point that I'm talking about, where I can tell that this is probably further extended and there's more to it in the comics, is actually in the very beginning when they're going to attack Apocalypse, and then it basically they go and the Paradooms attack them or whatever, and it cuts to like 2 years later, and I'm like, in the comics you can tell that was definitely a way more extended. There was more build up to that time jump. You probably even have some issues that take place between those 2 years, kind of thing, which further expand on. So, like, that's an example where it's like I can see how you could cut those out of the adaptation and not need them.
Yeah. Overall, this one, and a lot of these, and this is the big one, are shockingly violent.
Yeah, this one is very violent.
Whoa! I think I described it as this is basically Endgame if Endgame were bloody and gross and violent. And it's a cartoon.
See, what's funny is you compare this to Endgame. I, ironically enough, would compare it to a Mortal Kombat thing. Apocalypse, I think it is, where
I can see that.
Where what's-his-face invades Earthrealm, and then they have to like rewind time and reset everything.
Yeah. I don't know if it's called Apocalypse.
I think you know the one that I'm talking about, though.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
For sure,
Armageddon.
Yeah. That's the one that leads into Mortal Kombat 9.
Yeah, that's what this makes me think of.
I can see how you would say that. King Shark is a shark.
King Shark is, and then at the very end, you find out that he can talk.
You can talk the whole friggin' time. Are you kidding me?
This one's fun. This one and I like getting to see John Constantine, and
Matt Ryan definitely is John Constantine.
This one,
he's one of those ones where he is John Constantine.
Oh yeah,
he is
definitely.
He's so fun fact about John Constantine. I think it was Alan Moore, but one of the guy who created him might have been Alan Moore. But anyway, the guy who created him said that he saw him in real life once.
What, Constantine?
Yeah. Like he ran into Constantine. Constantine is a real person, and he ran into him once.
I knew it. I knew he was real all along.
He's based on he's based on
interestingly,
Sting, which is why he looks the way he does.
Interestingly enough, I didn't realize this. Wonder Woman in this movie is played by Rosario Dawson.
But yes, this one
and Rain, and this was one where it's like my one complaint, if I had to say complaint, which I wouldn't even say complaint, the portrayal of Lex Luthor in this movie, he's too squirrely. He's too I don't know exactly how to weaselly.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, yeah. To be fair, I have some issues with some. Yeah, my Lex Luthor in my movie is very similar to yours. Where he's more of an opportunist than he is straight evil. Like, but to be fair,
he kind of in this version, he kind of more makes me think of like he's less like a Megatron and more like a Starscream.
Yeah, I mean to be fair to him, he's
played by Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he to be fair to him, he's in a bad position and it behooves him to help them, so he doesn't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, that's where I get it. I understand what they were going for. I just think the portrayal doesn't quite work for me.
Yeah, yours is the one that precedes mine. And it's funny because you had it listed. I don't remember it being a Justice League Dark movie, but I guess apparently it is.
That's what it's called. It's technically supposed to be a sequel. From what I understand, it's a continuation of the Teen Titans, Justice League, and Justice League Dark movies.
Yes, it's
respectively.
Yeah, the Justice League Dark, I think, ends with the Apocalypse, or ends with them going to invade Apocalypse. But all the shit with Trigon, that is all coming from the Justice League versus Teen Titans movie. That's where that comes from. All the shit, all the character shit between him and Raven, I think. Damian and Raven, I think. That's all from that movie.
And then this one ends setting up the plot of the Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Sort of. The Flashpoint. Initially it was going to be a hard reboot, and that's what leads to the Superman Man of Tomorrow, the one I talked about earlier. That is the one that immediately follows this, and it was going to be a whole new universe. And then somewhere along the line they decided to connect it. So as a result of this movie, Constantine becomes Pariah because he makes the Flash do a baby Thanos.
Yes, he does. He puts a spell in him and forces him to do it.
Yep, to go back and do a baby Thanos.
But I don't have much more to say about that one, but I enjoy it.
I know lots of people who don't like it because they're it's too violent, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is like I can see where it's not for everyone, and I can definitely see that, but there's just something kind of badass about, and this is where I say
watching King Shark tear people up. Yeah, I know, it's satisfying as hell.
Oh, I mean, I was gonna say watching Darkseid take over Superman's body and getting Demon Superman.
Oh, you mean Trigon? Trigon takes. Yeah. That's fucking sick. That scene's pretty sick.
And he's fighting I really enjoy that.
Yeah.
And so I think part of why I enjoy Injustice, the comics specifically, to go back to that real quick, is because when that came out, that run came out. I had seen so many versions of normal Superman that much how you say you're currently burned out with evil Superman. At the time that game and that comic came out, I hadn't seen a lot of evil Superman. So that was much in the same way that the time that Red Sun, when I first read that, it kind of harkened back to that, where I hadn't at that point had a lot of that.
The other part of that makes me go, what? We joked about it, but the King Shark is a shark.
So part of why I enjoy this is getting to see a failed Superman was fun. Sorry, because I feel like I have to talk about the Superman of it all, because this is supposed to be a Superman thing. Getting to see the Superman with the kryptonite tattooed into his skin, the broken version of him, who's still a hero and still trying to fight.
And when he gets his powers back, it's really satisfying.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
Really good. And the despair, the fact that and to be fair, it's also poetic, because this section of the DC, it starts with Flashpoint, because Flashpoint is what leads into Justice League War, which is where this all begins. And so the fact that it ends with a Flashpoint was really poetic. The part of it that was confusing is the version of the Suicide Squad that are in this, I believe, are from the animated one as well, I believe.
The animated one.
Yeah, there's a Suicide Squad. There's two. There's one that's based on the Arkham games, and then there's one that's a sequel. There's one that's a sequel to this called, I think it's like Highway to Hell or Pathway to Hell or something. And that's where this version of the Suicide Squad comes from. And in that movie, it's the same designs. They all look the same. But King Shark talks. So I have no I tried because it drove me crazy. I'm like, King Shark doesn't say King Shark. King Shark is a shark in the comics. All it really seems to be is like a reference or makes you supposed to make you think of like Groot. Yeah. But yeah, and like there isn't another version of him that says King Shark is a shark. That's exclusive to this movie for some reason.
My favorite of King Shark is always going to be the one from that Harley Quinn show. Personally.
Oh yeah.
If I don't play my video games, I start thinking, and when I start thinking, I start freaking the fuck out.
Yeah. My favorite is when she rescues him from jail, and I was like, I don't like that word. They're learning. If aren't you, Harley? Yeah, he's great. He's so funny.
But yeah, no, that's Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. I had actually never seen this one prior to this.
I remember I recommended it to you. I said you should check it out because it's really quite good.
Yeah, and I don't know why I never got around to it.
It's better than it has any right to be. It's definitely how I would put it.
Yeah, and it is an example of because this is adapting like 3 comic books. So it's where I say it also because it makes sense as its own movie.
Yeah.
As a result.
Exactly.
And that's where I say, and I'm gonna keep going back to this one because it's just such a great example of why a bad adaptation can make a movie, even if you don't know the source material, into a bad movie. Like Injustice is a bad movie because it's a bad adaptation. It's also just a bad movie, but yeah, we could go back in circles on that one forever. But this is it. This is to me my point more was this is to me the opposite of the opposite, or the example of the opposite of this is good.
Yeah, I don't think this is a particularly great adaptation, though. I think it just borrows elements from it and it makes it its own thing. I don't think it's a straight. I can't actually speak for this one because I haven't read the source material. I know that the first movie is a pretty much 1-to-1 straight ad. I think it makes a few nominal changes, but for the most part, it's an exact adaptation of that first New 52 run of the Justice League. That's why because in that version of the Justice League, that's why Cyborg is in the Justice League and why. That's also where that part is where the Zack Snyder took a lot of shit from, which again is why in that universe,
which is why
Cyborg is in the Justice League and all that.
Which is why I don't love the New 52.
Anyway, so that is it for.
That's it for Justice League Dark Apocalypse War.
Oh, right. So my final thing, Jordan. We had to go all the way back to the beginning of Superman's origins. We had to go all the way back. We had to say, "Somebody save me."
Classic. Haven't seen that in years.
We had to go back to Smallville, Jordan. All the way back to Smallville. Or Cloverdale.
Like what? 2002? 2001?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's find out. Something like that.
I'm guessing. Hold on. I'm gonna guess 2002. That's my. That's my guess.
You're close. It's 2001.
Damn!
Off by a year. Now, I didn't get a chance because there's 10 seasons, and there's no way I was getting through all of that in a week. So I really only watched most of the first season. And apart from that first season, and Smallville doesn't really get weird until I would say season 3, maybe in season 2. I think it might be season 2 because I think season 2 is when they start introducing the Kryptonian shit. But early on, it's really just a freak of the week. They're all in some way affected, in some cases, by the meteorite rocks, and that gives them powers. And
it's the Flash.
Except for in this show, it always inevitably devolves to they're all teenagers, or for the most part teenagers, and they always devolves to them doing a murder. It's like, they got superpowers, they're inevitably going to do a murder. But because in the first season anyway, the show has no budget, so it's like the world's lamest superpowers. So one of the episodes is a coach who can control fire, but it just sort of manifests into fire just kind of appears behind him. Like he can't shoot fireballs or anything, it just kind of errantly appears. Also, most of the conflict on that show wouldn't exist if Clark were a better liar. Like, Clark's just a bad liar who gaslights everyone around him, and then gets upset when they don't believe his lies. It's really like.
But come on, you gotta believe me, man. Like, I'm telling you the truth.
He's kind of a filthy hypocrite. A lot of the drama on that show involves him him accusing Lex of lying to him or hiding shit from him. But it's like, but Clark, you're lying to him. You're also lying to him.
You're lying to his face,
right? And like, you're not even telling him a convincing lie. He's like, hey, how is it that I hit you because the big inciting incident of how him and Lex become friends is Lex hits him with his car, and the car goes careening off, and then Clark rips the roof off of his car and saves him from drowning, and Lex is obviously and appropriately like, how is that physically possible, Clark? And instead of just being like, oh man, I don't know, when you hit the railing, it did damage to the car. And you get an adrenaline spike. I just somehow managed to do it. I don't know how to do it. He just kind of goes, I don't know. It's like, Clark, considering you have to.
Oh, that's suspicious.
Like, Clark, if you have to lie better. Be a better liar. Like, and like, as their relationship kind of, as the seasons go on, like starts to dissolve, it just becomes like, Clark, you're a terrible liar. For someone who has to lie his entire life, you're really bad at this. Also, it's the version of Superman where he's had superpowers since he was a kid. So when the show starts, he already has super speed and super strength. It's interesting to me how different versions of Superman have him get his powers at different points in his life. So like,
sometimes it's like he's a mid-teenager when he gets it.
Yeah, like the first movie, right? You're going to talk about the first movie. He's a teenager when he first starts to get his powers, I think, right? He doesn't have his powers already?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. The show is painfully 2000s. It's like every episode has a needle drop that's like right from my childhood. Where it's like, man, I remember when this song was popular. It's of course a Superman song, so inevitably I didn't get to that point when I watched it this time. But inevitably they're gonna sing that 5 for Fighting song. You know the one. Jordan,
I can't stand.
There you go.
Lies.
See, the thing is,
I'm not that naive.
You went, I don't know who 5 for Fighting is. You thought about it for a second, and you realized there's two Superman songs, and it's one of two.
Yeah, my brain was like, is it that one or is it the I can't I can't remember the words.
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite.
Yeah. You still call me Superman if I'm alive. And there's two Superman songs there, and you better believe they both show up.
No. There's three. There's three, Justin. There's also the one about Tarzan in the jungle.
Nobody knows Nobody
knows.
No, I'm wrong. That does show up in an episode. I'm so wrong. It does. It does show up in an episode. They almost always inevitably show up at the end of the episode, and it's usually during a sad. No, that song absolutely does show up in an episode of that show. It totally does. But some of the needle drops are so on the nose. Like, there's this one where he's like, because Clark lives next to Lana Lang, who has an aside Lana Lang, and I didn't get to any of the shit that like Lana Lang and Clark are a terrible couple. They eventually wind up together, and they're for a little bit where they're dating, and they're awful. They're terrible to each other. It's not even that Clark is terrible to Lana. Lana is also terrible to Clark for like she lies to him, treats him like shit. Like, they're bad to each other. Like, they're horrible. And then in like season 4, Lois Lane shows up, but it's too early for them to get together because he's still a teenager and she's not a reporter yet. So they need to dislike each other, but then they still somehow wind up together in the end. And like,
see, I just remember having a celebrity crush on the girl who plays Lana.
I mean,
and the girl who plays Lois.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And pretty much any of the girls that were pretty and on that show, because I was a teenage boy and I had a crush on the
girl who plays Lana when I worked at the movie theater showed up there once, and a coworker.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't get a chance to meet her, but a coworker described her as being off-puttingly hot.
That sounds accurate.
But yeah, again, the needle drops are really on the nose. Yeah, there's an episode early on where Clark is watching Lana and the boyfriend, the rival boyfriend, from across the way, and the music is like, and he's literally Satan. He's Satan. And it's like this really awful Christian rock song, and you're like, what is this? The performances are all, I mean, I maintain Michael Rosenbaum is the best version of Lex Luthor. The best actor on that show,
I tend to agree,
is the best actor on that show is John Glover, who plays Lionel Luthor. He is, and I didn't get to any of the good Lionel Luthor shit, but he gets all the best shit in the later seasons. Like there's an episode where him and Clark swap bodies, and he's playing Clark. It's really good. There's a scene where they bring in they eventually introduce, but basically the show becomes kind of awful when they introduce Superman shit, because at a certain point they start doing this thing where they like every second or third episode look into the camera and have the characters go, he's going to become Superman, right? You know,
I just remember that he's going to
wink, he's going to become Superman, wink.
I just remember that it was a big, at the time, it was a big point of contention, because like all the fans were like, when is he going to put on the suit? When is he going to put on the suit? And the creators and stuff didn't want him to put on the suit.
He never did. No,
and he never did.
He technically never did. I mean, you see the suit kind of in the last episode.
Yeah, but he never, I don't think he ever
in the
wore
full
it.
suit. No, he never wore the suit. There's a clip of him I saw talking about it, where he said that, he never wore the full suit. He only ever wore a shirt. He never wore the full suit. But in later seasons, this show gets bad when they start to introduce Superman shit. So like in later seasons, they keep doing this thing where they're like, don't you know? Like there's one point where he goes to a museum and he sees Alexander the Great's chest piece, and Alexander the Great's chest piece is literally the Superman crest. Like, it's there's so many moments where, like, don't you know he's gonna become Superman? And don't you know that, and the thing is, Lex Luthor on that show is never really that evil. Like, he's evil, he becomes evil, because all the characters treat him like Lex Luthor, even though he's really not that bad of a guy. Like, again, a lot of that show's problems and conflicts could be resolved if everyone were just a little nicer to Lex Luthor. There is
I remember there's a point where they wanted to have Batman on it, but they couldn't have Batman on it, and so like they did like a workaround. I think they had Green Arrow or something was on it.
They bring Green Arrow on, and he's literally just Batman. He's literally, you could tell, like not even just like, oh, it's me inferring. No, you can tell that when they wrote this, he was Batman, and they changed it last minute, and they just filled in Green Arrow, because all of his characterization, the way he acts, all of it is he's just
everything
Batman.
About it.
Everything about him is he's just Batman. At one point, they introduced Jor-El, like the voice of Jor-El. And they do the bit from Superman 2 where he takes Clark's powers somehow, but he's voiced by the guy who played Zod in Superman 2. Does the voice of Jor-El, and so one of the fan theories was that it was going to turn out that Jor-El, because I remember when the show was on, one of the fan theories was that Jor-El was going to turn out to be Zod, and it was going to be a trick.
What?
The Jor-El was going to turn out to be Zod.
You're still cutting out.
Jor-El was going to turn out to be Zod.
Oh,
that was going to be a twist, and then they eventually had Zod show up on the show, played by somebody else. But yeah, that was a theory because it was the same actor. Because Jor-El was acting out of character and like wanted him to like invade,
dominate.
They made him look like he was a bad guy, and yet dominate, and like, oh, Kryptonians are supposed to be strong, which anyway, but I think in between seasons people hated that, so they made him nicer, and it turned out that it was all like a trick, and because there's this whole bit where he's like, oh, you need to come with me so you can train to become the man that you are supposed to become, which I now get is a reference to Superman.
A reference.
Yeah, to Superman the movie, which is what happens in Superman the movie, but he's like, no, I don't want to do that, and then like he does end up doing that. I can't remember the reason, and he comes back and he's now Kal-El, and he's acting all Kryptonian, and he's completely forgotten about being Clark, and it does that's the episode where he meets Lois Lane. but yeah, it is a 2000 show. There's a lot of guest actors who are legitimately. When the first season, Amy Adams shows up as a fat vampire.
A fat vampire.
I think it's both of the Ashmore brothers are on this show, Sean and Aaron, and I think it's hard. I have trouble telling them apart, but I think Sean Ashmore shows up in the first season, basically as Parasite. He's basically Parasite. Him and Clark swap. Basically, he takes Clark's powers and he winds up with Clark's powers. And the whole point of the episode is like everyone's scared of him. Like he instantly reveals his powers, and everyone is scared of him. And he becomes a psycho. Well, if everyone's gonna be scared of me anyway, I might as well be a psycho. And he becomes a psycho. And he comes back in a later episode. But then eventually in the later seasons, Aaron Ashmore shows up as Jimmy Olsen.
Okay.
His brother, shows up as Jimmy Olsen. It's a early to mid 2000s show. It looks it feels it. Some of the shit has aged badly. Jensen Ackles shows up at one point in season 5. He's on it for season 5. And
wait, of Supernatural fame?
Yeah. Did you forget that? Yeah, he showed.
Of course, I forgot that. It's been years since I've seen.
Yeah, he's in season.
Smallville.
This is okay. Maybe I swear I've told you this story before, but I'll tell it again. Yes, Jensen Ackles of Supernatural fame is in season 5, and he's the son of, like this woman who's like a romantic interest for Lionel Luthor, basically, and he's a rival love interest. Well, that was it. So the whole thing with that season, the whole gimmick with that season is they're trying to find these crystals that when they come together, they're all part of like a secret society of people who are all trying to get these MacGuffins, basically. And the big twist was that, Lionel Luthor knew about Clark the whole time, and he just pretended that he didn't. And they're all part of a secret society that are waiting for the Traveler, and she's part of that society. And he's tasked with seducing Lana. So the whole season, and he shows up, and he's the coach at their school, and he's dating Lana secretly because the teachers can't date students. They meet in Paris because at the end of season 3, she decides she needs to leave Smallville. That's after her and Clark break up, because her and Clark get together for a while, and like I said, they're terrible. She's got this evil, this thing, and there's an entire a bunch of shit happens to Lana throughout the course of that series. Like in one episode, she gets possessed by her ancestor, who turns out to be a witch. And the whole thing is like, she's trying to solve this mystery of this coven of witches, and she winds up with this tattoo that magically appears on her back, and he is connected to that. And so he is like one of the bad guys who's like secretly dating her for his mom, but actually falls in love with her. And at the end of that season, he dies. He gets killed off, and he went off and did Supernatural. And at the time, that was a big risk. Everyone told him, "Oh my God, you're gonna leave Smallville, a successful show, to go do Supernatural? Like that's gonna be done in a season. It's gonna last literally one season,
and then you'll be out on the street.
And you'll have regretted leaving Smallville." And then they kind of left it open.
And then he did like 15 seasons, and he's laughing all the way to the bank.
The end of that season kind of leaves it open, so he could have possibly survived if he wanted to. Yeah, that's Smallville. That's just... I didn't even get to the later seasons. Not Apocalypse. No, I think Darkseid, yeah. Granny Goodness and Darkseid eventually shows up on that show. The JSA. Oh, yeah. There's an episode
I don't even remember that.
There's an episode of...
I don't even think I've ever seen it all. There's so much of it.
I've never finished it. I think I watched up till season 7, and then it started to get annoying and dumb.
The last part that I kind of remember watching he was in Metropolis.
Yeah. Well, eventually they killed. So they that's what
I think I remember. I think I remember something about gold kryptonite.
Yeah, at one point this gold. One point they kill off Lex Luthor because Michael Rosenbaum wanted to leave the show, so they kill him off, and then they bring him back in the series finale as a clone. so he's now back to life as a clone. And then they did a run of comics called Season 11, where you get to see this version of Clark actually become Superman, and it just kind of becomes a traditional Superman. But Lex Luthor comes back, and he's a bad guy in that. And I know you're like, wait a minute, because there's several points throughout that show where he finds out that Clark is Superman, then he loses his memories again. But surely you'd be like, wait, like this weird stuff happened in Smallville, and Clark was involved in that, and he seemed to have powers. And this Superman guy sure looks an awful lot like Clark. Wouldn't he put two together?
No.
Well, no. They resolve it. They do resolve it by being like, oh no, he has amnesia. He has total amnesia. And they introduce a character who's a reference to, her name is Tessa Mercer. She's a reference to Tessa Mocker. I don't know if he has the female sidekick in the first movie, Lex Luthor. Was Tessa Mocker?
Okay, yeah.
Tessa Mercer is a reference to her. But she basically fills him in. So all he remembers is that he knows Superman. He knew him, but he doesn't know how or why. And he knows that he was in Smallville, but he doesn't really remember why. And he otherwise has amnesia.
Well, that's convenient.
Yeah, exactly. He just conveniently forgot everything that happens in Smallville. And he's a clone, which he also conveniently forgets. So he's just Lex Luthor, regular Lex Luthor.
It was filmed in Cloverdale.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. The Talon is the Cloverdale movie theater. There's a really fun. There's a scene in one of the early seasons, where I'll never forget it because Adam, who was on the show previously, he told me he saw them film it. It's the bit where it's the one where they get mind whammied by the flowers or whatever, and it has the scene where Lana is in the pool and she's taking off and she winds up in her underwear. The red underwear? No.
It's been too long since I've seen any of it.
There's a bit where she peels out in a Mustang, in Lex Luthor's Mustang, and Adam saw that be filmed, so I'll never forget that.
Oh yeah.
There's another really funny bit where they also filmed it in Merritt, part of it in Cloverdale, part of it in Merritt. But yeah, for the longest time, Cloverdale was home of Smallville. They had that on the town sign, was Cloverdale, home of Smallville. They were very proud of the fact that they mostly shot that show in Cloverdale.
I mean, why wouldn't you be? It was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, fair enough. Cloverdale, Chilliwack, and Merritt was where they filmed a lot of that show.
Do you have any final thoughts about
Clark
Smallville?
is supposed to be 14 in that show.
Makes his friendship with Lex weird.
Yeah, Lex is 21. He's 14. It's weird. It makes Lex's relationship with Lana weird because he flirts with Lana entirely too much.
And she's the same age as Clark.
She's the same age as Clark. Yeah. I think that's it. That's all I got. That's Smallville.
So, before we move on to have scenes, I want to very quickly, as I was watching the Christopher Reeves Superman, the 1978 one, specifically in the beginning part where it has Jor-El and them talking about like what's happening with the planet, and he seems really smart, and he's built this rocket for his son, and I was kind of just like, he seems like a really smart person. Has he ever, like, in any of the comics, built a rocket that like could fit one of them?
Surely there's
as
a
well as Clark,
where they went to Earth and dominated.
And so then that led me to the comic Superman, The Last Family of Krypton, where sure enough both Jor-El, Lara, and Clark all escaped the explosion on Krypton, and yeah, they come to Earth, and it's a 3-issue run, came out in 2010, and it's actually a lot of fun. So yeah, in it Jor-El is obsessed with protecting Earth and making sure that what happened to Krypton never happens to Earth, their new adopted planet. He ends up making JorCorp, which is essentially, it replaces LexCorp. And then because they are on the planet, obviously events in history change. So at one point in one of the issues, Laura stops Joe Chill from shooting the Waynes. So Batman never comes into being. At a certain point in the second issue, so in the first issue, Laura is like, I want to give Clark the best chance of kind of having a choice of how he wants to integrate into this planet. So she, against Jor-El's kind of desires, begins looking for surrogate parents to raise Kal-El like as an Earthman, and he ends up with Ma and Pa Kent, much like he does in our normal timeline. So he still ends up being raised as Clark Kent, and he's ultimately largely still like a very similar character that he normally is. It's just now his parents are also there, and so he views Ma and Pa Kent as his adopted parents, but his real parents still exist. And him and his dad have this whole friction relationship where his dad is really into science and is disappointed in his son, and so there's that whole dynamic.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of a thing I liked about Smallville, which is that he never calls his biological parents his real parents. He always calls them, or Lana never refers to his biological parents as his real parents. There's always your biological parents. So as far as he's concerned, Martha and Jonathan Kent are his real parents. I just thought that was interesting.
Which is how it should be.
It's how it should be.
And so then at a certain point, I guess Lex and Clark were in the same class, and Lex gets hired on at JorCorp by Jor-El, and so then there's this whole contentious like Lex is the son that Jor-El always wanted dynamic. And so then as the issues go on in the second issue, there's a point where Jor-El and Lara end up having twins, and so you get to see Superman as an older brother, and he's got two siblings, but they're not like as strong as he is because they were born on Earth. So like they've got half the strength, and it's just this real fun, almost kind of like they're like a Fantastic Four kind of family, where they're like all in the limelight, but then Clark gets raised separately from all of that, and so then there's a point where like he's graduating from high school, and he's like, I want to go and explore the stars, and he's gonna go off and do that. But then the Ma and Pa Kent and them give him the good old red, blue, and yellow uniform, so that he can represent parts of his home and Krypton when he's off exploring the stars, and then he becomes Superman. And then there's a point where Lex betrays Jor-El and becomes like classic Lex Luthor and turns Superman's brother into what is essentially their version of Metallo, but not Metallo, kind of Metallo, where he's like hooked on kryptonite as if it was like a drug. Right. And so yeah, and it's really fun, and it's really interesting, and there's a lot of stuff in it. But what's funny is there's a point where Oa, the Guardians of Oa, get Jor-El to come and are basically like, dude, you need to like chill with this whole trying to rule the planet unofficially thing, because you have denied the destiny of like a bunch of Earth heroes, and they go through like each of the ones that like them being there prevented. So yeah, like Lana or Lara, whatever, saving Batman's parents stopped Batman. The twins were playing through an electrical storm, so the lightning bolt that would have calmed down and created the Flash never happened.
All right.
There was a couple others too, and it's a lot of fun, and it ends on a note of Clark's mom, Lara, sorry, dies, and Jor-El kind of steps back and like is like, it's time to let the sun lead. And then Superman is Superman, and it kind of is more or less like the normal world, but Jor-El is still alive, and now the daughter has given up her powers permanently, and the son is kind of back to being like the other son is back to being normal again. Also, I forgot to mention that Lara creates a religion,
all right,
Rauology.
All right.
and that's a whole thing. And it's a lot of fun, and it's 3 issues, and I actually genuinely kind of recommend reading it because it was fun.
Yeah, I don't read. Anyway.
So now we can move on to have scenes. Since I just talked a bunch, why don't you start the have scenes?
Okay.
Unless you want me to.
Okay. What should we do first? You know what? We'll do all. Okay. So, my next thing. This movie, not so much the movie, but the comic book, definitely, in my opinion, seems to have influenced a lot of different versions of Superman. So, this is All-Star Superman. And All-Star Superman very much has influenced James Gunn in the sense that, like, that's where the Superman robots come from. The idea of the Fortress of Solitude kind of being like a museum or a place for him, or like to keep his various space stuff. But wait, John, have you seen All-Star Superman?
I want to say yes, but it's been a while, and I think I only watched it like once.
Same. I'd only watched it once. But so the basic plot of this is Superman, for one reason or another.
I just remember that it was like, yeah, he's dying. He has what is essentially Superman version of cancer.
Kind of, yeah. It's sort of.
That's my memory of it.
Sort of. I mean, yeah. Basically, like more like radiation poisoning, but the same difference. So basically, the short version is Lex Luthor tricks Superman into going into the sun and using his energy field to help save the scientists who are going on a mission to explore the sun. And he winds up overloading himself with solar energy. So he is now dying. He will eventually turn into like just pure solar energy. And it's another case of this was also a very long comic run. And it's kind of like... it kind of reminded me of like Doctor Who, where when the 10th Doctor's regenerating and he goes around and he cleans up a bunch of stuff. And so like Superman, who now realizes he's dying, now has to go around basically he decides that now that he's dying, he wants to tell Lois Lane that he's Superman. So he tells Lois Lane that he's Superman. And he wants to like sort of reconcile with Lex Luthor, and sort of try to make one last attempt to make Lex Luthor into like a good guy. And he wants to do like he ends up doing various things. And the problem with this movie is, once again, because it's based off of a bunch of comics, it's very segmented. So like things just kind of happen. There really isn't much of a plot. It's really more of a series of vignettes. So like the first vignette is him getting the cancer. We're gonna, for lack of a better word. And then the second vignette is he reveals himself to Superman or to Lois Lane, and like super cancer. He portrays himself like the way he's portrayed in this is like he's gotten hit by these this solar energy and has made him enlightened. And so like in the Forces of Solitude, he's like working on like various scientific advancements. He's got what he calls like a black hole eater, like this alien that he's taking care of. He's got a bunch of technology that he's picked up from various different planets. And he makes Lois this a super suit and a super formula that will give her his powers for 24 hours. And so what ends up happening? Something ends up showing up. Something. You know what? I'm gonna Google this because but something shows up, and Superman beats it and needs to take it somewhere. Hold on.
He beats it to death.
Hold on. Much time. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So yeah, he gives her superpowers. She and Superman stop an attack led by Subterranosauri, led by Krull, as Samson and Atlas, who and these two random superheroes. that you could tell are like kind of characters in the longer version of this run. And so they're fighting this, and they've come from the future. I think, anyway, they've come from the future. So they've stolen a necklace from this thing called the Ultra Sphinx, which shows up, and Superman challenges to a contest. Which they, it's like a contest of like, I can't remember, of logic or whatever, and he ends up out-logicking it, and it just sort of leaves. Oh, that's what it is. So her superpower, Lois' superpowers wear off, and it cuts to them in the Fortress of Solitude. That's it. And it's like kind of like just like it's an episode of a show, and then it cuts and they're in the Fortress of Solitude, and that's when he finally tells Lois that he's dying. And one of the things he wants to do before he dies is, Kandor, the city of Kandor.
No.
The city of Kandor is the shrunken city, shrunken Krypton city. That Brainiac put in a bottle.
The shrunken city, which there's always some version of it, even if it's not called that.
So he says that he, in order to make it, in order to fix he can't fix the city with the time he has left, but he can take it to another planet where they can thrive. But it will take multiple weeks for him to do it. I think he says it's like 3 weeks, and he's not sure if he's going to live long enough to get back. And so he promises her she'll come back. And so then it does a hard cut, and it's now 2 months later, and you could tell, like, oh, within the context of a comic book, this is now a new issue, and it's several months later, right? And now she comes back, and he's like, oh, what's going on, everybody? How's it going? And everyone's like, yeah, this is happening. And it's 2 random Kryptonian scientists who have been who are just there now, and they've arrived and said that they're now going to take over, and they're gonna like take over Earth and control Earth, and being protected by Bar-El and Lilo, lost astronauts from Krypton. And then there's a conflict with them, and then he's like, oh yeah, I thought that maybe you two could take over me. And then they get sick. They start to feel ill. He's like, they're about to fight, and he's like, what did you do to us? And they fall over, and he's like, oh yeah, I had a feeling since you followed me home, you would have gone through Krypton's debris field, and so they've been affected with kryptonite, and so they start to show like signs of being poisoned by kryptonite, and they go to the Phantom Zone, and as quickly, within like 4 minutes of the movie, just as quickly as they appeared, they're gone. That's it. They're just gone. And you could tell, like, oh yeah, this was just a conflict for like maybe a single issue of the comic. But in a movie, they're not really characters. They just kind of show up and disappear. And so then he goes to ask, and this is kind of neat when they portray him as Clark Kent versus Superman. He goes to visit and interview Lex Luthor. And he's interviewing him in prison, and he walks in, and he clumsily like pretends to like crash and bang everything, and Lex Luthor, satisfied basically that he's killed Superman, he's like, I won, I'm good. He's like, they're gonna execute you, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm cool, I did whatever it is I want to do, I'm good, I'm satisfied, I don't need to do anything else. I
can die a happy man.
Yeah, pretty much. And sorry, I'm just trying to remind myself of the plot of this here. Right. So then Lex Luthor, he tricks the robots. And I suspect that part of this plot may wind up in the new Superman movie. But he's reprogrammed one of the Superman robots to portray Superman.
Robots? To
give him the serum that he gave Lois earlier. So now he has Superman's powers. And he basically is going to use it to take over the world. And he has teamed up with a evil planet named Solaris, who has turned the Earth's sun red, so that Lex Luthor can beat Superman, because Lex Luthor doesn't have Superman's weakness to red sun. and Superman is sort of, he's losing his powers, he's dying, and yeah, he goes to the planet writing his article that Superman's dead. Hold on. But before the Clark, Lois. Right. So then Clark clicks. Superman's about to die. Superman fires a gravity gun at Lex Luthor, basically causing his powers to slowly run out. And he now that he's human, he realizes, he starts to see the world as Superman does. Superman sees the world with, like, in terms of molecules and molecular density, and he's like, oh, with all this knowledge, I could have saved the world. And Superman has the serum, and he's like holding it out to him. He's like, I could fix everything. I could fix everything. He reaches out for him, and Superman, like, he's completely enlightened basically from the experience of becoming Superman, of having Superman's powers. And Superman's like, if you wanted to, you already would have. And he destroys the vial. And Lex Luthor just looks at him sadly, and he goes, "You're right." And then Superman, he's basically turning into pure energy. I should say Solaris, the bad guy, tricks Lex Luthor. I think I mentioned it yesterday, but he tricks Lex Luthor, turns the sun into a blue sun, and is gonna obliterate everything. Superman turns into this energy being and goes into the sun, and is fixing the sun from within. And seemingly sacrificing himself for the Earth, yeah. And so it cuts to like a year later, and Jimmy Olsen is asking Lois, "Oh, do you want to go to his funeral?" She's like, "No, Superman's not dead. As soon as he fixes the Earth, he'll come right back." And the doctor who diagnosed Superman earlier in the movie, who is a major character in the comic that this is based on, but is not a major character in this movie, goes to visit Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor is like, he's sort of accepted his execution, and he's come to the realization that the only way that he can redeem himself before he dies, he's like, I'm cool with dying. I've accepted. I've done this horrible thing. I accept my death. But the one way I could possibly redeem all of this is if I do this. And he gives the doctor the genetic code for Superman and all it needs is a healthy female ovum to grow. So I don't know if the implication is meant to be like that she's going to give birth to Superman's son, because at one point one of the technologies he shows Lois that he has, he's like, "Oh, I've been working on this technology. It's like a time phone, basically. It like allows me to look into the future and talk to my descendants." And you see, he's like, I don't remember the name. He's like, "That's such and such L. He's like my great great grandson." And she goes, "Huh? He looks just like my dad." And then
snap!
Yeah, and then he kind of smiles and then changes the conversation. So I don't know if the implication is like he knew the whole time that
Lex.
That Lex, that he would eventually, because he had talked to his future self, he knew the whole time that she would have his kid. So I don't know if the idea is that she's gonna have his son, if that's the implication. But in the original, it's Superman that gives them the genetic code, not Lex Luthor.
Interesting.
And what other
so overall, not knowing the adaptation that well, do you think it holds up on its own, or?
I didn't care for it super much because it felt like I was missing part of the story. So no, Superman is portrayed as like an other. It's the notion that Superman is portrayed as an otherworldly god. Like it's he says that the sun has given him this sort of extra perception, but it doesn't really explain it or go into it all that well or develop it all that well. The one thing I do like is at a certain point, Lois is like, "Why can't we be together? Like, I want to have your kids or whatever." And he's like, you can't. You know you can't. You can't. And I really appreciated that because that's like you could. It's one of those stories where you could see it influenced different Superman stories. Like a lot of this obviously inspires James Gunn's newest movie, but a lot of it also inspired Zack Snyder's version of the character. We're going to talk about Man of Steel next, but my opinion on his version of Superman is kind of softened after this week, ironically. But that's it. That's all Star Superman.
Okay, so we're gonna do this out of order because I know you're doing the second one and I've got the first one, and this is technically a sequel to both. It's a homage sequel.
It is technically a requel.
Wikipedia calls it an homage sequel.
It's technically a sequel. It's by the strictest version of what today it would be considered a requel because it is technically a sequel to Superman 2.
To Superman 2 and 1.
Yeah, it ignores Superman 3 and 4, but it's technically a sequel to Superman 2. But it's not for reasons we'll get into.
Yeah, well, that's where I was like, I have questions because I haven't seen the second one, and this week was actually my first time watching that first Christopher Reeves one as well.
Yes.
But so in this one, Superman's been gone for 5 years, which, as an aside, if this is supposed to be the Christopher Reeves version, you're with me, right? He wouldn't just leave the planet for 5 years. There's no world where I see that happening.
Not if it takes place after Superman 2. Well, it depends on which version of Superman 2 it takes place after. We'll get into what that means later. But no, it doesn't make sense for him to have left for 5 years.
And then there's the fact that, and maybe this is just a consequence of acting and how ages look weird sometimes, but Lois's kid doesn't look 5 or under.
No, he looks
Lois's
like
kid
8.
looks, yeah. And it doesn't say that he's surprised that she has a kid, which implies that she has had it in the time since he has been gone.
Well, no, but the movie, it's Superman's son.
Is it?
Yeah, the kid
Did I miss that?
Yeah, the kid throws the piano at one point, I think. But yeah, the idea is he's supposed to be Superman's son. That's the joke. Is James Marsden left X-Men to get cucked by Superman? That's like an age-old joke.
I think I missed the part where
To be fair, it's implied. I think I don't think they outright say it. But yeah,
I found it funny that Richard Nixon was Perry White in this one. That one I thought was funny.
Richard Nixon, the president,
the guy who plays him.
Oh, is he? Franklin Gillis,
Yeah.
Perry White in that movie? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it is remarkable. The number one thing about that movie, apart from the fact that it is really fucking bland,
he's played by Frank Langella.
it's honestly, like, having now watched 2 of those Christopher Reeves, it is kind of a halfway decent facsimile of the Christopher Reeve Superman movies, in the sense that, like, he doesn't really do much in those movies. Superman, I mean. Doesn't really do much. Like
he definitely.
And that's to their strength, I would argue, but that's my.
I can see what they were going for sure. I also, and I know we're not allowed to like things that he's in anymore because he's awful, but I like Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor.
Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor is fun. I mean, to be fair, he's doing a facsimile, an approximation of the Gene Hackman. Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
And hey, it works. Absolutely works. I love that
it works for me.
If it's supposed to be the Gene Hackman Lex Luthor, I do think the fact that he once again is doing a real estate scam, even though it's a real estate scam that doesn't make any sense, makes even less sense than the real estate scam in the first movie.
I also I found it funny, and this was a case of it became retroactively more funny once I saw the first one, but the fact that when he says to his girl sidekick in this one, he's like, you know what my dad always used to say to me, and she's like, get out. And then he's like, no, other than that, and she's like, why is my son going bald so fast, or something to that effect, and then that's a reference back into the first one where he's like, you know what my dad used to always say to me, and she's like, get out. Like, that's a direct reference to that line from the first one.
I'm pretty sure. Did he call her Miss Tessmacher?
I don't remember.
Oh, because I'm pretty sure that's the same character. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure it is supposed to be the same character.
I'm pretty sure.
Hold on, let's see if I can find out.
Brendan Routh really does look like Christopher Reeves. It's really quite remarkable. Like that was the thing I noticed when I was watching Superman 2. I was like, wow, he really does look like Brendan Routh. It really is quite remarkable. It's a shame he didn't get to be in a better Superman movie.
Doesn't specifically, I can't, without actually going and looking up on a better article, I can't specifically see what her character name is. But, yeah, so it's funny because for years, I remember I remember it is for you. You have a keyboard. I have a touchscreen. Much harder to type. For whatever reason, I have like a distinct. My memory of this movie is people not liking it. Not me not liking it, but just there being a general, like, it not being well received perception.
That's because it's boring.
But it's not any more boring than the Christopher Reeves one.
No, I know. That's what's funny about it.
Kind of fits perfectly into that. Like, it is quite much like that one. At least the first one, anyway.
It's not. It's not Eve Tessmacher. It is Kitty Kowalski is the name of the character.
Okay, well, there you go. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I exist in a world where Batman versus Superman and Man of Steel exists.
I know.
But at least this version of him feels like Superman.
I felt much the same way about the Christopher Reeve Superman, where I was like, yeah, this is Superman.
It's a little slow for me at times, and it's a little bit boring for me at times. Same with the Christopher Reeves one. But at least he's Superman.
You got to keep in mind, this came out in 2006, right?
Yeah.
And so, this is after the X-Men movies. This is after Spider-Man. So I think only the 2006. So I think only for maybe the second Spider-Man, but definitely the first Spider-Man. So it's generally understood that superheroes do a big punch. Oh, Batman Begins. It's generally understood. No, actually, this might be pre-Batman Begins. But regardless, it's generally understood that superheroes do a punch. And the fact that he didn't punch anything in this was why people were like, all he does is lift a plane and a continent, and that's it. It's not really all that impressive.
Yeah.
The big selling point of this was that he looks like Christopher Reeves, which he does. Look like Christopher Reeves. It's really impressive.
He absolutely does, and it's quite impressive.
It is really
apparently there was
impressive.
a canceled sequel.
There was, yeah, because the movie did bad. It did very badly. I like it. I like it. I like this one. Well, that's just me.
Apparently, Michael Dougherty wanted the sequel to be, quote, action-packed and, quote, featuring other Kryptonians.
Yep.
With Brainiac and Bizarro.
They always set up to Brainiac, but they never end up doing it.
The new Krypton landmass floating in space at the end of Superman Returns would have served as a plot device. Apparently.
All right.
Interesting. So it had a budget of 223 million gross, 204 million net. And box office, do you want to take a stab? One guess.
100 million.
No. 391.1 million.
That's not.
So it actually didn't do too bad, all things considering.
It didn't do great. Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's not bad considering the budget.
No, but the budget, you gotta double the budget because you have to put in marketing.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, it's not bad.
Any Hollywood budget you see, you double it, and then that's usually how much it actually costs. So no.
Anyways,
to my knowledge, it was definitely a big old bomb. It was a big old bomb because they ended up rebooting it into.
Yeah, that's all I have to say about this one.
They ended up rebooting it. So that movie did badly. I don't know what it was. Apparently, looking like the Christopher Reeve version wasn't enough. Also, Bryan Singer sucks. So, like, he sucks. He made the worst X-Men movie.
That's fair.
So that all led to in between that movie and this next one, a big important series of movies came out. I bet you can't guess what they are, Jordan.
Sorry, I zoned out there. A series of movies about Superman, you say?
Superman between 2006.
Well, there was Man of Steel. There was Batman versus.
You're answering the wrong. Sorry, let's try this again with you actually paying attention to me this time. So in between 2006 and when Man of Steel came out, a series of movies came out.
Oh, there was the Dark Knight trilogy.
There you go. And those.
Sorry. I was distracted.
Those impacted superhero movies negatively. Hey, I know Batman fans don't like to hear that.
even though they were good movies.
They're good movies, but they neg. So that eventually led to a movie called Man of Steel, which is the worst Superman movie. We're gonna say that up front.
Yep.
Superman is because Batman versus Superman. It's not really a Superman movie. I would say it's generously half of a Superman movie. It's 50% a Superman movie. It's not a full Superman movie.
Although I will say, because I'm going to be devil's advocate here for just a quick second, I do think the Injustice one gives it a run for its money.
I mean, at least Superman's in that movie for most of it, for 90%. What? At least Superman's in that movie for 90% of it.
That's fair. I'm just saying, I arguably think it gives it a run for its money.
At least it doesn't begin with a 15-minute prologue with a completely irrelevant character.
I'm not disagreeing. Okay, I'm just saying
before we jump
it's
into
also bad.
We'll do the background. We'll do the background of it. So yeah, this Man of Steel is obviously written. I don't know if it's written, but it's directed by Zack Snyder. It's produced by Christopher Nolan and his brother. I believe David Goyer wrote it. And so it has a lot of influence from The Dark Knight and Batman. It's very Batman coded. It's got a lot of Batman. Their cinematography. Their
Absolutely.
Style. That is, of course,
he wanted to take Superman and turn him into Batman.
So that, of course, is Man of Steel. Now, before I jump into my thoughts on Man of Steel, you all at home watching this on the YouTube video, are going to now watch Jordan talk about Man of Steel like well over a year ago when we did Say a Nice Thing About a Movie You Hate. You're gonna watch that now. Wasn't that fun? Isn't it fun to go down memory lane? So that's what Jordan said. That's what we talked about back then, and it had been a while since I'd seen that movie when we did that. So now I've seen it, and yeah, this movie sucks. I think I sent Jordan several voice chats where I was like, "This movie sucks. It sucks. It's badly structured. It's badly written. The fact that the first did I tell you what time he eventually showed? The fact that Superman doesn't show up.
I think you said it was like 40 plus minutes.
47 minutes, I want to say, was the amount of time. 40 plus minutes of your 2.5 hour Superman movie is when Superman finally shows up. It opens with an agonizingly long 20-minute prologue about an irrelevant fucking character that you could completely cut out, because Jor-El just it's like Russell Crowe was like, okay, yeah, I'll be in this movie, but I want more screen time. Like, that's how it reads, because you could completely cut that scene out completely, because Jor-El shows up as a hologram later and literally says all the shit that happens in that previous scene. Literally, he spends 5 minutes telling Superman what we watched in the previous scene, and it's like, guys, you already showed this. Like, I don't need you. You could just do a cut, and he said it. Like, you don't need to have him explain what I watched earlier. And he spends a great deal of time going into his backstory and saying all this really boring, needless shit, and it's slow, and it's dark, and it's dour, it's boring. That having been said, now I'm going to say nice things.
Someone has to.
Now having what honestly made me kind of change my tune about it a little bit is watching Superman 2, because like the big complaint about it is how Superman snaps Zod's neck. Spoiler alert: it ends with Superman snapping Zod's neck, and I've seen a bunch of bad takes of people trying to excuse it, and I've
definitely part of the issue. The other part of the issue for me is just his portrayal generally.
Honestly, go
on.
Honestly, in retrospect, the portrayal generally is honestly pretty close to Superman. Like, it's a different idea and conception of Superman. It's a different, because I think what tends to happen is you tend to bleed the Batman versus Superman of it with Man of Steel. In Man of Steel, to be fair, he's not quite Superman yet. He's still kind of discovering who Superman is.
Yeah.
When he first shows up in the hold on, let me finish. When he first shows up in the costume, he's not Superman, right? He doesn't really become Superman until about midway when they start calling him Superman. But the big thing is his interactions with Lois Lane and the generals and the army is Superman. that is how Superman interacts with people like that. Like, he is Superman, and he's doing a proximity of his version of Superman in this movie. Yes, you may go.
I don't remember. So, spoiler alert, it's been like a year, probably more than that, since the last time I talked about this and the last time I watched this movie. Take that with a grain of salt, or take what I say with a grain of salt. But my thing with this movie, and this is where how much you're going to like Henry Cavill as Superman in this movie ultimately depends on how much you like the new 52 version of Superman.
That's just it. He's not that much like the new 52.
Yes,
that's my thing.
He is.
But he's not.
Yes,
he is. But not when he's Superman. Like, that's my thing.
Yes,
hold on, let me finish. The Superman, again, a year, I just watched this yesterday, so we're going to take my word over yours. But, he understands Superman in that, like, he's got, like, the scene that made me go, okay, no, he gets Superman, he doesn't get Clark Kent, right? Like, his Clark Kent is too stoic, but his Superman, like, he has a fun back and forth between Lois. His back and forth with the General is super fun. Like, that is Superman. Like, that is how Superman behaves. It is perfectly in character for Superman.
My question, I guess, would be, because I'm gonna peel the onion back a little bit and kind of tear this thing apart from a behind the scenes aspect. Man of Steel was the first Superman one since Superman Return, and that I don't know, when did Man of Steel come out? 2011, 2010,
2013.
2013. So it had been 7 years since the last Superman thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. So my question, I guess, would be: is it an example where in that first one, Zack Snyder had full creative control, or was it a situation where it was like when they had Tim Burton, where the studio was forcing him to do things correctly, and then Man of Steel, he got reins and then fucked it up? Because at that point, I would say he doesn't know how to do Superman. They forced him to do Superman correctly.
But the thing is, not the Zack Snyder. No, I don't. Not Zack Snyder. Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill as an actor, as a performer. In the performance.
He
is Superman in Man of Steel. He's a different version of Superman.
Since I have watched it, like, when I was younger, since I've watched it, like, for the show and stuff, I believe I did say Henry Cavill, I don't mind him.
Yeah.
He's not the problem.
I would say yes, to answer your question, yes.
I still don't think he does, but I don't blame him.
Everything wrong with him.
I don't think he portrays him as Superman in either of those movies. I don't think he does.
Well, again, having watched a wide array of Superman, so this Superman again is very similar. His Superman in Man of Steel, Batman versus Superman, totally different.
I guess I should clarify. Sorry, real quick. I should clarify. When I say he's not Superman, he shouldn't be in that movie. He's a year one Superman. He's not Superman.
But he's
in that movie. He's displaying what would become Superman. But he's to me in the equivalent of, in that movie, he's the equivalent of, like, if you took the Smallville guy and put him in the suit. Yeah. Like in the middle of Smallville, he's not Superman, but he shouldn't.
But
be.
The scene, like they say, the scenes where
you always compare it to Amazing Spider-Man. How, like, when Andrew Garfield first puts on that mask, he's not Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's the idea.
When I say he's not Superman, that's what I mean in that movie.
The problem with,
he's not Superman, but he shouldn't be.
The problem with Henry Cavill is he goes on to be in Batman vs Superman. And that movie absolutely, utterly. So, sorry, to answer your question.
That movie, he should be Superman, and he's not.
To answer your question, this first one fully restrains Zack Snyder, and this version of Superman is a legitimate, believable. If Superman existed in the real world, I believe this is how the world would interact with this.
And you're either gonna like that or you're gonna hate it.
They let Zack Snyder have this movie made a decent amount of money, and they let Zack Snyder do whatever he wants in the next one, and that's where it goes off the rails. Like if you do because I don't think and again, a thing I discovered this week is Superman kills people when he's Superman. Sometimes he doesn't have a choice. Sometimes he doesn't get a choice, right? And I appreciate that in this, like, yes, it's all about how you follow it up. So if you do a narrative where he now is like, okay, I did it once, I'm never doing it again, then that works. Isolated, and works.
If I remember correctly, what I said in my original opinion.
I mean, the audience knows. They heard it earlier, so they
know. I mean, they are way ahead of the game. They know what I don't know.
They know what you don't know.
But I, if I remember correct, I believe that I said something to the effect of, it's not so much the fact that he does it, it's the lack of remorse over the fact that he does do it.
Right?
In Batman versus Superman, like, that's the distinction. That's the distinction between a regular Superman, my hands were tied, I had no option, I had to do it moment, or an Injustice Superman who does it just because he thinks that villains should die. Like, that's the difference, is he has to have remorse over the fact that he does it. He does it.
So for reasons that you're not going to get until I explain later, ironically, this is all coming to this point, I used to feel that way until I watched Superman 2 with Christopher Reeves, where I went, Superman would never callously kill a guy. No, he absolutely does. To be fair, I completely disagree. He does show emotion. That's him going at the end. That's him reconciling with the fact that he didn't want to do that. Within the scene itself, the context of the scene itself, like look, is it amazing? Like the intent is there that like he doesn't want. He's not doing it for. I joke that he's a psychopath, but he's a psychopath. Superman really doesn't come in till Batman versus Superman. In this one, he does in the moment legit feel bad. He's telling him, "Don't make me do this." Like he's begging him, "Don't make me do this. I don't want to do this." And Zod is really giving him no choice. It's not the act itself. It's the following up of it. It's how they follow up with it. If they had done Man of Steel 2 and they did that however many minute montage defining Superman as a character and he felt remorseful in that, then the conversation would be different, right?
And I believe in my take, I essentially said the same thing.
But it's like Superman is weird and small.
I'm pretty sure.
And petty in this movie for some of it. And like initially I was like, no, Superman's not like that. Put a pin in that. He can. It depends on the interpretation. To be fair, put a pin in that. But no, I used to say no. He's not. Man of Steel is an interesting. The problem with it is it's not built to be built into anything. It's a great solo movie. It's a great reinterpretation. Like it's a great like Elseworlds comic. Where it's like, what if I mean, they made it. They made it. It exists, but. You do. What if Superman took place in 2013 and it was in the modern world? How would the army react to it? How would the government react to him? How would they do that? Like where this universe fails is in the next attempt to like this needs to be a Batman movie and we need to build a universe on this. Well, no, if you had just stayed the course and made a Superman movie, this is an all right Superman movie. It's I will say I hated it for most of it. Like I was sending you messages hating it for like this first half of it. But like once it gets to the back half, it's kind of got memed to death in that people have made fun of the back half of this, like Superman doesn't care and Superman doesn't this, but it's like it's still fun, well shot action sequences where it's fun to watch them fight each other.
Part of the problem with that movie with Man of Steel is it has, and you touched on this, but it has the legacy of Batman versus Superman, and that taints it.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree.
It ruins anything that this first one sets up. Because for a long time, I think you and I both said the same thing, where this sets up a completely different sequel that never got made.
Never got made. I mean, I think I'm coming back around on it a little bit this time. Because of how much Superman shit I watched, I think I've come back around on it, but
I still think it's up there for one of the worst ones.
I was really kind to it the first time I watched it, but to be fair, I used to be overly mean to Superman Returns, so I was really like you were like, oh, this is post Superman, so you got to remember this is trying desperately not to be Superman Returns. That's the other thing you got to remember.
It's definitely not Superman. Yeah, that's why it has the big punch at the end where they go through the city.
Because
Absolutely.
it needs to, right? Because the people accused the Superman Returns of being boring and being not having enough action. That was a big critical contention. So yeah, it needed to have more action, and so they hired an action guy. And I think Zack Snyder. This is where I'm going to end my re-trip down back to Zack Snyder. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The second time I watched it, I was off put by. I don't remember that opening sequence with Jor-El and Russell Crowe and it being a completely different movie. I don't remember it feeling that agonizingly long when we watched it in theaters. I don't remember coming out of that movie being like, this movie... Right? Like, I don't remember coming out of that movie being like, that bit with Russell Crowe was agonizing and terrible. I just remember being like, the ending bit where they do a big punch was kind of fun. But, like, this time, I'm like... And the last time... the first time I watched it since I'd seen it in theaters, I remember being like, what the fuck is with this Russell Crowe bit? It's so long. It goes on forever.
You sure you didn't watch like a secret like extended version or something? Maybe the version
certainly
we saw.
Possible.
Maybe the version we saw didn't have all that and it got added in later.
It's certainly possible that because I remember watching it on Crave, and I remember when it was on Crave because I remember watching the Batman vs Superman on Crave, and when you went to watch it, it was the director's cut. It's the director's cut, and it's 3 hours long, and being like, oh my god, this movie is even more agonizing than I remember it being.
So yeah, version you watched could have been a director's cut.
It could have been the director's cut I watched, because I remember this time around it was only 20 minutes. I remember it being 30 minutes. I remember that section being 30 minutes long, and there being like an extended chase sequence with Russell Crowe, and it being agonizing. I mean, to be fair, to be clear, the 20 minutes was already agonizing. This movie could be 2 hours. It could be 2 hours to an hour 50, and it would be a much better movie. Like a much.
And that's one thing with this new one that I mean, I'm pretty sure we've already got an established Superman.
Yeah.
We don't need to see the Krypton and him being in the spaceship. That can be just a montage. I don't need 30 minutes of that.
Casting that Jor-El is in it, but I really would prefer him not be in it. I don't want anything involving Krypton. I mean, I know that it's a part of his character. Like they need to be there.
No. He can be there in the Fortress of Solitude as like
a hologram.
As like a hologram. That's the most that we need of Jor-El. That's it. That's fine. Anyways, that's next week.
But yeah, to wrap up Zack Snyder, and I want to tie Tim Burton back into this just for a moment to be like if we let Tim Burton and Zack Snyder are just like the wrong guys for Superman. Like they're just the wrong, like I just more and more Zack Snyder was just the wrong guy. Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, those guys were wrong for Superman. They were so wrong for Superman, and that just becomes more and more clear as time passes from those movies. At least that's how I feel.
I agree.
Man of Steel have not seen.
So,
but also a lot of Man of Steel we're gonna put a pin in because I'm gonna come back to some of it when we get to Superman 2.
I have one more have seen because we did.
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will. Kevin Davis.
I just okay. Sorry, Kevin Davis is Jurassic Rebirth is going to take some of Superman's box office. I don't think it will. I think the Superman much like
I think if they came out on the same weekend, maybe you could have that.
Yeah,
but
no, it's a second.
That one's already out, and it'll be second weekend. I think Superman will be fine.
You'll see a second weekend drop off. Also, it's not doing super well critically. The Jurassic Park Rebirth, depending on who you talk to, it's either really good or really bad. And Superman is a legacy brand, and it's been almost 10 years since the last one, if you count Man of Steel. Not Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman. Technically, it's been like 10 years since the last Superman movie. So I think that
How
will...
long?
Yeah. 2016.
So
I don't think it will. Anyway.
My second half scene, because I did the comic, which was the add-on, which is where we're a little bit different now.
Right.
But
right.
I did I did Superman Red Sun, which so there's certain staples when you have Superman. Superman ends up with Lois Lane. Superman lands in Kansas and is raised by Ma and Pa Kent. American Truth, Justice, American Way. It was originally a comic book run, but movie.
What if
What if Superman landed in Soviet Russia and served Stalin and
Soviet Russia, Superman
and fought for the communist way?
Communism would win.
And
that's what happened.
It essentially does, almost does.
Superman takes over the planet, and Lex Luthor is a good guy.
Most of the planet, anyway, and good is relative.
Pretty sure that's how that comic ends with him taking over the world. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't.
Because correct me if I'm wrong.
Please stop interrupting me. I didn't get the chance to finish the comic, but I did read part of it. In it, at the point where I was at, Superman had unified all of the world except for the United States and Chile.
Yep.
Randomly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the comic book does not contain any of the back half of this movie.
I didn't finish the comic, so I can't specifically say yes or no. I do know that Brainiac is in the comic.
Oh, he's in the comic. Okay.
He at one point basically there's the end, one issue ends and then the next one begins, Lex Luthor is telling Superman that Brainiac's ship has put the one city in the bottle, and Superman goes after the ship.
Kandor.
So, huh?
Kandor.
No, it's a Russian city.
Oh, so it's not Kandor
in the bottle.
Gotcha.
No, it's very specifically a Russian or a Ukrainian or one of them.
Interesting.
One of Superman's cities.
Because I couldn't remember the back half. I remember when the movie came out. I remember it being different from the comic book.
So
in a way that
again,
made it not as good.
I didn't get to finish the comic, but it's just more so far anyway. The big difference that I can really note is in the movie, you know how in Injustice, Superman is just really willing to go down that path of evil. It's kind of the same in the movie, where in the movie he's way more willing to become the leader and
so
do
funny,
all that stuff.
Because I remember being the total opposite. I remember in the comic, it's him being, that's so funny.
It has everything to do with the fact that, and we've discussed this when it comes to book adaptions in the past, but in a book you have more time to spread things out further. So in the movie,
as I recall, Stalin is way more of a character in the comic than he is in the movie.
Not really. Not really in the grand scheme of things.
Like, don't they almost cut him out of the movie?
He dies. Not really. He's kind of, in terms of, that's where I say you have to look at it percentile wise.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Where in terms of it's kind of the same in terms of
grand scheme of things. He seems to show up more in the movie because the movie's shorter. That's what you're saying.
Gotcha. Yeah, basically. So he dies on the 43rd page of 140 something for the comic, and of those pages, technically you could say he's in 10 of them.
Because I remember him being in those. I just remember him being in the comic way more. There's more conversations between him and Superman that I remember from the comics. But it's been so long since I've read the comic, I could be remembering wrong.
Not really. Kind of. Not really. Again, you have to. It's a difference in medium, right? So it kind of just equates. It kind of just equates to being the same thing.
perception and all that.
But
I also remember that they fuck up. I remember not liking the movie. I just remember not liking the movie.
One of the big things that I've noticed that they changed / cut is in the book, Stalin has an illegitimate son who he's been grooming him to become the leader, and then Superman comes along, and now Stalin wants Superman to be the leader, and so that's a whole thing, and Superman and the son become friends. That character doesn't exist in the movie. I just know
that there's like a major deviation somewhere here that I'm just waiting for.
In the book, Stalin's son is like, what's the point in me even trying? The best human in the world will always be second rate to you. And Superman in the book is more like, I'm the working class guy. I just want to help people. I have no desire to be the leader.
Oh, right.
Whereas in the movie,
in the book, they've got the whole thing where he's still a variation of Clark Kent because he's got a Ma and Pa Kent. In the story, yes, right. I remember that. I think they cut that out of the movie.
Whereas in the movie, in the movie, pretty immediately, like he is on the farm, but pretty immediately his Soviet Union Russian Lana Lang or whatever, the redhead girl, is pretty immediately like, you need to turn yourself over to the state. Right. So like in the movie, from a kid, basically, he's being raised by Stalin and that, so he's kind of a completely different character.
I remember that bit. Yeah, where he's basically he's a farm boy who becomes and he becomes Superman prior to joining up with Stalin, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think where I'm at in the thing, they haven't specifically said when he became, but yeah, I think that's the implication.
See, I don't remember. It's funny you say Brainiac is in. I think they made a sequel. Like, I think they made a second one because I absolutely do not remember Brainiac being in that comic.
That's where I'm not sure because when I purchased it, there's two versions.
What? Let's find out.
And one, I thought it was just a re-release, but maybe there's some slight variations in it. I don't know, but
because
either way,
I remember hating the fact that Brainiac was in it because I was like, oh, really?
Either way,
let's find out.
It's a really good comic book run.
Oh, I like it. It's one of my favorites. Ironically, it's one of my favorites.
And all things considered, like, I've seen a lot of adaptions over the course of this week, right? A lot of comic books where they took from the storylines and they just weren't good. The one that I'm going to keep calling back to in terms of a bad adaptation is that Injustice one. I will harp on that until my dying days because there are so many better ways they could. Anyway, not the point. This to me is an example of, it's an adaptation. So yes, there are changes. It is different, right? But it's still fairly accurate to the story. It really encompasses that feeling of what if Superman was raised by communist Russia, was a member of communist Russia, and how that would have changed the world. And it's definitely one of my favorite comic book runs. Miniseries, I guess it technically is.
I'm reading the plot description of the comic, and as I'm reading the plot description of the comic, it is becoming apparent that I don't remember how this comic ends. I'm remembering this very incorrectly because I remember none of that. Definitely read it though.
That's why I wanted to reread it, is because I was like, it's been so long since I've gotten to experience the original version of the not really movie version.
I just remember the beginning of it, and I don't remember the ending. Well, more to the middle, because I remember the part where Lex Luthor becomes president, and the United States is fighting the Soviet Union, and it's like the United States becomes basically, they become the secondary world power, so they become the Soviet Union basically. In that world,
that's where I say there's the point where I'm at in this story.
The failing Superman, democracy, which made me laugh.
Superman and and his Communist Party have unified all of the world except for the last holdout of democracy, which is the United States and Chile. Which I don't know why Chile. That's random to me, but
That is random.
But sorry. People will go see Superman and Fantastic Four first steps at the theater because they will not offend nobody at all.
I mean, they'll offend somebody. Someone is bound to call those movies not woke. They'll be like, it's too woke, and they'll get offended.
Woke or whatever.
They'll be like, it's way too woke. There's a person of color playing a person who shouldn't be a person of color, and then they'll get offended. It's too
There
woke.
was something. There was something about this one where they had people that returned in terms of voice actors.
Which, like, man, if you don't want to see stuff that's woke, you probably shouldn't be watching Superman.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, really? Huh. Apparently, the young Superman in this one, who is, still Russian or whatever, is Tara Strong.
Really?
And, Travis Willingham is Superior Man, and Guy Gardner.
Oh.
And Petrovich.
Alright.
And who else? What other interesting ones do we have here? Phil Lamar is Jon Stewart /
Yeah, I just remember being like, man, like most of these, like I remember like you're kind of like, oh yeah, they're doing an animated version of a beloved comic I like, but you're like, oh, it's not really, and I imagine you probably felt the same way about, again, you have to go back to the Injustice for the 100th time, but like I just remember being like, this just feels like a half-hearted attempt at at adapting a comic book I like. Like, it just doesn't really...
See, I disagree with that sentiment. I think that this is... of the adaptions that I've seen, I think that this one captures the heart of the original.
Maybe
I don't think
but not the muscle or the rest of the body.
I don't think it's half-hearted.
I don't know. I just remember being like, this doesn't feel as good as the comic. I don't know.
I think... But you don't clearly remember the original comics, so...
I to be fair, it's been a while since I've seen this movie. I just remember being like, it's just not... It's just like, I think it's because I waited for so long and I wanted a proper theatrical adaptation of it that it just was like...
After watching Injustice, I encourage you to go back and rewatch this one because I feel like your opinions your standards might be a little bit different.
But I think it's another one that's like, only an hour and like 20 minutes, and there's so much content to fit into that a movie. Like, this could be a 2-hour movie, and this just it got the straight to DVD treatment.
So that's where I do want to say, and this has kind of become my standing opinion. This is not just a Superman thing, but this is just a general opinion. I think it's very hard for movies to get book adaptations correctly done.
I mean, yeah. Well, this is one of those ones though where I think given the budget and given to be fair, I think there's talks about doing something.
I would love to see a live action a full budget. Like,
I think
fully priced, well done live action version of this.
Because I feel like the Red Sun has come up recently in regards to something. Whether or not it's a video game, they're going to do a video game. They're doing something. They're doing something with this version of these characters. But also,
okay, just for fun. Okay, let's say you could make a video game of the Red Sun storyline. What would you make it? Would you make it like an action game? Would you how would you choose to adapt it? Game?
Probably a fighting
with a story mode?
Probably a fighting game with a story mode. To be fair, I don't necessarily want a Red Sun video game. I want just a traditional Superman video game where you're Superman, Superman.
Yes, I would love that. But
what's really funny though, I assume you're done.
I just never would have even remotely considered Red Sun as a video game. Now that idea is just... I
think
a strange idea to me.
I recall seeing it in an entertainment news or a TikTok somewhere. Some rumor about them doing something with it.
I know that James Gunn is trying to set up his whole DC universe thing. But hey, man, why can't we just have some Elseworld movies? Some movies which aren't connected to that. and can just be their own thing. This would be a great example of that.
He seems open to that. He's always said if you have a good script. No, what I want, like, I know I just bitched about A Beloved Story. I like going straight to DVD. But the one I would absolutely do is just straight to DVD. And even then, a nice tight hour 20, hour 10, hour 15 is hold on. I'm going to find the name of it. And you're going to know what I'm talking about. You probably already do. Because I think it would be a great animated movie. Superman True Brit. It's published in 2004. Yeah, where he's born in, because that movie would be so fun. Do it as like an R-rated comedy, where it's like an animated R-rated like comedy, where it's like PG, or he's a for those of you who don't know what Superman True Brit, it's instead of being born in America, he is born. Yeah, what if his spaceship had crashed in a Weston supermare in England instead, and the instead of the fictional town.
I see that as like a. I see that as like a 6-episode mini animated series.
I mean,
season.
There isn't a ton of plot in it. It's like, yeah, it's basically he works for a tabloid newspaper, and like he bumbles around and he winds up. His arch nemesis is a guy. It's the Batman with he's got a cricket bat.
Okay. Cricket, yeah, right.
Cricket bat that's sticking out of his chest. And yeah, it ends with him immigrating to America. And I don't know. I don't think there's enough plot in that for 6 episodes. I think it's really suited for, like I say, one of these animated movies. I think it's really suited for that. And I think it would be funny. Yeah, I would totally do that if I could. Yeah, written by John Cleese, drawn by John Byrne. It's one of my all-time favorite Superman comics because it's really funny. Even though
that one's fun.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's mixed receptions, apparently. The book has a mixed reception from British critics, some of whom say that they felt that the jokes and stereotypes used in the book were tired and no longer valid. Which, like, I don't know, it's written by a British guy, so I feel like they're fair shots.
See, that's what's funny about the Red Sun, the movie version anyways. There's a whole section on Russian reception to it, and can't speak for the comic itself, but the movie, not super well received by the Russian audiences.
Does not surprise me. But Jordan,
funny enough, one of the bigger complaints, one of the bigger complaints that that the reviewers there had was largely the same that you had, ironically enough, which is that it's like a shadow of the goodness of the original comic, which I thought was funny.
To be fair, a lot of these are like that, where they've taken a lot of these where like these animated movies tend to be better when they're a more original idea, like when they're trying to do an adaptation, or if they're adapting a short single issue. But like, when they're trying to adapt a comic, they're never good. Like they're always a shallow facsimile of the original version.
That's where I say that has everything to do with just generally with book adaptions, where if a book is too long, when you try to condense a 16-hour book into a 2-hour movie, a lot of times you have to cut shit out that just makes it not as good, and that's true with comic books too.
Sometimes with these animated ones, they're still fine movies. Like this is still a fun movie.
If you try to adapt, for example, to go to Marvel, if you try and adapt, say, Civil War without having all of the various things that make Civil War Civil War, it's suddenly not Civil War anymore, is it? Even if you call it Captain America's Civil War, it's not really Civil War now, is it?
And I think that the not to jump ahead to next week to talk about the James Gunn one, but I think the James Gunn one's going to benefit from this. I think the superhero shit is better when it loosely adapts the thing it's based on instead of trying to do a straight adaptation, because not all of these kind of end up feeling hollow. But so speaking of, with Superman, Jordan, like Batman, I wanted to go all the way back to the beginning. I wanted to go all the way back to the beginning of Superman on screen, and I wanted to hit two. Now this is not the one of these, so I'm smashing two things into one because one of them was really short. So I went all the way back to the 1950s. And this is not the first appearance of Superman on camera. He's had several more appearances before this. But this is the first appearance of the George Reeves Superman from Adventures of Superman. And this is a movie, very short, not even, just barely under an hour. It's called Superman versus the Mole Man. And the plot of it is, It's a black and white movie. Lois and Clark show up at this oil rig that they're writing a story on, and the oil miners, oil riggers, have accidentally tapped into the home of underground mole people, who, or seemingly at first they think it might be radioactive isotope like phosphorus. They don't know what it is. They don't know if it's radioactive or if it's dangerous or what it is. All they know is it's not oil. So they pull that up initially, and the guy in charge shuts down the thing, and he's like, it's too dangerous, we can't, everything's closed down. And so it turns out that he has tapped into the home of these mole men who come up from their home kind of curious. They come up, they're like, what is this, all this? You've hit our home, you struck our home. We don't know what's going on, and they're kind of scary looking. Like they're made up to look kind of scary looking. They run into like the watchman of the site, give him a heart attack and kill him, and the town gets all riled up and they form an angry mob. And you're expecting, with a name called Superman versus the Mole Men, that Superman is gonna
fight the Mole Man,
but he doesn't, because Big twist, it's the 1950s. This is actually kind of an impressive twist. Turns out that the Mole Men are not actually the bad guys, Jordan, and that the bad guys are man and mass hysteria. And so one point they've got the Mole Men cornered, and they shoot one of them, and he falls off of this.
Now, is it Mole Men or Mole Man?
I've got written Mole Man, but it's Mole Men. There's more than one.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I needed to clarify.
I think the title is Mole Man, but it might be Mole Men, and it might be a typo. I might have a typo here. That's possible. I cannot be bothered to Google it at this time.
I understand.
So they shoot one, and the other one runs away, and they're like the angry mob is trying to get it so they can string it up and kill it. And eventually,
it looks different than us. It needs to die.
And so eventually, Superman shows up and is like, "No," basically, like you shot this thing unprovoked. You guys are the ones who like drilled into their homes. You disturbed them. You bothered them. They came up here out of curiosity. They haven't done anything to warrant this level of aggression. Like, you guys need to chill the fuck out. And
you're all adults. You should know better,
right? And so what's interesting is the movie starts with a really quite a long, maybe 4 or 5 minute long for this kind, the length of this movie, introduction to Superman. And so I'll explain the intro in a second, because it's really interesting. But in that intro, they don't say that, they say that the Kryptonians are a race of Supermen. So it's not that Superman comes to our planet and gets superpowers from being on our planet.
They always had powers.
They always had powers. Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah. And so he flies in this. I think he technically still flies. And he's bulletproof. But it's weird because his powers are sort of inconsistent, because there's moments where like he's struggling to hold open a door. Like close a door, like the angry mob's trying to bust in, and he's holding the door closed so they can't get in, and he's kind of struggling. So like you're like, how? This is as we get to the end of our Superman special, this is a thing I kind of wanted to say earlier, but I find that Superman has been wildly overpowered. Like in All-Star Superman, he's effectively this god who can do anything and doesn't really get hurt or injured. Or in Man of Steel, same deal. Like, he's an otherworldly god. In this, he's just a slightly stronger guy who can jump really far. Like, then so that's where it's like, yeah, he can still get beaten up, he can still get punched and hit and like all that jazz. So it's like a lot of his early stuff is just like he lands and like, it's not to say he's not fighting guys. Like in this movie, like there's points where he's fighting off the crowd, where like he's doing punches, where he flies and he like does an uppercut and sends a guy flying. Or at one point he literally lifts a guy up and just tosses him. It's really funny. But yeah, I just thought that the thing that was the most interesting to me about this movie was that the moral of it is that the humans are the bad guys, and that you shouldn't be immediately distrustful of people that you don't know or that you don't understand. And you should like at one point I think Superman literally says, we need to learn to talk to each other and work things out. And that's such a fascinating message when you remember that this is 1950. This movie is out in. Like, we're like post World War II. We're like Cold War. Xenophobia towards the Japanese and Jewish people is at an all-time high. Like, people are xenophobic towards Germans and Russians, and like, so to have Superman come in and be like, yeah, guys, maybe you don't need to be immediately distrustful is so fascinating. So yeah, this was only an hour long.
Because Superman is always supposed to be the ideal of the betterment, and he's supposed to be better than what's going on in the world. So.
Yeah, right. And so, because I think this was so quick, I was like, you know what, in the go the flashback to the Death of Superman Lives, they mentioned, as I mentioned, was inspired by the Fleischer cartoons. So I needed to watch those. I was like, you know what, I have time, let's watch some Fleischer cartoons. Now the Fleischer cartoons, Jordan, because I can tell you're blinking at me, you don't know what those are. First animated appearance of Superman. Very first animated appearance of Superman. They're a series of, I tried to do my research to see if they were theatrical shorts, but I don't know if they went to theaters or if they were on television, but they're very pretty. Like, I totally recommend, if you're a fan of Superman, and this is for you as well, you're not going to be able to watch them on TV. I don't think they're on anything but if you like, you're on your phone, they're like 10 minutes a piece. They're totally worth checking out. They were rotoscoped. You know what rotoscoping is, right? You're an animation guy. You know what rotoscoping is.
It's a type of 2D animation.
It's where you film the so like when Snow White, large portions of Snow White was rotoscoped. So like, when Snow White does the dancing,
yeah,
they actually film the person dancing and then they just draw over top of it.
Oh yeah.
That's why if you've ever seen those memes of people being like, Disney reuses animation, that's why. Because they've just rotoscoped over the same footage. So that's what they did for this. So a lot of this is rotoscoped. So the animation is super fluid. And yeah, so it's really funny. It's really funny that they said in that documentary that they were based on this. He didn't fly in this because these cartoons are where they introduced the concept of Superman flying. So initially, the first short is he that this is where he's faster than a locomotive. Leap tall buildings in a single bound. It starts off that, and then by the second or third short, it's now they change it every single time. But one of them is like, he flies higher than the highest planes, so now he flies. And what's really funny is like it gets to a point where these came out in 1940. So he's in World War II. He's fighting guys in World War II, or he's
punching a Nazi.
Yeah, he's preventing conflict in World War II, and so. We talked about in our Batman episode, we talked about the 1940s Batman, and I said how that was unbelievably racist. What's interesting about this one is it's not unbelievably racist. It's like, yeah, the caricatures of the Japanese people certainly are. Like, they certainly are kind of racist. But she at one point calls them Japs. Like, it's... And they don't say anything derogatory about the Germans, yeah. But... like, he doesn't treat them any differently than he does any of the other thugs. So like, and you're like, oh well, okay, they're of course they're doing the job. But then the next episode, he fights the Germans and he treats them exactly the same way. And it's the same thing earlier. He fights gangsters. And not every episode ends with him punching a guy. Like the one episode, it ends with him like like, remember that bit in Batman vs. Superman, where it's Superman dragging the boat with the chain?
Yes, I believe so.
That's literally a reference to the Fleischer cartoons, where there's literally a bit from one of those where he's dragging the boat by the chain, and it looks just like the scene from that movie.
Interesting.
There's the first one is he literally, it's a guy, he's shooting a laser beam, and it ends with him just punching the laser beam. Like, he's such a, and that's where the crest, the symbol, is black. It's black and with the red. It's the old school one. And yeah, they're really cool. Like, just in terms of, it's really fascinating. That's where the intro in the movie is the same intro that plays in the front of where it's like he comes from Krypton. He's mild-mannered reporter. And that Kryptonians are a race of supermen. And not that he gets his powers when he comes to Earth. And so that made me wonder, like, when did him becoming charged by solar energy and being charged from the sun. When did that originate? Where did that come from? But yeah, so that's where I'm like, it bums me out that the cultural understanding of Superman is that he's this dark character, because he's not a dark character. That's not his purpose. His purpose is, like, even in the 1940s, like, peak, again, World War II, peak World War II, xenophobia towards the rest of the world is at this all-time high, and even they understand Superman doesn't discriminate. Like, the fact that these cartoons, like, these movies, it's funny. The Kevin Davis was like, oh, no one's gonna be offended. We joked about it. We're not gonna do the jokes we did to each other because they're not appropriate. But we were joking about how progressive. There's a moment. Okay, I'm gonna do a subdued version of it. But I
don't know if you can.
There's a moment in one of the Fleischer cartoons where Perry White says to Lois Lane, I'm taking you off of this story. I'm gonna put Clark on it instead. I'm gonna put someone else on it instead. And she feels comfortable enough in her workplace to be like, no, I wanted that, sir. I wanted it to be like. And Perry White doesn't turn around and tell her to stop talking because she's a woman. Like, shut up.
Or some other horrible thing.
Right? He listens to her. Like, she is a ahead of her time character in every version of her. Like, in the 50s one, she's a tough as nails, like she stands, like, there's a point where, like, a guy goes to hit her and he hits her back, or she hits him back, like he's about to hit her and she smacks him across the face. And it's like, yeah, she's like a tough chick. Like, she is really progressive. Like, Lois Lane is a very progressive character. And so it's just so funny when people are, if I see anyone be like, Superman is, anytime I see someone complain, like, I have seen, because that clip of Superman getting interviewed by Lois Lane has kind of popped up. And people are complaining about her already and calling it woke or whatever. And I'm like, that's Lois Lane. Like, she's always been like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, the movie is all right. It's black and white. It's a bit slow. It's not, but those cartoons, if you can find them, like, I don't know if some of them might be on YouTube, but like as a part of Superman's history, they're worth checking out. Like, they're really fun. I really enjoyed them. Now we're going to talk about the Christopher Reeve Superman. We're gonna end this by talking about the Christopher Reeve Superman. The best Superman.
I mean, I still have 2 movies, so.
You have 2?
Yes, you went first. I have 2 have not seens.
Right. I keep getting mixed up.
However, I was planning on starting with the Christopher Reeves one, so that works out.
You messed up the order with your adding additional thing. You threw the whole thing off.
So, I watched the 1978. Have not seen. I watched the 1978 Superman movie, Christopher Reeve. Budget of $55 million, box office of $300.5 million. It's, for the time, the special effects and everything are fairly impressive. For my 2025 sensibilities, it was kind of boring.
I mean, but I think it's the best. The thing is, maybe it came at the right moment in my superhero watching, but like, to me, the best Superman scene of all time is in that movie. And it's the one where he's just flying around town, saving kittens from trees, and like stopping bank robberies. That is the best. There has not been a single scene in a single other one of these that's as good as that scene.
So I don't disagree, and that's where I say ultimately my final opinion of this movie, to jump the gun a little bit, is I like this movie. It's just too long.
It is really long. It is really long.
It's like it's 143 minutes, and it's too long.
Superman. They have,
and this is where I thought it was funny. When you were complaining to me about Man of Steel, about all that part in the beginning with Jor-El and the sending him, that is pretty much the exact beginning of this movie, and I think it's too long in this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The bit where he's Clark Kent is entirely too long.
I more meant the part where you're on Krypton and talking to all the other Kryptonians about how the planet's gonna blow up, and then he's in the place and he's sending Clark away in the space. That entire section is way too long.
What?
Considering what?
I'm just thinking. I don't really exactly remember what I said. So not to interrupt you just for a moment. We're gonna do a real quick thing, and we're gonna play what I said first. We're gonna put it here. And we're going to see if me and Jordan align on this. Continue.
I thought that part was really, really... Long? Especially because it's supposed to be a Superman movie. It's a really slow and arduous beginning, which in this... the reason why I give it more of a pass here than I do in Man of Steel is because this is the first one.
Right?
Really.
Also, like, the stuff it's doing, at least he's Clark Kent, and at least it's like the Man of Steel does the Clark Kent bits where it's showing his backstory, but it's intercut with these unnecessary scenes of him traveling the world. Instead of this one, just does a straightforward. It does an origin, and also Clark Kent's dad, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dies of a heart attack in this one, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I have to be honest. I kind of, and this is where I say, this one was boring. It didn't pass the phone test. No. I faded in and out a lot.
But the nice thing about the Christopher Reeve Superman movies,
they're really old in this version.
It's easy to watch while doing something else.
Yeah, fatal heart attack.
Yeah, like that's the one thing about the Man of Steel is that's the perfectly preventable death that he could have easily prevented. The thing about the heart attack is it's supposed to be it's the one thing
all his powers and he can't save his dad.
Save his dad. Yeah, exactly. He can't stop a heart attack, and it's a much better, much more poetic death.
It's funny enough. To harken back to that comic book thing that I talked about that threw off the rhythm. There's a part in it where Jonathan is about to have a heart attack, and he is saved by Jor-El. In that version of it.
That's interesting.
So that's another thing that makes that world different. Sorry, I just thought that was a funny aside.
That's the thing about Jonathan, about the Kents, is one or both of them are dead depending on which continuity you're in. Quite often it's Jonathan, sometimes it's Martha.
Or are going to die in the near future.
Yeah. It's funny because you said in the new one, you're like, I wonder if, and when we were talking about the trailer, you're like, I wonder if Martha Kent is dead in that universe, and I said maybe, but I saw a casting. I saw someone playing her, so that could also be a flashback.
She shows up in one of the trailers.
Is she one of the trailers?
One of the ones that you and I saw. There's a point where I think maybe it's not her, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be her. It's in one of the trailers that you and I have seen.
But in Smallville, for example, they eventually kill off Jonathan Kent, and he dies of a heart attack. So I think he has a heart attack once, and then he eventually does just straight up die of a heart. So him dying of a heart attack is a pretty common thing for Jonathan Kent.
I think that's a canon event for Superman.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it depends. I think the newer runs kept them alive. It really depends.
Yeah, overall, I enjoy this movie. But watching this movie and watching all of the movies kind of made me realize when it comes to Superman is a hard character to do right.
See, I think
because especially with the more modern stuff, when you have a character that is essentially invincible, other than a magic green rock, which is the only, it's very hard to create stakes that don't just devolve to people going after his loved ones.
Yeah. I think other than, this one does the entirely ridiculous stakes of, to be fair, it's the Christopher Reeve Superman movie, so that's not to say it's devoid of ridiculous things. The traveling around the planet, making time go back.
Going back in time, yeah. You can't possibly be fast enough to stop both rockets. And he goes fast enough to rewind time, so he was absolutely fast enough to stop both rockets.
I don't love Gene Hackman, Lex Luthor. I don't love him.
He's not my favorite.
He gets to be. And to be fair, I don't remember if how much he's like this in the. Does he have that idiot male sidekick in the first one?
I think so.
Yeah.
I seem to remember there being a guy that
he
he gets arrested with at the end of the movie.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He gets a little too bumbly, like, he's a bumbly kind of... Like, for a guy who's supposed to be a genius, he's so cartoonish. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like he's more of a buffoon than the cartoon version of him from the Saturday morning cartoon show. Like,
yeah, that's kind of my thing. My thing with Lex in this movie is
maybe how I would.
He doesn't. Well, I would articulate it like he doesn't feel competent enough to have the scheme. He feels like the sidekick.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and he's like that in the second one, where it's like, yeah, he feels like he's a sidekick to a more evil guy.
And so, like, that's where when I watch Superman Returns and I'm like, Kevin Spacey is supposed to be the same guy, I don't see that. I see
I totally
Brandon
see
Routh. I see Brandon Routh as the spiritual successor to Reeves. Christopher Reeve.
See it.
But I don't see Spacey as this version of Lex.
Oh, I absolutely see him as Gene Hackman.
He's way too competent.
Yeah, but it's the over the top yelling, like the one where
sure, but this version of Lex seems stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Kevin Spacey's version of Lex doesn't.
Like the thing that makes me go. I mean, to be fair, maybe it's because it's been a while since I watched the first one, but in the second one, there's a lot of his lines in this where, like, I don't remember exactly how it goes, but where he's he's yelling at, where Kevin Spacey's like yelling in her face, or there's a line he has where it's like really yelling. I wish I could remember it now. I'm totally blanking. But there's a particular line he has that, like, it was in like every trailer for that movie. That really reminds me of watching Gene Hackman. Reminded me of Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor. So it's like I do see, especially the wig, the him wearing wigs. That is very much a reference to Gene Hackman, because Gene Hackman clearly didn't want to shave his head.
Yeah.
He shows up in the second one wearing an awful bald cap. We'll get to it.
But so overall not bad, but especially when I remember when it came out. But I definitely found it boring. I'm gonna quickly knock out my last one so we get back onto track here, and you can wrap up the last one, because my last one is a very quick one that won't take very long to talk about.
All right.
If that's okay with you.
No, because I want to do Superman 2, so then it'll be easy for me to edit.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead then.
It's like no. I was initially gonna be like, yeah, maybe no, because I Superman 2 is gonna be easier to edit. This is gonna be a YouTube video. I already knew it was. Anyway, so your movie was quite successful, Jordan. I don't know if you know that. And
I closed the article, but I think I already said what the budgets and stuff were. It was very good.
So, fun fact about your movie is it's directed by a man named Richard Donner, and you were actually going to watch the Donner cut, and I kind of wish you had. There was about a midway point through the movie where I went back to your list, and I went, did Jordan end up going with the Donner cut? And then I saw you did, and I was like, shit, I wish you had, because I want to know what the difference is. I might actually watch it for another thing, because I want to know what the difference is. So when he made,
I briefly considered it, but I just didn't think there would be enough differences in there to make it worth us watching what is essentially the same movie.
It's not. It's wild. So, when he was initially making Superman 1, Richard Donner was also filming Superman 2 at the same time. So they were doing both movies at the same time, and he very famously got into fights with the three producers. There was a father-son team and one other producer, and they controlled everything, and they wouldn't let him do what he wanted. They very similar to Tim Burton, ironically, and so they were very much in a conflict. And so it hit a point where he was in the middle of recording Superman 2, and they told him to shut it down, shut it all down. Like, they weren't confident the first one was going to do well, and so they shut it down. And then, spoiler alert, the first one does well, so they restart production on Superman 2, and they fire, because they're unhappy with him, they fire Richard Donner. And initially they bring on Richard Lester as a producer, and there's just a bunch of conflict And so Richard Donner eventually leaves. And in order for him to get his name on this, Richard Lester needs to reshoot more than half of it. I think it's like, I can't remember the exact number, but it's more than half of it. Or it might have been like 70%. Quite a bit of it. He has to reshoot. But most of the cast is pretty pissed about the fact that Richard Donner got fired. So Marlon Brando, who is Jor-El in the first one,
Space Dad, yeah.
Space Dad, refuses to come back and reshoot scenes. So they cut out all of his scenes. They changed apparently, because I googled what the difference was, apparently it's the original Donner cut is a much more serious tone. This is much more silly. There's additional scenes in this. Okay, so
yours sounds better.
At the end, no, it's not. It's really, it's I would say horrendous.
I don't want super serious Batman. That leads to Batman versus Superman, and
more serious in this case means more like your movie, which is better. This movie's horrendous. It's genuinely terrible. I don't understand why it did so well, because it's incoherent. It is a movie that is made by two. You know what? It really reminded me of the Joss Whedon Justice League movie, where it is two movies made by
that version is better. Joss Whedon's version was the better version.
In this case, it's not. It's not a better version because, So initially, remember, your movie ends with the nuclear missile blowing up the Phantom Zone and Zod escaping, right?
I just remember that it ends with Lex getting arrested.
Well, you see Zod in that first movie. He shows up in the beginning, I think.
You see him in the very beginning, and that's a scene that, again, I would have completely cut all that.
So in this one, in the original version of it, it continues the story, basically. This one was a continuation of the first one. They end up escaping the Phantom Zone.
It's hard for me to understand what the differences are when I don't even know what the actual version is about. So
basically, it starts with Superman be Supermaning, and the Zod and his subsequent sidekicks have escaped from the Phantom Zone, and the movie is just they initially wind up on the moon, and they attack these astronauts, and they're like, "What is this planet?" And they hear them calling Houston, so they think that the planet's called Houston. And the movie is literally just Zod and his sidekicks go from town to town, starting fights with random Middle America townspeople, all interspersed with Lois and Clark wind up going to Niagara Falls to investigate this fake, false newlywed scam. And Lois figures out that Superman, even though she had already figured it out in the previous movie, figures out that Clark is Superman and tries to get him to rescue her from a river. She jumps off the Niagara or into this river. He tries to get her to save her, and he manages to convince her that he's not in fact Superman. But then they go to dinner, and he somehow manages to set his arm on fire. Like, they're having a conversation, and his arm is on fire. And she's like, "Your arm is on fire." And he's like, "What?" And he gets up, and he gets frustrated. And then, in a scene that's actually not bad, his whole, body shifts. Like, his whole body language and his, demeanor shifts. And he turns around, and he's Superman now. And he's like, "You got me. I'm Superman. You figured it out." And so then he takes her to the Fortress of Solitude, and is like, "This is my whole world, this is my whole deal, this is where I'm from, this is my thing, whatever." And he's like, "I love you and I want to be with you." And earlier in the movie, somehow inexplicably, Lex Luthor knows how to get to the Fortress of Solitude. So he goes to the Fortress of Solitude, and he watches footage of Clark's mom giving Earth history lessons, and then at one point it cuts to her talking about how there's these three, you would know them on Earth as criminals. We tried to reform them, but it wasn't possible, so they're on their way to you, and they're real evil. And Lex is like, "Mwahaha, I will team up with them, and together we can destroy Superman." And so Superman is in love with Lois and is like, I've always, like, I sent you the clip of it of him being like,
yeah. Then Space Mom is like, you can't be Superman.
Yeah,
you have to.
But so there's no plot point prior to that moment that sets that up. Is she discovers he's Superman, they're having dinner, and then Space Mom is telling him that he needs to get rid of his powers. And that's where I sent you the clip of me being like, why? No, seriously, why? No, I mean literally, why? Like there isn't a scene prior where he's like there isn't a scene prior where he's like,
where he accidentally hurts her because of his powers or something,
where he's lamenting the shared responsibility of being Clark Kent of Superman. Like, Superman shows up in one other scene prior to that, and it's a kid is like on Niagara Falls, and for some reason he's hanging off of the edge of it. So like the railing is here, and he's on the edge of on the other side of the railing, and he's doing this thing where he's like leaning back and grabbing on the railing, and then leaning back and then grabbing on the railing. And he's like, "Mom, look at me! I'm doing this thing." And it's like, you could have that skill. You could have easily done that on the other side, where if you fell, you would have landed on the concrete. But all right.
I mean, more than that, your mother probably could have not let you go onto that side at all. She's grossly negligent.
And so then he lets go and he falls, and Superman comes out of nowhere, rescues the kid, and then flies away. And he flies down, changes back into Clark real quick, and his excuse as to where he was Clark is he was getting her a hot dog. So he gets the hot dog or whatever and goes back, and then she does the wait. Superman appeared and Clark disappeared. Like, how are they in the same place at once? Because this is before Superman had super speed. And so that's where she figures out he's Superman. So Superman has not appeared. There hasn't been. It's not like Spider-Man 2, where like he's lamenting the shared responsibility of the two identities. He's handling being both of them completely fine. He just out of nowhere, she's like, "Yeah, you can't be Superman and be with her," but never says why. And so then so then he changes. They do this weird scene where his like skin melts off. And he pops out of it, and he's just wearing regular clothes, and like he splits into Superman and Clark Kent, and Superman just kind of disappears, and he's just Clark Kent. And then they go to a diner, and they're about to have dinner, and this guy steals Clark's seat. He's sitting down, and Lois is like, "Yeah, someone's sitting there." He's like, "Yeah, blow me," and he's like, "No, but someone's sitting there." He's like, "Fuck off," basically. And Clark Kent comes back. And he's like, "You're sitting in my seat." And he's like, "Yeah, what of it?" He's like, "Oh, you're being very rude. What, you want to step outside?" And the guy's like, "All right." And then Clark starts to walk outside. The guy wheels around and punches him in the back of the head and starts beating the shit out of him. And like you see Clark on the ground, and Christopher Reeves does this really great moment of like being like, "Oh," he's like, "I'm bleeding. It's my own blood." And he has this look of, "Oh, this sucks. I don't want to do this." And then Zod does the thing that they do in Man of Steel where he's like, "Superman, if you don't show up, I'll kill a bunch of people." And Superman's like, "I need to be Superman again." And he goes to go back to the Fortress of Solitude. But it's just kind of like, oh, you were human for one day and you couldn't handle it. Like, it's human for all of, like, 5 minutes of movie time. And then, so then he goes back to and he does this big cry. And then it cuts back and he's like, Lex Luthor is teamed up with the evil Kryptonians, and he's trying to like get them to get Superman, and then Superman just kind of shows up out of nowhere, and he has his powers again.
Of course, Space Mom isn't real and has to do what he tells her to.
Well, in the previous scene,
she's an artificial construct who has to give him his powers back.
He picks up the crystal he used to grow the Fortress of Solitude in the first movie. He finds that just randomly on the ground, and then the next scene is he has his superpowers back, and there's no explanation for it, no rhyme or reason. He just has his superpowers back, and then they do a big fight in the city, which is kind of fun. It's really funny that people say that product placement is really bad now when there's a ton of product placement in this movie. Superman tosses people into Coke, a lot of Coke billboards.
Always Coke, but never Pepsi.
At one time, one of the people gets tossed into a Marlboro cigarette truck.
Ew, gross.
And then yeah, they beat them, and then Superman tricks or gets them. No, Superman runs away, and they're like, oh, Superman doesn't run away, and Lex Luthor is like, oh, I know where Superman lives. I can take you to where he lives, and so he takes him to the Fortress of Solitude, and then they do a fight in the Fortress of Solitude, and Superman has a bunch of random inexplicable powers he's never had before or since. So like you've probably seen a few of them made fun of on Family Guy, but it's the one where he takes the crest and he throws it, and it turns into this big cellophane thing, and it covers the bad guy.
I think I've seen things making fun of that.
Family Guy made fun of it. Was like, what was that supposed to do? I don't know what it was. There's a point where he like clones himself, and there's like there's like a bunch of holograms of him like around, and they're all fighting holograms of him that he inexplicably has for some reason. And yeah, so then Superman's like, oh yeah, I have this chamber that'll take away their. He goes to they keep threatening to kill Lex Luthor, and so Superman goes to Lex Luthor and be like, hey, we can beat them if you just help me trick them into going in this chamber. It'll take away their powers, and they'll be good. They'll be easy to beat at that point. And Lex Luthor's like, oh,
this handy dandy power remover,
and he whispers it really loudly, and they're like standing right there. It's like, yeah, we could totally do this, and they're standing right there. And Lex Luthor
and they also have super hearing.
Right, they also have super. No, I don't know if he has super hearing yet in this version, but they're standing literally right there. And Lex Luthor's like, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. And then he immediately betrays him, and he goes to them. He's like, yeah, if you put Superman in this machine, it's gonna take away his powers. And so they put him in the machine. And Jordan, it turns out that it's he makes it look like he has his powers, and he goes to shake or to take Zod's hand, because Zod's like, kneel before me, take Zod's hand, and then he crushes Zod's hand, and it turns out that he actually tricked them, Jordan, and that the machine actually protected him from losing his powers, and they all lost their powers, and so he crushes Zod's hands and uppercuts him into a hole to his death. And then Lois uppercuts the girl.
As one does.
And so Lois I should say unapologetically and without remorse, by the way, uppercuts the girl into another hole, and she falls to her death. And so between them, Superman kills all three of them.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to kill Zod.
And so that's why when you're like, when initially I always used to be on your side when I'm like, no man, Superman killing Zod is really out of character. It's not a thing he would do ever. And then I watched this movie, and it kind of went, you know what? He's way more callous about killing Zod in this one than he was in Man of Steel. At least in Man of Steel, he does the scream, and he seems kind of sad about it.
You yourself have also said that this was a poorly directed movie, so...
So, okay, yeah, so, to your point of this sounds better and this is better, the original, the Donner cut, apparently, well, I Googled, because I was so dumbfounded. I was like, wait, did I miss the scene where he went back in the chamber and got his powers back? Like, did I miss something? I'm so confused. And so then I went back and I rewound it twice to rewatch it. I'm like, no, he just... So then I Googled it, and I watched the scene from the Donner cut. And in the Donner cut, there's a scene, so he picks up the crystal, and Space Dad appears and gives him his powers back. And there's an entire scene... And remember how I was like, there's no explanation for why he wants to give up his powers? There's an entire scene with Space Dad where they have a conversation about why he wants to give up his powers. So, like, they cut out all of the shit that explains everything that makes this movie incoherent. So it's the one time where I'm like, yeah, the director's cut sounds better. I normally can't stand director's cut, but this is the director's cuts. But this is the one time where I'm like, you know what? That actually sounds like it's more coherent. Yeah. Bad movie. I just didn't think it was very good. Like, it disappointed me because of how much I really like the first one. Like, I really like the first one. It's probably my favorite Superman movie. Until next week when I sit here and tell you that's my favorite Superman movie. But it is currently my favorite Superman movie, so it really bummed me out that
If we're talking live action ones, I don't think I have a favorite.
I maintain that first Christopher Reeves one is both my favorite and the best Superman movie, objectively. Of the theatrical ones, not counting all the various straight-to-DVD
Well, that's where I said I'm not counting the animated ones, and I'm looking at the live-action ones. I think I would give it to oh my God, Superman Returns.
Really? That might be your hottest take yet.
It's difficult for me because I'm trying to look at the Christopher Reeves one through the eyes of a 1970s or and be neutral about it. But
I mean, to be fair, you have weird bias against old movies. You're like, they're bad because they're old.
It's not even no. In this instance, it has nothing to do with that. I love the parts where he's Superman. Those are my favorite parts of the movie, and I really love those parts.
I don't disagree with that.
And so, like, if the movie was more of that, then I think it would take the cake home for me. But there's just so much unnecessary, boring stuff.
Yeah.
Which is mostly the Lex Luthor scenes.
Yeah, I know. Those were pretty brutal in mine, too. He just yells. He just yells and says really bad, schlocky. Like, this isn't very... Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know.
Like, that stuff kind of drags it down from me.
Isn't all that interesting.
Kevin Spacey is kind of a similar thing, but he's... And this, I know, we don't like Kevin Spacey. We're not allowed to give him any praise or anything. But I just, as an actor, I think he's a stronger actor, personally.
I just think Michael Rosenbaum is the best Lex Luthor.
Worst person, arguably, definitely, probably, yes. But I just think he's a better Lex Luthor.
I think that's fair. I think that I did not care for Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. I did not care for him as Lex Luthor. I thought he's awful in the second one. He's terrible. You could easily cut him out. He adds nothing to that movie.
And so when both Superman Returns and the first one are ultimately about a real estate scam, so that aspect of it doesn't really play into it because they're basically the same thing.
Pretty much.
So that aspect can't play into it. So it ultimately has to. If I'm looking at this on a scale level, it has to come down to if it's a pie, how much of the pie do I enjoy?
Yeah.
And in that 1970s one, the Christopher Reeves one, Lex Luthor takes up so much of that pie that it just I just can't say that I like it the most.
We're gonna have to come back to this, so then I can watch the third one and the Donner cut, and then you can watch the second one.
I can watch the second one.
And you can tell me you can tell me I'm probably wrong and that you didn't think it was that bad. I thought this was horrendous. It's just so many moments of like, wait, what? This makes no sense.
Yeah, with the first one, it needs more Superman.
Yeah,
for me.
So there's the second one. It needs way more Superman.
But
that's it for the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. The I don't know. They've never topped that I can say. Jordan, what's your final movie?
No, it's one of those two. It's difficult for me to pinpoint exactly which one I think is the best.
Jordan, this podcast has gone on for a very long time. What's your last movie?
My last movie, which won't take very long, I guarantee you, it was a silly little fun little thing, DC League of Super Pets.
Oh, that movie's really fun. That movie's really cute.
It's a lot of fun. You have Dwayne Johnson as Crypto. You've got Kevin Hart as the dog that would become Bat Dog. I have one complaint about this movie, and that's that, from what I remember, all the advertisements advertise each of the pets as being the pets of the different superheroes, but they're not actually the pets of the superheroes until the end of the movie.
I mean, it's how they become the pets of the superheroes. Although, to be fair, I think some of them are original. Also, he's not really... I mean, I think they end up calling him Ace the Bat Hound, but he's not Ace the Bat Hound. He's like a new character.
But it's got fun cast, including I didn't actually realize some of these when I was watching it. Like, I didn't realize that Clark Kent / Superman in this movie is played by John Krasinski.
Yes, it is.
I also didn't realize that Batman in this is played by Keanu Reeves.
Yes, it is. He was really stoked to be Batman. The promo for that movie was hilarious.
And So as I was watching this, I sent you the video where I questioned this. Maybe this shows how out of touch I am with the comics. Since when has there been a human women Green Lantern?
I think she was created specifically for that movie. I don't think there
No,
is.
she wasn't.
Oh, she wasn't really.
I looked her up. She's from the comics.
Oh no shit. I don't know. Then I don't know.
Hold on, I gotta get down to the part where it has her name, and I can tell you.
I'm gonna guess probably fairly recently.
But where is it? Victor Stone. Oh yeah. Also, their interpretation of some of the characters, while funny and humorous, were
The Rock thought this was going to be a massive franchise, and they have quietly buried it.
The Green Lantern of this movie is Jessica Cruz.
Oh, I don't know her name.
She, as the page loads for her specific character, she's human and from Earth, and no, stop it. She was created in... Her first full appearance takes place in Justice League Volume 2, number 31. So when was she created? July 2013.
Oh yeah, so she's a fairly recent character. That would explain why I don't know her.
Well, 2013, that's like 12 years ago. That's not fairly recent.
In terms of comic book, that's fairly recent.
First appearance... She was dubbed Power Ring.
She's not from like the 50s or 60s is the point.
No. Oh, she came... Oh, okay.
She's a modern
So she
character.
She came in with the New 52.
That explains a lot.
Interesting. So yeah, as I was watching this movie, and it has all the characters, and then Green Lantern is there, and I'm like, I know like 3 Green Lanterns, and none of them are a woman? When did this character come into being? I was very confused.
I completely forgot that she was that.
But this movie's really funny. I love the gerbil, the bald gerbil, who's the villain.
Yes, she's very funny.
She's very funny. There's a lot of jokes in this movie, which are just a lot of fun.
Isn't she voiced by
I
Helen
love
Mirren?
how
Pretty sure she's voiced by Helen Mirren. Am I wrong?
The gerbil.
Yeah.
The gerbil. Let's see. Lulu. Kate McKinnon.
Oh, I was wrong. Right, no, it was Kate McKinnon. Right. I was very wrong. Wrong.
I do find it funny how there's an end credit scene where Superman is walking Krypto, and Black Adam is there walking his dog, and Black Adam and his dog are both also voiced by Dwayne Johnson, because this came out before Black Adam did.
I know. Yeah. This was from that very funny period of time where The Rock tried to take over DC and failed epically. God, I might have to rewatch Black Adam for something.
But it was a nice, tight 105 minutes, which was very refreshing after the 220-something of the Christopher Reeves Superman movie.
I imagine, yeah. Yeah. That was the one nice thing about Superman 2 is it was only 2 hours. 2 hours. It wasn't 2 hours 20.
It had a budget of $90 million. And Justin, for the final question of the day before we wrap up, can you guess what the box office?
$50 million.
Oh no, it had a budget of $90 million. It was more than that. You failed. You failed hard. You just are just a big old wrong-o.
I'm pretty sure it bombed.
No, it had a box office of $207.6 million.
Oh, I thought you were asking me. I thought you were asking me how much it made at the box office. I'm pretty sure it bombed, didn't it?
At the box office, it had a box office of $207.6 million.
What was the budget?
$90 million.
Oh yeah, okay.
It didn't quite bomb.
It barely made its money back.
At $90 million at the budget, and $207.6 million.
You double the budget.
Even double 90 would be $180 million. That's still making its money back.
It's barely making your money back.
Well, I mean, considering that it's like a little like DC animated comedy thing, it's better than one would expect.
They expected it to be huge. That was the thing. The Rock, Kevin Hart. Pretty sure Kevin Hart thought this was going to be another Secret of Pets. Like they thought this was going to be a franchise. Like they marketed this shit hard. They have pretty well all but buried it, but no, they thought it was going to be a massive
At
success.
it's 72% of 150 critics reviews on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, most of the critics were like, "It's all right." I remember when that movie came out because I was doing TikTok. That movie came out by the time I was doing TikTok.
I definitely don't think that it's like reinventing the wheel or anything. It's a cute little fun little family thing. One you could sit your kids in front of and it's an inoffensive.
In a world, it came out around The Secret Life of Pets, so like they got compared to that a lot, and it just was like, it's all right. But no, yeah, The Rock thought that.
My phone apparently has 5% left.
Okay. The Rock thought it was going to be huge.
Good movie. I enjoyed it. I believe it was on one of the streaming services. If I die out, you can see me on ZethGore187 Twitch.
Yeah, Jordan does Minecraft Mondays on Monday. ZethGore187. You can follow the show on TikTok. Spur the Moment P on TikTok. You can follow me on TikTok. I'm Justice Spurr on TikTok. We're going to do the next week, and before I lose Jordan, next week, we have a review of Superman coming. It's definitely coming at the top of the show next week. Stay tuned for that. We're going to talk about the James Gunn Superman. And we're going to do fantasy-based movies. Your Lord of the Rings, your Dungeons and Dragons. I think I want to watch some Critical Role. I might talk about some Critical Role. In fact, I'm probably going to go start watching that after this. Spur the Moment P. Follow me, Spur the Moment P. Justin Spurr. You can email the show if you want to sponsor the show. It's Justin's business. If you want to be on the show, we have a Google form. You can join us on Discord. Leave us comments. We have videos that come out 7 days a week. Every single day of the week, there's a new video. Leave this video a like. Subscribe if you haven't already. Leave us a comment. Yell at us about something. Yes, look forward to several days of Superman.